Hello, guys. So, the book that I'm reading now is called Blasphemy, Let Me Speak, and it is a book by Kushal Mehra. I got to know about this book from Kushal Mehra. He is a podcaster, and I do listen to his podcast, and I love his podcast. The guest he brings in, and I got to know about him from Abhijeet Iyer Mitra, Sushant Serene, and Anand Ranganathan, all those people. And so, what is the exact definition of a blasphemy? So, blasphemy means writing or speaking about a god in a way that shows a lack of respect. So, yeah, writing or speaking about a god in a way that shows lack of respect. And so I'll go to the definition, exact definition of blasphemy, right? The blasphemy is the act of insulting, showing contempt, or expressing irreverence towards a deity, sacred objects, or religious belief. It can manifest through spoken words, written texts, or actions, and is often treated as a serious religious offense or punishable crime, depending on a cultural and legal jurisdictions. So that means if you speak against any of the religion in a negative connotations or sort of thing, then you will be charged with the blasphemy law. And yeah, so I think in India there is a blasphemy. Just let me check. Okay, blasphemy law in India, blasphemy law in India section and all those. India does not have a single standalone blasphemy law, but the Indian Penal Code, standard successor, the Bharatiya Naya Sanhita, criminalize acts that insult or outrage religious feeling. These provisions are designed to maintain public order and communal harmony. The primary legal mechanism governing this includes Section 299 of the Bharatiya Naya Santi, which replaces Section 295A of the Indian Penal Codes. 299. Okay, so I know about the 295. A. This section punishes deliberate and malicious acts intended to outrage the religious feeling of any class of citizens. It penalizes insults or attempt to insult religions or religion belief through spoken words, written words, signs, or visible representations. This offense is cognizable and non-bailable, carrying a penalty of up to 3 years in prison and a fine on both. Section 302 of the BNS is to formally in IPS Section 295. It specifically penalizes the destruction, damages, or defilements of any place of worship, any object held sacred by the religious group with the intent to insult the religions. Now, what is the scope and enforcement? Because India is a secular republic, these laws do not protect just on one religion. They apply equally to all religions and denominations and are frequently utilized in a tandem with the hate speech, such as BNS Section 196, formerly IPS Section 153A, which criminalizes the promotions of enmity between different religious groups. Judicial stance. The Supreme Court of India upheld the constitutional validity of these laws in case like the Ramji Lal Modi versus State of UP, ruling that they are legitimate restrictions on the fundamental rights to free speech in order to maintain public order. However, legal experts frequently debate this balance, pointing out that such law can sometimes be misused to suppress legitimate academic, critic, or artistic and state-specific development. Okay, I've known about this one, right? The recent, the Punjab, they've brought up a law where you will be life imprisonment. While the central government governs the entire country, individual states have occasionally sought to increase penalty for sacrilege and offense against religious texts due to strong regional sentiments. For example, the state of Punjab has explored specialized legislation to impose significantly harsher prison, ranging from 10 years to life imprisonment for acts of sacrilege against. Okay, so now the problem is that is there any free speech in India? Absolutely, there is, but the problem is that there is a caveat. That means freedom of speech with the reasonable restrictions. So now, reasonable restriction is a very subjective thing. Okay, just wait. I'll go and search it. Okay, does India have free speech? Freedom. Free speech. They don't have an absolute free speech like in United States where you have First Amendment. Yes, India guarantees the right to free speech, but it is not absolute. While citizens have fundamental right to expression, the government is constitutionally permitted to limit this right under specific circumstances. Article 19(1)(a). Article 19(1)(a). The Constitution of India guarantees all citizens the right to freedom of speech and expression. These include the right to express views through speech, writing, printing, and media. Article 19(2) is so the government can impose reasonable restrictions on a free speech on the interest of sovereignty. Okay, so now this is the reasonable restriction. The conditions are sovereignty, integrity, and the security of India. That is, I understand it. Friendly relation with the foreign states, public order, decency or moralities, contempt of court, and defamations or incitement to an offense. Practical realities. While free speech is legally protected, freedom of expression is heavily litigated and sometimes restricted in practices. Legal constraints. Certain laws, such as those Penalizing obscenities, hate speech, or the hurting of religious sentiments can sometimes be used to curtail controversial opinion in artistic work. Global ranking, press freedom, and expression watchdogs consistently flag India in a citing instance of truth. Okay, this one. I don't want to care about this one. Okay, but initially, I think initially there was an absolute. Okay, there was absolute freedom of speech. Is it true? Initially, I think Jawaharlal Nehru added, no, it's not true. The freedom of speech has never been absolutely free or without limits, even when they came. Is it not true? Okay, just read origin myth, the core principle. But the reasonable restriction was added later. Is it added later? Is it true? It was added later by Jawaharlal Nehru, if I'm not wrong. Yes, it is true that explicit term reasonable restrictions and several specific grounds for limiting free speech were added later, while the concept of limited speech existed. Okay, while the concept of limited speech existed from day one, the specific constitutional framework of reasonable restriction under Article 19.2 of the Indian Constitution was formally expanded and restructured shortly after the inception through the first amendment of Act of 1951. Why and how it added later? The original text, okay, the original 1950 text goes to when the Constitution of India was adopted in 1950, Article 19.1a guaranteed the freedom of speech. Expression clause 2 contained only the few narrow grounds for restriction, such as the security of the state, libels, slanders, and defamation, contempt of court, or offense against decency or morality. It not explicitly includes phrases like the public order is response. Okay, the judicial flashpoint. Almost immediately, landmark cases like Ramesh Thapar versus State of Madras and Brij Bhushan versus State of Delhi went to Supreme Court. The government had tried to ban or censor publication of Indian public order. The Supreme Court struck down these bans, ruling that since public order was not explicitly listed as a ground for restriction in the Constitution, the government could not censor speech with this one. The First Amendment in 1951. Faced with this judicial ruling, the government led by Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru introduced the First Amendment Act in 1959. This amendment completely overhauled Article 19.2 to introduce this one. The word reasonable, it explicitly added the qualified reasonable restrictions. This gave court the power of judicial review. So now, because he has added the reasonable restrictions, it opens to a flood load of subjectivisms, right? And this gave the court the power of judicial review to decide whether a court restriction of free speech is or this one. Public order, it formally added public order as a valid ground for inciting to an offense. It added restriction against this one's friendly relation with the foreign state. It allowed restriction to protect international ties. The court ways, while the original framers never intended this speech, speech to be 100% absolute. This is precise legal mechanisms. Okay. Yeah. Then yes, if you would like to expert history, yes, please explain how would court decide if a restriction is reasonable or not. Then it's very subjective. The court decides if a restriction of a species is reasonable by applying a two-step constitutional test alongside the doctrine of proportionalities. The Supreme Court of India has made it clear that there is no fixed abstract formula. Instead, very restrictive laws is revalued under this one. The two-step threshold is the exhaustive book test. The restriction must fall directly under one of the 8 specific categories listed in Article 19.2. That is public order, security of the state, defamation, the government restriction. Okay. Doctrine and permission. Okay. Now it's gonna be taken. Okay. I'll just go and read. Okay. What are the critics of Jawaharlal Nehru adding a reasonable restriction to the Constitution? What are the critics? Okay, so why it troubled New God Institution Amendment this one? Okay, how Nehru added constitutional reply. Nehru added. Okay, the mood of the parliament was somber. It was 29th May 1951. I'm reading an article. 14th of the 16th heated debate during this one's first amendment to the Constitution. The thumping of the tables and the throwing of the swing members of the parliament, disrupting speeches for this one. Okay. For 2 weeks, our interim Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had been passionately pressing for changes in the article guaranteeing freedom of speech, which according to him were urgently needed. But the change, which he called small and simple, were about to redact the freedoms which the country had expressed was only the starting to enjoy barely 46 months into the independence. Every freedom in the world is limited, said an impassioned Nehru in parliaments, debating when the press needed to be leashed. The press, he argued, must have some balance of mind, which is it seldom possessed. If he wants to enjoy the freedom, they cannot have it both ways. No balance, no freedom. For the sake the first time in history, perhaps the Gandhians such as the Acharya Kripalani, socialists such as the Jayaprakash Narayan, and right-leaning leaders such as Sama Prasad Mukherjee united to define the right of the Indian citizen. First were clenched, table thumped, and names called. The battle over the freedom spilled over the parliament. It was fought in a newspaper editorial in courtroom, public squares, and the streets. But on 18th Jan 1951, with the 228 yeas and 20 noes and about 15 abstentions, the amendment was passed to Nehru, but won. But it was only the day India lost its way to the gates of freedoms. The restriction to Article 19.1, this one have altered the social and political contours of the nations, and the echoes of the debate continue to be double, better, and bruise India's from Salman Rushdie Senate Sanatic verses to M.F. Hussein's painting from Lina interpretation to Kali. Okay, all those things. How to bar lower because before the amendments, many laws which were used as a legal tool by the government. Okay, the fault lines, seditions. Okay, this one. Okay, so this is how it is, right? Unmeasurable irony. The tragedy is that India never had an absolute freedom after crushing 200 years of British rule. So this is actually the critic of it. Okay, and now I want to see does United States citizen enjoy an absolute freedom? Absolute freedom. Okay, so I'm searching. Does United States citizen enjoy absolute freedom? Okay, even they don't enjoy it. Okay, no, United States citizens do not enjoy absolute freedoms. While the U.S. Constitution strongly protected individual liberties, no rights. Okay, liberty. Individual liberties, no right, including the First Amendment, freedom of speech is completely absolute. The U.S. legal system places clear limits on freedom to protect public safety, national security, and the right of the other citizens. The limits of American freedoms are defined by the several establishment legal frameworks. Limits on freedom of speech. The U.S. Supreme Court has explicitly ruled that the certain categories of a speech receive zero protection under the First Amendment. True threat and incitement, speech erected and inciting imminent lawless actions like provoking rights is illegal. Defamation, citizen can be sued for libel, written lies or slander, spoken lies that sued for libel, right? Written lies or slander, spoken lies that damages someone's reputation. Obscenity, speech or material that met the strict legal definition of obscenity, such as a child sexual abuse material, are strictly banned. Fraud and perjury, lying under oath or using speech to scam individuals out of money is criminal punishable. Limits on the other constitutional rights. Other foundation rights on this one is the Second Amendment, gun ownership. Citizens do not have the right to own any weapon that they chose. The government legally bans certain types of firearms. Okay, freedom of religion. While citizens can believe whatever they want, religious practices cannot violate criminal laws. Okay, right to assembly. The government can enforce time, place, and manner. Okay, the harm principle, the overarching boundary of American freedom, is often summarized by the famous legal philosophy: your right to swing your fist ends with my nose begins. Okay, just wait. Your right to swing your fist ends where my nose begins. Okay. Your overarching boundary of American is often summarized by legal philosophy. Your right to swing your fist. Your right to swing your fist ends where my nose begins. When an individual exercises a freedom directly inflicts harm, stripes away another person's right, or compromise national security, the State Department. Okay, understood. So even they don't, how US restrain comment, okay. But I think India is much more in the sense that they've added the reasonable restrictions, right? But even in the United States, it's not an absolute freedom. There are some restrictions to it, which it should, I think, because then anyone could get away with any of these things. So I'll give you a little introductions of the author, and author name is Kushal Mehra. So Kushal Mehra is Kushal Mehra. Okay, so it's weird. There's no such information about him as such. Kushal Mehra. So he is a podcaster, and his podcast name is Charvaka Podcast. Okay, it's a series of long form conversation hosted by Kushal Mehra. And as far as I know, he's in a business of export and import, and he's a podcaster, and he's an atheist. That is all I know. Now let me read the book. And the content is first blasphemy, and second blasphemy, colonial rule in the Indian constitutional crisis, the flawed logic of blasphemy, and then we need more blasphemy. Let me speak, you hypocrite. Okay, so I'll start. Introduction. My sentiments are heard. How dare you utter these words about my religion? How dare you question a cherished historical figure? How dare you insult my favorite politicians, a film star? How many times? Okay, this is very common in India, is that I don't know why, but Indians in general, they just want to make some people like they want to treat people like a god. This happens especially in a cricket, where some famous cricketers, I'm not saying that they shouldn't admire them. Yes, definitely you should, but they treat them like a god. Some cricketers, most of the cricketers, And even the film stars, the Bollywood actors, and the especially if you go to Tamil Nadu, their actors like Vijay, Kamal Hassan, and many other Pawan Kalyan. You might agree with them, you might not agree with them, but you might admire them, you might not admire them, but you don't have to make them like a god, right? So people treat them like a very sacred thing. Like if you say something against this people, then they will come all gun blazing at you. So this is what I've seen. This is like the god culture where they will make anyone god. And in opposite is also true. If you do something, then they will make you the evil out of it. So yeah, and how dare you insult my favorite politicians or film stars? How many times have we heard these lines in our life? Not a day goes by in India when some members of groups, some groups, religious or otherwise, for a fan club member, say the words uttered by an author, critic, social commentators, or just some average Raju or Rahim on the street of India have heard the sentiments. They're feeling also heard that they demand instant actions, from a mere apology to severe punishment like jail sentence or even mob lynching. This urgent call for inaction underscores the gravity of these issues and the need for immediate intervention. This performative or recreational outreach, the Brahmastra of the herd sentiments, has become a disturbingly common feature of Indian public discourse. It has become a defining feature of a modern Indian socio-political landscape. It makes different avatars from time to time. Somebody, it manifests in protests outside a media or social office or a social commentator's house. The next we hear calls for boycotts of a product or an individual because of their utterance have shaken the entire foundations of a society, as if society will never be the same after the incident. If not dealt with immediately, the entire moral edifice of our society will collapse. What is behind this censorious nature of the average human being in India? Why are Indians behaving in this manner? What leads a human to be so triggered that they are willing to destroy someone else's life for a bunch of words that came out of their mouth? What is behind this poisonous? To the root cause of all this is the concept of blasphemy. Okay, it's very easy to read language. This book, Blasphemy, Let Me Speak, argues that the concept of blasphemy is an alien concept of completely foreign origin, primarily to India's indigenous philosophical traditions, which has become a dangerous impediment to the nation's progress and intellectual growth. It is a poison pill inserted into our intellectual zeitgeist. The notion of blasphemy presupposes the existence of an absolute and infallible value system that directly results from some divine decree that cannot be questioned or challenged. This rigid dogmatic approach to faith is faithfully at odds with the spirit of inquiry and critical thinking that has characterized India's intellectual history for millennia. From Darshanic system, India is slowly becoming a land of the censorious and the home of the offended. I'm just giving a little disclaimer that since this book is very easy to read and go by, and I know the content inside because I've listened to the person's podcast in length. So I'm going to read a little fast, and if there's any important line, then I'll read it slowly, so that I can grab the entire thing that the author is trying to say. In my previous book, Nastik, Why I Am Not an Atheist, I explore the rich tapestry of Indian philosophical thoughts, highlight the inherent tolerance and acceptance embedded within the dharmic traditions. The multiplicity of viewpoint is a feature, not a bug in the dharmic system. The concept of blasphemy, as understood in its Abrahamic context, was largely absent from Indian intellectual landscape for centuries. However, the advent and the subsequent entrenchment of a monopoly, monopolistic, monotheistic religion, Islam and Christianity, have subtly yet dangerously altered the fabric of Indian society. The transformation, which I term the Abrahamizations of the dharmic minds, has led to the adoptions of the certain Abrahamic traits, such as the intolerance of the criticism of religious belief and the use of the violence to defend this belief. Most notably, the rigid and often violent defense of the religion dogma against perceived insult. Blasphemy, I condemn, lies at the very core of these problems. The consequence of the shifts are far-reaching. India, a nation that has historically celebrated intellectual and spiritual diversity, is increasingly succumbing to a culture of offense taking and censorship. The fear of blasphemy accusation hangs heavily in the air, inhibiting free expressions, critical inquiry, and open debates. This atmospheric of intellectual repression is not only detrimental to the individual liberty, but also poses a grave threat to the very foundation of a healthy democracy. Every Indian is walking on eggshell. Okay, every Indian is walking on an eggshell. Every Indian is walking on eggshells, and each eggshell is the size of the giant elephants, leaving no scope to really think and each eggshell is the size of the giant elephant, leaving no scope to think or speak. India cannot hope to progress in a society if it continues down this path on enforced silence and intellectual stagnation that leads to the self-censorship. Christopher, Hitchens once said, if someone tells me that I've heard their feeling, I say I'm still waiting. Okay, yeah, I think I've heard this important point. So someone says that I've heard your sentiments of the coast, then he says that I'm still waiting for you to make a point. So Christopher Hitchens once said, if someone tells me that I've heard their feelings, I say I'm still waiting to hear what your point is. In this country, I've been told that's offensive, as if those two words constitute an argument over comments. And not to me, they don't, and I'm not running away from it. So I don't have to pretend to like people when I don't. The Sarva Darshana Samgara of Mahadava, verses 10 and 11 quotes the Charva, Karvas, okay. I don't know how to pronounce this. Karvakas, okay. I'll just go this one. I've read about the philosophy of this, and he's an atheist. Not atheist in a sense that just wait, okay. He's a materialistic and all, okay. Charvakas. Pronunciation. Charvaka, okay. See, it's Charvaka.
Charvaka.
Okay, it's a Charvaka, okay. Charvaka. Charvaka, also known as the Lokataya, is an ancient Indian school of materialistic and atheistic philosophy that emerged around 600 BCE. That means before Common Era. It asserts that direct sensory perception is the only valid source of knowledge, rejecting the existence of gods, the soul, karma, and afterlife. Is he an Indian? Okay, just wait. Is he a Hindu or something? Epistemology. Okay, there's a video of it. I might, later watch it.
In this episode, we are going to start a new series.
Indian atheist, okay. Might later do it, okay. Epistemology, direct observation, and empiricisms are the only acceptable ways to prove a truth. The Charvakas rejected inference, assuming a hidden cause and effect relationship and testimony. Vedic scriptures as flawed or unreliable. Metaphysics, the universe is entirely made up of 4 tangible elements: earth, water, fire, or air. Either is rejected because it cannot be sensed. The soul does not exist independently. Consciousness is simply a byproduct created when the physical elements combine, and it ceases when the body ethics and hedonism. The ultimate goal of a human is to maximize pleasures and avoid suffering. The champion, the eat, drink, and be merry lifestyle, advocating for the purest of intangible joy here on earth, rather than striving for a hypothetical spiritual. Okay. So okay, I'm gonna do more research about it later. But yeah, quotes the Charvakas saying, when once the body becomes ashes, how can it ever return again? If he who departs from the body goes to another world, how is it that he comes back, comes not back again, restless for the life of his kind? Hence, it is only as a means of livelihood that Brahmans that have established all these ceremonies for the dead. There is no other fruit anyway. The 3 authors of the Vedas were buffoons, knaves, and demons. All the well-known formula of the Pandits, Jarpari, Tarbari, etc. All those obscene rites for the queen commanded in the Ashwamedha. These were invited by the buffoons, and so all the various kinds of the present to the priest, while the eating the flesh was similarly commanded by the night, prowling demons. What would happen to the Charvakas if they were alive today and tried to publish this book that was written thousands of years ago? Would the Prime Minister in prime time television spare them? Would the political class of Indians say, let them speak? Would religious groups say that this is a part of their free expression? This book embarks on a comprehensive journey to unravel India's complex and multifaceted blasphemy issues. It delves into the historical roots, examines the manifestation in the different contexts, including religious and socio-political context, and analyze the impact on the India legal system and social fabric. Okay, I know a topic called the best country is where there is a Western political system and Eastern spiritual, this one, system combination. This is the best combination. The Western, okay, so Eastern religion and Western thoughts. Comparison, okay, I don't want a comparisons. Yeah, someone said, I don't remember who said it, but he says that since in Western countries, so they have a different political systems, and in India we have a different political systems. Specifically talking about India, Indian, the Eastern, and we have a different spiritual systems, and they have a different spiritual system. The best is the combination of both. That is their political system that gives them, absolute freedom of speech, and Eastern, the spiritual systems where you can question, unlike Abrahamic religion like Islam and Christianity, Eastern is more majorly Buddhist, Confucians, Taoism, and Hindus, Sikhs, right? They are not monotheistic. They are mostly like a polytheistic, right? So someone said that this is the combination of these two would be the great, but yeah, there's no article on this one. The combination, just wait, okay, possible combination of Western political system, Eastern spiritual system, article on this. Article. Synthesizing, okay, Western political structures with the Eastern, okay, yeah. Western political structure with the Eastern spiritual system creates a framework that balances individual rights with the collective harmony, okay. So is there an article on them? Is there any article written on this topic? Eastern and Western philosophies, rethinking of the foundation of public, no, the role of moral philosophy in politics. Okay, so it's Eastern religions and Western thoughts by, Western thoughts by, so this might BGP, I might read this later, but let's see how. It's in BGP e-library. Sarvepalli Radhakrishna. He talks about the Eastern religion and Western thoughts. Continue with Amazon. I'll see if I can get it for free. Okay. Continue with Amazon. Okay. If it is free, then if it is free and if it's not long, then I shall read it. Okay, so want to read? Yes, I do want to read it because it does seem to me interesting. I'm not getting it, so yeah, I'll just just wait. I'll just copy it. And Eastern thoughts and is there any? So it's free. It's religion. It's free. Let's see how long is the. It's 22 MB. And it is it's quite long, man. 422 pages. It's going to be difficult for me to read because I have a list of books that I have to still read. I'll continue. When once the body becomes ashes, this book embarks on a comprehensive journey to unravel India's complex and multifaceted blasphemy issues. It delves into the historical roots, examine their manifestation in different contexts, including religions and socio-political context, and analyze their impact on India's legal system and social fabric. Do we need blasphemy at a conceptual level? Is the human mind so fragile that mere word can destroy a societal edifice? Is freedom a net positive or net negative? And if the freedom is a prerequisite to societal growth, should it be the sole privilege of religions or some influential people? What is so special about the human sentiments where religions or other that they cannot hurt? Our society has programmed us to follow orders from the day we are born. This stifling of inquiry, the suppression of dissent, and the ingrained habit of unquestioning obedience are not merely unfortunate byproduct of religious social structure. They are the foundations upon which the concept of blasphemy thrives. From the moment we are born, we are immersed or in a culture that actively discourages questioning, equates obedience with a virtue and punishes dissent with a shame and ostracism. This conditioning, deeply embedded in our familial education and societal structure, creates a fertile grounds for the acceptance and even the enforcement of the blasphemy laws. It fosters a climate where challenging established norms, particularly religious one, is discouraged and often perceived as a dangerous transgressions. This cultural programming begins in the cradle. Naturally, curious children are constantly bombarded with the message that questioning is disrespectful and disruptive and dangerous. Don't ask why, just do as you are told. Becomes a familiar refrain in social house or nation. Children are taught to obey their elders without question, respect authority figures without critical evaluation, and accept traditions without understanding their original purposes. This is early conditioning instills a deep-seated aversion to questioning, a habit of a passive acceptance that extends far beyond the confine of the family homes. Filial piety is only acceptable as long as it is practiced in a balance, like most societal traits. This education system was ostensibly designed to foster critical thinking and intellectual expression, often emphasizes the culture of unquestioning obedience. In many classrooms, the emphasis is on rote memorization and conformity rather than independent and thoughtful critical. And as a student, I divided for regurgitating information, not for questioning its validity, expression, alternate perspective. Often worked and underpaid. Teachers may discourage questions by treating them as a disruptions to their carefully planned lessons. They very structure the classroom with hierarchical arrangement and emphasis on the teacher-centered instruction, emphasis the power of a dynamic that discourages dissent and promotes passive acceptance. The teacher is supposed to love the idea that the students challenge them. That's very rare, but yeah, I know some teachers who are, who likes challenges, right? I mean, who wants them to be questioned, right? So that even they have to, even they are not just there to teach, right? Even they are there to learn. They learn a lot from the students, right? And if you don't challenge them, then even the teachers won't be able to learn. So yeah, I mean, I know there are some teachers who who loves and who likes, who wants, who expects the students to challenge the teacher, challenge in a sense that to counter argue, what the teacher is, the point the teacher is making. But is this encouraged actively in our education system? Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, mostly no. There are two participants in the Guru Shishya Parampara. Yeah, so there's a two, and it's a give and take from both the sides. Guru Shishya. Guru means teachers and Shishya means students. As per our ancient tradition, the Shishya is as vital as the Guru. But do our Guru like keeping questions? Do our modern day Gurus behave like a real Gurus or more like educators? This pattern continues to into adulthood. Employees are often expected to follow orders with the questions, conform to established procedures, and avoid rocking the boats. Challenging the status quo, even when flawed or inefficient, can harm one's career prospect. This fear of reprisal further reinforces the habit of unquestioning obedience, creating a culture where dissent is stifled and innovation is suppressed. Research suggests that ineffective leadership can cost up to 7% of the company's annual turnover, while also resulting in a lower customer satisfaction, leading up to almost 4% of lower revenue growth. Poor leadership practices also causes higher employee contributions. Conversely, better management can prevent up to 33% of the voluntary turnover. The religious institution, often deeply intertwined with the cultural norms and societal structures, plays a significant role in perpetuating the cycle of questioning obedience. Many religions emphasize the importance of the faith and obedience as the paramount virtues, often discouraging critical examination of religious doctrine or practices. Questioning religious dogma can be seen as a sign of a disrespect or lack of faith, or even outright heresy. The audacity to ask questions can lead to social ostracism, excommunication, and in extreme cases, even violence. The fear of such repercussions further enforces a culture of silence and unquestioning obedience. Bulla Shah, I'm not exactly who is he. Bulle Shah says, "Oh, tenu kafir kafir aank de tu aho aho aank." They call you kafir kafir, you should say, yes, yes, I'm a kafir. What is the definition of a kafir? Let me go and read. Kafir meaning, it's an Islamic word, and it is mean kafir. Abrahamic is an Islamic theological term for anyone who rejects the message of Islam, denies the existence of a God, or shows ingratitude to God. It is generally translated in English a disbeliever, unbeliever, or so unbeliever. They call you kafir kafir, and you should say, yes, yes, I am a kafir. So the kafir means a person who, I think it's like an atheist. And I also, so this is exactly what happens with me, is that whenever I'm reading something, whenever I'm watching something, or different thoughts, right, comes into my mind. For example, right now I'm reading this, and suddenly one thought came up when I was watching something, and now I have to search it, because if I don't search it, then if I continue reading, then I won't be first able to concentrate 100%, and then later I might forget it, right? So that is exactly what happens with me all the time. Some random thought comes. It's like it's out of a sudden, some thoughts comes to my mind, and I have to search it. And thought could be anything. Like, okay, so when I was 10 days back, I was watching a conversation, and suddenly this comes to me. For example, this the thing that I'm right now gonna search. I was watching it 5 days back while exercising. So now this came to me right now, and I'm going to search about it. And it talks about, there's a quote which says that, I'm not exactly sure who said it, who says that the observant, the person who is observing, and the process of observation. Okay, just wait. Okay, I'll just type it. The person who is the person who is observing, OBSER, observing, and the process of observation, and the object that is being observed, object or any object that is being observed, some code. So this is the only thing that I know. Now I don't know about anything else, right? So there was a quote. The philosopher and spiritual teacher Jiddu Krishnamurti. Okay, Krishnamurti is famous for his teaching on relationship between observer and observed. He famously stated, "The observer is the observed." The observer. So here I am the observer. If I'm observing something, the observer is observed. In his exploration, okay, it's not this person, but yeah, there is one more. Scientific perspective. What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed. Okay, wisdom and knowledge, practical. The object that is being observed. Okay, just wait. The process of observation. In this exploration about this concept, Krishnamurti break down the triad of the observers. The person who is observing, the observer, Krishnamurti describes the observer as a central image or sensor or put together by his memory, past experience, and knowledge. The observer is not a separate entity but an accumulation of past thoughts and objects. The person who is observing, also known as an observer, and the process of observation. See, I'm observing it, right? And this entire process of me observing it, if you look at from the outside by a third party, that is known as a process of observation. He identifies the space or distance between the observer and the object as the time interval of judgment. True observation occurs when this distance created by labels, prejudices, and conclusion is removed. The object that is being observed. This can be an external object like a tree or a microphone, or an internal state like jealousy or a fear. Krishnamurti argues that our image of an object is what we usually observe rather than the object itself. Okay. I'm not exactly sure if it is the same thing that I've heard. The code is long, but yeah. So I'm back. They call you kafir, kafir. You should say yes, I'm a kafir. Amir Kushrao said, Klak me goyat ki kushura parasat hi me kuna are me kunam bagalak mera kar nest. Okay, the people of the world say that Kushra worship idols, so he does. The world he does not need. Will today's society accept a Bulle Shah or this one's a society where Abrahamic privilege is gaining around will lead to more restrictions, and we may never get another Bulle changed. The cumulative effect of this lifelong conditioning is a society where questioning is viewed with a suspicion, dissent is suppressed, conformity is rewarded. Yeah, I mean that is true, right? Questioning is viewed as a suspicion, and dissent is suppressed. Conformity is rewarded and the freedom is frowned upon. It creates a fertile ground for blasphemy to take root and flourish. In a culture where questioning is discouraged, the very idea of challenging religious. Okay, just wait, okay? If you start questioning the religion, is it a blasphemy? I'll search it, okay? I don't think it is. Is questioning religion, okay, a blasphemy? Questioning religion blasphemy. Whether questioning religion is considered blasphemy depends entirely on the faith and legal context. In many traditions, asking sincere, thoughtful questions about faith is considered a healthy part of a spiritual growth. However, in a strict legal or dogmatic framework, certain types of critical or mocking question can be viewed as blasphemy. So, okay, there's a Pandora box of the shades of grey. By religions, tradition, Christianity, the Bible features numerous figures such as the Habakkuk or a Job asking profound questions of God. Many theologians and consolers view sincere questioning as a normal way to build a deeper, more mature faith than this one. Okay, blasphemy. Islam strongly encourages reflection and the use of intellect to understand the one's surrounding and biases. However, under strict enforced Sharia interpretation in some jurisdiction, publicly verifying, mocking, or denying core tenets like the divinity of a Quran can be illegal and doctrinally classified as blasphemy. Judaism, questioning, debating, and even arguing with a god or religious text is a long-standing respected tradition that is the concept of chutzpah towards heaven. It is readily equated blasphemy. Human rights in several countries throughout. Okay, so I'll just give you a scenario, right? I am okay. If I say that I don't think, if I say that I don't think Jesus ever existed, and the entire Christianity is based on lies and only faith, based on all lies and only faith. Okay, Christianity is based on all based on lies and only faith is there. That means, okay, because there's no scientific, since there is no scientific evidence of God existed, okay, of God and Jesus resurrection. So I believe that atheist should be the only solution. So is it blasphemy? Okay, blasphemy. If I say this out loud in India, I don't think in India it is blasphemy. I don't know, but let's see. Saying this out loud in India is legal, as India guarantees freedom of speech and the right to be an atheist. However, whether it crosses into the territory of India's functional blasphemy law depends entirely on your intent, tone, and the context in which you say it. What tone, man? If I say the same thing, if I in a more angry way, then I know, man. Intent. Intent is very subjective now. How would anyone know my intent? Tone and the context. Okay, India does not have a formal blasphemy law, but it does has a hate speech law, specifically section this one, 295 of Indian Penal Code, transition 266. Okay, where your statement is protected. The legal view. This is the legal view. The right to be an atheist. The Bombay High Court and the Supreme Court of India have ruled that the freedom of conscience under Article 25 of the Constitution protect the right to be an atheist, a non-believer, or reject the religion is entirely lack of malicious intent. In discussing the historical game, the absence of this ones. Absence of scientific evidence or advocating or atheism does not inherently break the law. Okay, the legal part. The Supreme Court has repeatedly clarified that Section 9 only punishes aggravated, deliberate, and malicious insult intended to be disrupt public orders when it could cross the line, because the use of lies in legal disputes, shouting that the community faith is based on lies in a public forum or on a social media can be interpreted by complainant or local authority as deliberate attempt to insult and outrage feeling. Context matters. If you say this during a calm philosophical debate, it is fully protected speech. If you shout it outside a church during services, it can be viewed as an intentional attempt to incite tensions, being vulnerable on fire. First and committed. Okay. Focus on science. Okay, safe alternatives to expression. There is no empirical or scientific evidence supporting the resurrection of the existent. Okay, focus on science. Focus on history. From a historical perspective, I believe the narrative surrounding Jesus are matters of faith rather than documented facts. Focus on atheism. I believe rationalism and atheism is the most logical approaches to understanding the world. Okay, so it depends on a lot of context also. Okay. And this connection between the cultural programming of unquestioning obedience and the concept of blasphemy is not merely coincidental, it is deeply symbiotic. The culture of unquestioning obedience creates the condition in which blasphemy laws can thrive, and blasphemy laws in turn reinforces and perpetuates this culture of silence. This makes a self-reinforcing cycle where questioning is discouraged, dissent is punished, and conformity is enforced. Breaking this cycle requires a fundamental shift in our cultural mindsets. We must cultivate a culture that values critical thinking, encourages questioning, and celebrates intellectual curiosity. The only answer to someone who says, "My sentiments are heard," should be, "So what?" We must teach our children to question everything, challenge assumptions, and explore alternatives in a perspective. We must create educational systems, prioritizing critical analysis and independent thoughts, a mix of rote memorization and critical thinking, shunning conformity. We must foster a workplace that encourages innovations and value dissents, and we must challenge the authority of all kinds of institutions to dictate what can be questioned, what can and what cannot be questioned. Only by dismantling this culture of unquestioning obedience can we hope to create a society where blasphemy laws are no longer necessary. Freedom of expression is genuinely valid, and the pursuit of knowledge and understanding is unfettered by the religion, fear, and dogma. This is not an easy task, but it is necessary one if we are to create a more just, equitable, and intellectually vibrant future for ourselves and for generations to come. It will be challenging, right? We will make mistakes, but as we make mistakes, we will learn from them and recalibrate. This is not a call for revolution. It is a call for a calibrated, well thought out, and strategized response, one in which we gradually change society without throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The fight against blasphemy law is not just a legal battle, but also a cultural battle against the deeply ingrained habits of unquestioning obedience that have stifled intellectual progress for far too long. It is a battle for the soul of our society, a struggle that we must win if we are to truly embrace the principle of the freedom and democracy. It is the true Dharma Yuddha of our Yuga. This book explores the historical trajectory and the blasphemy and its impact on Indian society, and ultimately proposes a radical solution. The need for a chapter, no more blasphemy, not less. Chapter number 1, the genesis of blasphemy. Okay, so this is the genesis of blasphemy. A historical perspective provides a comprehensive overview of the historical developments of the fertile ground for the acceptance and even the enforcement of the blasphemy laws. It fosters a climate where challenging establishment norms, particularly religious ones, is discouraged and often perceived as dangerous transgressions. This cultural programming begins in the cradle. Naturally, curious children are constantly bombarded with the message that questioning is disrespectful and disruptive and dangerous. Don't ask why. Just do as you are told and become familiar with the refrain in the hostile nations. Children are taught to obey their elders without question, respect their authority figures without critical evaluation, and accept traditions without understanding the religion and origin of a purpose. This early conditioning instills a deep-seated aversion to questioning, a habit of passive acceptance that extends far beyond the confine of the family home. Filial piety is only acceptable as long as it is practiced in balances like the most societal traits. The education system, ostensibly designed to foster critical thinking and intellectual exploration, often reinforces the culture of unquestioning obedience. In many classrooms, the emphasis on rote memorization and response. Students are rewarded for regurgitating information. It's not okay. Concept of it traces its origin. Okay. It traces its origin in ancient religious traditions, exploring how it evolved and manifested rapidly across various culture and faith. The chapter examines the historical context in which the blasphemy laws emerged, highlighting the political and social forces that shaped their developments. It also explored the philosophical underpinning of the blasphemy, contrasting the rigid interpretations of some Abrahamic tradition with the more fluid and tolerant approaches to characteristic of the dharmic faith. This comparative analysis eliminates the fundamental clash of perspective, and that arises when these different religions, worldview interact, particularly within the diverse and pluralistic context of Indian society. There are profound epistemic differences between Abrahamic religions and dharmic darshans, and one of the core differences between these two is the balance and absence of blasphemy in the later. Over the centuries since the advent of Islam and Christianity in the Indian source, Indians have fundamentally changed their religion and intellectual baselines. Chapter number 2, we'll talk about the blasphemy and the Indian legal system framework. The legacy of Rangila Rasool focuses on the pivotal moment when blasphemy became formally enshrined within the Indian legal systems under British colonial rule. The chapter provides a detailed analysis of the infamous Rangila Rasool case, a landmark legal battle that exposes the inherent tension between freedom of expression and religious sensitivity. It examines how this case led to the formulation of Section 295A of the Indian Penal Code, a controversial law that criminalizes deliberate and malicious act intends to outrage religious feeling. Furthermore, the chapter explores the long-term consequence of this legal intervention, demonstrating how Section 295A and similar laws have been repeatedly used to stifle free speech and persecute individuals who dare to question or criticize religious dogma. It narrates the use of blasphemy laws in India through the multiple examples and illustrates what happens when blasphemy is taken to its absolute limit, using our neighboring Pakistan as a prime example of human lunacy. Chapter number 3 will talk about the flawed logic of the blasphemy laws. A critical examination delves into blasphemy laws' fundamental flaws and weaknesses. It systematically dismantles the argument that support such laws, demonstrating that the logic inconsistencies are incompatible with the principle of a free and democratic society. The chapter argues that blasphemy laws are inherently subjective and prone to abuses, often serving as a tool of oppression and censorship rather than instrument of justice. It rather contends that such a law ultimately fails to achieve their intended purposes of protecting religious sentiments and instead exacerbating intention of fostering a climate of fear and tolerance. The chapter deals explicitly with the latest examples developed with Abrahamic and this study to in this one, stroke 295, using the Sar Tan Se Juda strawman. Instead of, Sar Tan Se Juda means, it basically means that I'll behead you or something, strawman. Instead of admitting that they are Saste Stalin, that means cheap Stalins, Abrahamized Hindus can call the opposite, opposing sides name and wish to tread upon them, using violent Islamists as the convenient cover. Chapter number 4, embracing a blasphemy. The case for more speech, not less, presents a bold and provocative arguments that the solution to the problem of blasphemy lies not in a stricter enforcement of an existing law, but in their complete abolition. The chapter advocates for a radical shift in perspective, urging us to embrace blasphemy as a necessary component of a healthy and a vibrant democracy. It argues that the more speech, not less, is the only effective antidotes to the chilling effects of blasphemy accusation. By fostering a culture of an open dialogue and robust debates, even on sensitive religious matters, we can create a society more resilient to extremists and more capable of navigating the complexity of a pluralistic world. Furthermore, the chapter argues that blasphemy, however uncomfortable or offensive it may seem, can serve as a positive function in a predominantly non-Abrahamic society like India. By challenging established dogmas and encouraging critical thinking, blasphemy can help expose hypocrisy, promote intellectual growth, and ultimately strengthen the foundation of a free and open society. This book is not an attack on religion, it is a defense of a free speech, critical thinking, and fundamental rights to question and challenge even the most deeply held belief. It calls for the more tolerant, open, and intellectual vibrant India, on India where the fear of blasphemy accusations no longer stifle the free exchange of ideas. It is a plea to let us speak even if our words offend. It is a declaration that blasphemy in its own way can be forced for good. It is a time to reclaim the right to question, criticize, express ourselves without fear of a reprisal. It is time to let blasphemy speak. The idea of this book is not to hurt anyone's sentiment. The concept of freedom is why does he have to put this statement again and again and again that this is not to hurt sentiment. This is not understood. We know that, right? Just have to write it once, or I don't think even this one is required. Why are you just writing it again and again? This one shows that even he is kind of scared that the people might misunderstand it and then something like that. Okay, the idea of this book is not to hurt anyone's sentiments. The concept of freedom is not about hurting someone but about exploration. Conformists do not change society as they are mentally trained to follow the norms set by their predecessors. Freedom gives us the license to question those norms. It allows us to innovate, and in the process we will make some mistakes, but Indian laws are so draconian that we simply cannot explore a thing. The sword of section 295A, 153A, and many other laws hangs over our daily, threatening us with illegal actions because we dare to speak or ask a question. If by some freakish luck as we escape the laws, we have to grapple with the reality of a lynch mob arriving at our place of work, a residence, and chopping our neck off. This cannot go on any longer. How many lives need to be destroyed before we realize that this lunacy is not worth it? Okay, now we have to go to the first chapter, but before going to the first chapter, I just wanted to read the law, right? What does it say about? Okay, section 295, and it was specifically given how much. What is the 295A? What does 295A talks about? Section 295A is an Indian hate speech and blasphemy law that criminalizes deliberate and malicious acts intended to outrage the religious feeling of any class. Under this law, offensive acts include spoken or written words, signs, or visible representation. Violators faces up to 3 years in prison, a fine, or both. This offense is categorized as a cognizable. Police can arrest without a warrant, non-bailable and non-compoundable. Legal expert and civil rights group have raised concerns that these laws are occasionally misused to curb free speech or harass individuals. To prevent misuse, the Supreme Court of India has clarified that this section only applies to the gravest forms of calculated, malicious insult and does not penalize inadvertent or careless remark. Okay, so this one is 295A, and then there is 153A. 153A. 153A talks about the Section 153A typically refers to the provisions in the Indian Penal Code that penalizes the promotion of enmity between different groups or grounds of religion, race, place of birth, residence, language. It is also a section of Income Tax Act dealing with this section. This one. This law criminalizes acts that disrupts public tranquility, promote hatred between different religion, racial, or religious ones. Covers anyone, okay, 195A, okay, and this one covers anyone who by words, spoken, written, signs, or visible representations promotes disharmony or feeling or enmity, hatred between two different ones. Punishment imprisonment up to extending 3 years or both. Fine. If one is committed on worship, the punishment can extend to 5 years. Okay, it looks similar. Okay, 295A and 295. 295A and 153A is the law, the sections of the blasphemy. Chapter number 1, blasphemy. Blasphemy is a contested term. It has a heavy baggage and a history of contentions and conflict. A word that reminds us of book burning, silenced voice and oppressed people, reminds us of the holy and sacrosanct, the untouchables. But what does blasphemy mean? Defining this ostensibly simple term is not easy. Exploring blasphemy leads you to highly complex world, untangling a messy web of religious feeling, cultural standards and a political power relation. Blasphemy in literal dictionary sense means to speak in a way that shows irreverence for God or something sacred. The earliest, known use of the noun blasphemy is in the Middle English period, 1150 and 1500s. Oxford Dictionary. Earliest evidence for blasphemy is from the around 1230 in Arquin Revel. According to the online etymology dictionary, blasphemy originally, meant impious or profane speaking of God or sacred things. Early 13C from Old French blasphemy. Blasphemy often from late Latin blasphemia. From Greek, blasphemia is a speaking ill, impious speech, slander from the blasphemian to speak evil of. The second element of that is phemi, utterance from pi root ba, to speak, tell, say. The first element is uncertain. Perhaps it is related to plakitos, hurtful, though black slag in a body and mind. Stupid has also been proposed. Divan suggests a connection with the root of Latin malus, bad, unpleasant, from pi root male. In Old Testament usage, the word applied to a more specific crime against the reverence for Jehovah as ruler of a Jewish, compatible with treason. Blasphemy, cognizable by law, is described by Blackstone to be denying the being or providence of God, contumelious reproach of our Savior Christ, profane scoffing at the Holy Scriptures, or exposing it to contempt or ridicule, by Kent as maliciously reviling God, religions, and Chief Justice Lemuel Shaw as speaking evil of the deity with the impious purpose to derogate them from a divine majesty and alienate the minds of others from the love and reverence of a God. To laugh at the pretensions of Muhammad in Constantinople is blasphemy. To say in Pittsburgh that Muhammad was a prophet of a God is also a blasphemy. There was a time when to acknowledge the divinity of a Christ in Jerusalem was blasphemy. To deny his divinity is now blasphemy in New York. Blasphemy is to consider, is to a considerable extent a geographical question. Starting with the little textbook definitions, blasphemy might be described as an act of disrespect, irreverence, or insult against that which is sacred or holy. Having established this foundation, it can be interpreted in any number of ways, from word, spent, or uttered to boldly acts or art or even the thoughts. A blasphemous act would involve offending God or a prophet, desecrating holy books, ridiculing religious or desecrating religious or holy books, ridiculing religious rites, or opposing religious doctrine. The nature and expression of such acts vary significantly in different cultures and religious communities, creating ambiguity among believers and producing different concepts regarding the holy, which can ultimately result in splinter factions within the same, resilient to extremism and more capable of navigating the complexity of a pluralistic world. Furthermore, the chapter argues that blasphemy, however uncomfortable or offensive it may seem, can serve as a positive function in a predominantly non-Abrahamic society like India by challenging established dogmas and encouraging critical thinking. Blasphemy can help expose hypocrisy, promote intellectual growth, and ultimately strengthen the foundation of a free and open society. This book is also not an attack on religion. It is it is a defense of free speech, critical thinking, and the fundamental right to question and challenge even the most deeply held beliefs. It calls for a more tolerant, open, and intellectually vibrant India, and in India, where the fear of blasphemy accusations no longer stifles the free exchange of ideas. It is a plea to let us speak, even if our words offend. It is a declaration that blasphemy, in its own way, can be force for good. It is a time to reclaim the right to question, criticize, express ourselves without fear of reprisal. It is a time to let blasphemy speak. The idea of this book is not to hurt anyone's sentiments. The concept of freedom is not about hurting someone, but in exploration. Conformists do not change society as they mentally trained to follow the norms set by the president. Freedom gives us the license to question those norms. It allows us to innovate, and in the process, we will make some mistakes. But Indian laws are so draconian that we simply cannot explore. Okay. Okay. So religion. Starting with a little textbook, religious. To understand the concept of blasphemy and its evolution, one must also understand the evolution of religion itself. Stephen Pinker says, to answer the question, why is Homo sapiens so prone to religious belief, you first have to distinguish between trait that are adaptations, that is product of Darwinian natural selection, and trait that are byproducts of adaptation, also called Spanrost or adaptation. An example, why is our blood red? Is there some adaptive advantage to having red bloods? Maybe as a camouflage against autumn leaves? Well, that's unlikely, and we don't need any other adaptive explanation either. The explanation for why our blood is red is that it is adapted to have a molecule that can carry oxygen, mainly hemoglobin. Hemoglobin happens to be red when it's oxygenated, and so the redness of our blood is a byproduct of the chemistry of carrying oxygen. The color per se was not selected for another non-adaptive explanation for a biological trait is a genetic trait. Random stuff happens in evolution. Certain traits can become fixed through the sheer luck of a draw. To distinguish an adaptation from byproduct, first of all, you have to establish that the trait is in some sense innate. For example, that it develops reliably across a range of environment and is universal across the species. That helps us that helps rule out reading. For example, as a biological adaptation, kids don't spontaneously read unless they are taught, as opposed to spoken language, which is a plausible adaptation because it does emerge spontaneously in all normal children in societies. The second criterion is that the casual effect of the trait on average have improved the survival or the reproductions of the bearer of that trait in an ancestral environment. The one in which our species has spent most of its evolutionary history, mainly the foraging or hunter-gatherer lifestyle that predated the relatively recent invention of an agriculture and civilization. Crucially, the advantage must be demonstrable by some independent, motivated, casual consequence of the putative adaptation. That is, the law of physics or chemistry or engineering have to be sufficient to establish that the trait would be useful. The usefulness of the trait cannot be invented and ad hoc. If it is, you have not a legitimate evolutionary explanation, but just a story or fairy tale. The way to tell them apart is to independently motivate the usefulness of the trait. An example, why in a projective geometry one can show that by combining image from two cameras or optical devices, it is possible to calculate the depth of an object from the disparity of the observation. If you write out the specs for what you need in order to compute stereoscopic depth, you find that the human and other primate seems to have exactly those specs in our sense of stereoscopic depth perception. It's exactly what engineers would design if they were building a robot that had to see in depth. That similarity is good reasons to believe that human stereoscopic depth perception is an adaptation. Those are small of the some of the emotional predisposition that makes people fertile ground for religious belief. But there are also cognitive predispositions which in ways we intellectually analyze the world, which have been very skillfully explored by the anthropologists Stan Spurfer, Pascal Boyer, and Scott Atran. Anyone who is interested in the evolutionary psychology of religion would enjoy Pascal Boyer's Religion Explained and Scott Atran's In Gods We Trust. In Gods We Trust and Hammer's The God Gene. The God Gene is also good, but I'm more sympathetic to Boyer and Atran. The starting point is the faculty of a human reasons that psychologists call intuitive psychology or the theory of a mind module. Their theory have not referring to a theory of the science, but rather to intuitive theory that people unconsciously deploy in making sense of the other people's behavior. Why, when I try to figure out what someone is going to do, I don't treat them just as a robot or wind up all responding to physical stimuli in the world. Rather, I impute minds to those people. When looked at from the lens, the concept of blasphemy is inherently irrational. So blasphemy causes cognitive dissonance that can jolt people out of their discomforts. It is an explanation that presupposes the existence of something sacred, worthy of reverence and protections, and assumes a corresponding belief that specific actions or expression threatening the sacredness can violate or defile. The problem is that what constitutes blasphemy in one culture or religion may be acceptable or encouraged in another. For example, drawing an image of a Jesus Christ is a common practice in Christianity. But if one were to draw the picture of a Prophet Muhammad, it would be considered blasphemous in Islamic societies with a strict religious law against such depictions. In one culture, singing song critical of a deity might be normal, while in another, the same act might incur severe punishment, even death, for questioning or offending the prophets. In addition, the definition for blasphemy itself is not fixed, but shifts over time based on changing social norms, political influence, and developing religious belief. Along with the moral trajectory, the arc of blasphemy has changed over time to what was considered a blasphemous years ago may no longer be so, and the reverse also holds true. And the limits of acceptability and non-acceptability are continually being renegotiated, most frequently through the intense public and legal struggle. The act of defining blasphemy itself becomes a battlefield where different groups vie for the authority to determine what is sacred and to police its boundaries. A prime example is Pakistan, where various religious leaders frequently accuse each other of blasphemy. A Pakistani cleric, Maulana Tariq Masood, knows for advocating the death penalty for those citizens. Oh fuck! Advocating death penalty for those criticize Islam. Death penalty for people those who criticize Islam. Has now found himself accused of blasphemy. Following his allegedly remark that insulted the Quran and Prophet Muhammad, Masood is reportedly on the run, fearing for his life. A video circulating on social media shows him questioning why Muslims believe in Prophet Muhammad, who he claimed did not know how to read and write. A Palestinian this one's known for advocating the death penalty for politicians, religious leaders, and campaigners are deeply involved in the shaping the perceptions and implementation of blasphemy laws, owing to their weakness and inconsistent interpretations. These laws have often been used to crush dissent, silence criticisms, and reinforce establishment power structures. This chapter looks at the history of the developments of blasphemy, following its origin in ancient societies and its evolution across different religions. To also, it examines the many forms of blasphemy throughout history, from antiquity, sacrilege, and cursed ritual to contemporary disagreements over freedom of speech and mockery of religions. By looking at the trajectory of developments and motivation behind creating laws against blasphemy throughout history, we can more fully understand the multifaceted dynamic of religious ideology, cultural values, and political influence that guide our comprehensive of this intensely debated world. So I got a question in my mind, okay, right now. Is it possible for any Muslim majority country or a Muslim country or Islamic country to be a liberal in views or to be a democracy? Let's search, okay, is there any Muslim democracy country? I think apart from this one, Indonesia is just wait, okay. Indonesia, Indonesia, Muslim country. Okay, so they have, okay. Is it possible for a Muslim country to have a very liberal views, liberal in political, okay, political and very liberal political and leftist view? Is it possible for a Muslim country to have a very liberal political view, the majority? Yes, it's entirely possible for a Muslim majority country to embrace liberal and leftist views. This political, social, religion response to Muslim Islamic teachings are interpreted many to support this Historical modern equals to have been in several Muslim majority countries. Okay, so constitutional and secular democracy. Many Muslim majority nations have secular constitutions that allegedly separate religions from government. Countries like Turkey. No, Turkey is not a democracy. I'm sorry. Is Turkey a democracy? Turkey is officially a presidential representative democracy, but political scientists frequently classify it as an electoral autocracy or a competitive authoritative regime. While citizens regularly vote in competitive election, the ruling government heavily constrains democratic. Okay, so see, okay, Erdogan, okay, was president for how many years? So he was president has been the dominant figure in this one for over 2 decades, serving as a 12th president. Since August this one, before his president, he served as Prime Minister of Turkey. So he's been serving as a Prime Minister and then President from 2003. That's a lot, man. So it's saying that it's a autocracy and a constitutional monarchy. Liberalism and progressivism in Islam. Leftist ideas are considered controversial by some traditional and fundamental Muslims. That's what I'm saying, right? You don't see it. You don't see it. For example, most of the Middle Eastern countries are, even, if you see the UAE, right? United Arab Emirates, it's a Muslim country, and it's not a democracy. It's a monarch. It's a monarch, and even there, you can go, and anyone can go. Anyone can. I mean, it's like a fairly modern in that sense, but you cannot speak against the, you cannot speak against the monarch. You cannot speak against the Islam. In that sense, you have to be. So see, okay, liberalisms and progressivism with Islam, or simply Islamic liberalism, so Islamic progressivism, a range of interpretations of Islamic understandings and practice. It is religious left-leaning view, similar to Christian and other religious progressivism. Some Muslims have created a considerable body of progressive interpretation of Islamic understanding and practice. His work is sometimes characterized as progressive, Arabic, okay, some scholars try to differentiate from progressive Muslims. So I actually don't think, is there any Muslim country which is purely democracy, democracy. Indonesia, apart from Indonesia, there are no Muslim majority countries that are classified as a pure or full democracies. However, several nations with the vast Muslim characters of democracy, meaning they hold a free and fair election, and despite this one, Indonesia, the world's largest Muslim majority country, operates as a stable constitutional democracy where citizens directly elect the presidents and legislature. You can explore the electoral framework by general elections. I don't know how Indonesia have a lot of Muslim populations. Albania, located in Europe, this Muslim majority public function as a parliament representative. Okay, a federal parliamentary democracy with a large Muslim population. Okay, Malaysia also. Okay, so Indonesia. I want to know the prime minister. Prime minister, religion, right? Indonesia does not currently have a prime minister. Okay, so it's a president. Indonesia President Prabowo Subianto is a Muslim. While he is a Muslim, he comes from a religiously diverse family. His mother, Doran Mari Siga, was a Protestant Christian from a North Sudan, and his close family. Okay, so I want to know. Okay, Indonesia goes through this one. I want to know how long he has been in power. Prabowo Subianto, the president of Indonesia, and okay, so born. Okay, so was president. Okay, was president from which year? This one has been president since 2024, having assumed office. Okay, so he is a fairly new president. So I think Muslim country, except Indonesia. I don't think Indonesia is that fundamental, fundamentalist like any other country, like a theocracy and all. So yeah, so I'm more sympathetic with this one. When looked at from the lens, the concept of blasphemy is inherently relational. Blasphemy causes cognitive dissonance that can jolt people out of their comfort zones. It is an acceptation that presupposes the existence of something sacred, worthy of reverence and protections, and and assumes the corresponding belief that specific action or expression threatening his the sacredness can violate or defile it. The problem is that what constitutes this blasphemy in one culture or religion. Okay, this one's. In addition, the definition of a blasphemy itself is not fixed but shifts over time based on changing social norms, political influence, and developing religious belief. Along with the moral trajectory, the arc of blasphemy has changed over time too. What was considered blasphemous years ago may no longer be, and the reverse also holds true. The limits of acceptability and non-acceptability are continually being renegotiated, most frequently through intense public and legal struggles. The act of defining blasphemy itself becomes a battlefield where different groups vie for the authority to determine. Okay. Okay, the chapter looks at the history of the developments of the blasphemy, following its origin in ancient societies and its evolution across different religious culture. It examines to the many of the blasphemy throughout. Okay, comprehension is intensely debated word. This context is essential for grasping current blasphemy conflict in an increasingly globalized and pluralistic world where diverse religious and cultural practice continually intersect. The question of what constitutes blasphemy and how one should be addressed remains a perennial cause of the tension and conflict. By looking at the historical origin of the blasphemy, we can better understand the intricacies of these problems and make better and more informed efforts to deal with its challenges. This chapter lays the groundwork for a critical analysis of blasphemy. It signifies in a significance to society as its connection to the freedom of expression and religious tolerance in the modern world. The ancient world, sacredness and speech. Long before the days when laws were recorded, early human communities recognized the tremendous powers of words. Words were not just carriers of information, they were potent forces in prehistoric human, shamanistic and animistic rituals, words could heal or kill, summon spirits, or invoke divine power. Even calling the gods by name or calling on them in the wrong manner was perilous. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerian believed that words were magical. The me, divine pronouncements or characters that regulated the world were mysteriously concealed, and censoring the gods was thought to tempt cosmic chaos. The me, divine decrees of the qualities order all of a civilized. These were not human laws but cosmic laws, vowed to the gods and by their benevolence to the king and priest. To use ritual language incorrectly or to talk to the god incorrectly was to invite social and cosmic calamity. There is a limited evidence that Sumerian society criminalized blasphemy per se, but anthropologists observe the existence of a taboo speech and intricate purification ceremonies for those who had uttered something offensive. The ancient Sumerian and subsequently the Akkadian and Babylonian believed that ill-chosen words could anger the god and lead to drought, plague, or military defeat. The remedy was not judicial punishment, but ritual expiations. The priest made offering and recited litanies or in order to reinstate equilibrium normal between mortals and gods. Likewise, in ancient Egypt, the concept of hika, magical speech, endowed words with the ability to shape reality. Egyptian scribes, custodians of sacred knowledge, knew full well that blasphemous words might disrupt the divine balance, with catastrophic consequences. Egypt religions were obsessed with the power of speech. The aeroglyphic term heka meant both magic and speech of a power. Even the gods were depicted to have created the world enough through speech. The pharaoh's word, being the temporary embodiments of divine orders, had quasi magical powers. Egyptian priests protected the holy names of the gods, convinced that knowing and calling a god's true name conferred influence over their gods. Regular opening of the mouth, rituals performed for the deceased, such as faith in rituals, speech, creative power. However, despite the dangers associated with speaking blasphemy, but there is little evidence of formal legal penalties for blasphemy. Instead, the focus was on rectification ritual. The Greeks and the Roman inheritors of the previous Near Eastern traditions also thought of a speech as being, a mighty force. Their religious sensibilities were nonetheless more pragmatic and polytheistic, while impiety was an established offense in Greek society. It did not necessarily involve blasphemy in the subsequent sense. Socrates, for instance, was charged with the impiety for refusal to acknowledge the gods, and the city acknowledges. An accusation drives as much of any politics as religions. In Rome, sacrilegium, the defilements of that which was sacred, had priority over blasphemy. Offense against the gods were punished because they offended the pax deorum, the peace and the goodwill of the gods toward the city. Roman religion were ritualistic and transactional, not so much concerned with the belief as with the proper practice. The ideas of the blasphemy as an insult to God's dignity would be given fuller treatment in the subsequent monotheistic religions. In Persia, Zoroastrianism revolved around dualistic confrontation between Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, and Agra Menu, the destructive spirit. The holy scriptures, Avesta, contains elaborate dictates regarding ritual purity and a good conduct of ceremonies. The speech, Petria, particularly a recite of a prayer, was an instrument for maintaining a cosmic world. While blasphemy in the modern sense is not as statutorily defined, the erroneous ritual practice or desecrations of the sacred fire was strongly condemned. Here as well, purification was preferred over punishment. Throughout in this ancient civilization, there are shared elements: language as power, a desire for ritual cleanliness, and the conviction that indecency words would bring about calamity. But the names of the controlling offense varied considerably. In most society, the remedy for offensive speech was ritual correction rather than legal punishment. The gods were mighty but distant. Their honor was significant, but it was not an immediate concern for a human court. Priests were intermediaries between the divine and the man. Their primary role was to ensure that the correct execution of the ritual and safeguard the sanctity of the sacred place. And if the sin had been committed by ignorance, by mistake, by intent, the priest ordained purification, sacrifice, or in certain cases exclusion. Execution was reversed only for rare instances, as in the case of this Israelite blasphemer. Anthropologists have long known about the significance of a taboo in pre-modern societies. Taboos aren't so much moral laws. Instead, they are limits meant to preserve social and cosmic orders. Speech taboos, particularly those regarding the sacred, to preserve the community, connection to the divine. Transgressing those taboos and not just the transgressors, but the community as a whole. It is important to remember that the ancient civilizations were not dogmatically monolithic. They were in Greece, for instance, public critics of religion per se, as Xenophanes and later Epicurus. In India, too, questioning and debating were integral to religion's life. Even in Egypt and Mesopotamia, myth and ritual coexisted with the questioning and jeering. The shift from taboo and ritual into codified law marks a turning point in history of the blasphemy. In Israel, then in the Christians and Islamic society, the sacred was something that had to be reinforced with the court. This shift would have far-reaching consequences of the evolution of both religion and political authority. The emergence and solidification of blasphemy in Abrahamic traditions, Judaism, sanctity of the name and the origin of the blasphemy. So Judaism, it was the sanctity and the name of origin of blasphemy. Blasphemy, as per religious and juridical category, evolves most persuasively in the monotheistic traditions of the pre-exilic Israel. Most ancient communities had illegal cut practices against the god, but in Israelite religion brought fresh singularity and exclusively to the deity, God of the Israel. YHWH was not merely the greatest among them, many. He was the sole transcendent creator, unyielding in his claim to worship and intolerant of the idols. Such discrimination runs through the Torah. The first mitzvah, you shall have no other gods before me, draws a precise boundary around the sacred to cross the boundaries, either through idolatry or through what tries to commit one sin only. The ban on using the Lord's name in villain is not a blanket prohibition of a profanity. It is an acknowledgement of the force, potential, and peril of misusing the divine name. The most explicit statement of blasphemy as an offense occurs in Leviticus 24, 10, 23. The narrative is didactic. The Israelite women's sons and Egyptians men quarrel, and during the dispute, the son blasphemes in the name. He is brought before Moses, who asks God what to do. God instructs the blasphemous man to be taken outside the camp and stoned to death by a community. This passage is clear. Whoever blasphemes the name of the Lord shall be put to death. The whole assembly shall stone him. Foreign resident and native born, when he blasphemes the name, shall be put to death. It is here that the line between the profane and the sacred is most fiercely defended. Blasphemy is not a sacrilege against the priesthoods or the institution, but against God himself. A profanations of the very foundations upon which society exists. Especially the law is not less binding on the Israelites than on aliens, underlying its gravity in all directions. A Jewish religious life evolved, particularly after the destruction of the first and the second temple. The Mishnah and Talmudic rabbis expounded upon this biblical prohibition. The God's head named became so revered that it was considered unspeakable, or out of respect and prudence. The Tetragrammaton was Okay, so who is this? Okay, just wait. How do I copy it? Okay, so Tetragramma. Okay, T-E-T-R-A-G. Tetra G-R-A grammaton. Okay. Tetragrammaton, right? The Tetragrammaton, from Greek of 4 letters, is the sacred 4-letter Hebrew name of the God of Israel in the Hebrew Bible. Translation as YHWH. It appears over 6,000 times in a biblical text, and it's traditionally associated with the verb to be or to exist. The 4 Hebrew letters, read from the right, to left, are Yod, He, Wa. Yod, Yud, He, Wa or Wa are in He pronunciation, because the name was traditionally considered to be holy to utter aloud. The original pronunciation was largely lost. Today, it is usually pronounced as Adonia, my Lord, in Jewish tradition. In English-speaking Christian tradition, it is mostly common referred as Yahweh or Jehovah. Most English translations of the Bible substitute the tetragrammatons with the Lord or a God in all capital letters. Okay, tetragrammaton. Okay, tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton. And such discrimination is this one. Okay, where was I? Where was I? Okay, it's here. The Godhead's name became so revered that it was considered unspeakable. Out of respect and prudence, the Tetragrammaton was no longer spoken, but rather replaced it with titles such as the Adonia, Lord, or Hasim, the name. The Mishnah and the Talmudic tractates mentioned the procedures for prosecuting blasphemy, emphasizing the need for clear, direct, evidence and proper intention. This rabbis, in consideration of the punishment issued, but built stringent procedures so that the person would not be mistakenly tainted. The general rule, however, was that cursing or insulting God was the most serious of offense and demanded a communal action. Blasphemy must be separated from heresy. Okay, heresy. Okay, heresy. Okay, heresy. Heresy refers to any belief, theory, or practice that strongly contradicts or rejects established orthodox standards, particularly within a religion's organization. Someone who holds or promotes this differing belief is known as a heretic. Etymology: the word comes from the Greek words heresis, which translates to choice or chosen course of an action, deviation, not a total rejections. Heresy refers from apostasy, the complete abandonment of religion. This one, the heretic. Okay, heresy. Okay, heresy. Okay, heresy. Okay, it's heresy. Okay, opinion or belief that is different from what is generally accepted. Okay, heresy. And okay, the obligations. Okay, where was I? The general rule: however, was the cursing, okay, and blasphemy must be separated from heresy. Heresy meant the position of a non-Orthodox belief was not trivial issues in rabbinic and Judaism. Still, blasphemy was especially dangerous because it was performative, public, and potentially contagious. The forbidden words performed by the blasphemers threatened the very nerve centers of the community union with the gods. Therefore, alongside the obligation of safeguarding the holy, laws prohibiting blasphemy guarded communal solidarity when the catalysms was most proximate. Now, Christianity, blasphemy to heresy, and back again. Christianity comes into being in the context of Second Temple Judaism, inheriting both its respect for the holy name and its legal status. Blasphemy is a leitmotif accusation in the gospel against Jesus. You have heard this blasphemy. What is your verdict? Here, blasphemy is not mere insult, but a claim to divinity and arrogations and an arrogation of God's prerogatives. The early Christian church, by its assertion of Jesus' divinity, was charged with blasphemy by the Jewish leaders and attack on grounds of impiety by the heathen Rome. When Christianity was adopted as the state religion of the Roman Empire, it inherited the state machinery and the law. The church fathers, confronted by the internal conflict and opposition from outside, evolved a sophisticated theology of blasphemy and heresy. Blasphemy was held to be immediate offense or reverence to God, Christ, the saint, or the sacraments. Heresy was a departure from the Orthodox belief. The two typically coincide. They to deny the Trinity, the divinity of the Christians, or the effective of the sacraments was both heresy and hence blasphemous. The seriousness with which blasphemy was regarded may be seen in Augustine, Aquinas, and other theologians. The blasphemy was a sin of the tongue, extremely offensive because it insults God's honor directly, as per Augustine. In the Summa Theologica, Thomas Aquinas claimed that the blasphemy is more evil than murder, since it is done against God or not against man. In medieval Europe, blasphemers were heard in both ecclesiastical, celestial, and secular courts. They were prescribed penance and excommunication by the canon laws, which, while secular governments eager to demonstrate their piety, handed over severe penalties such as mutilations, branding, and even execution. The Inquisition, which was to fight heresy, also moved its authority to prosecute blasphemy. The distinction between the two blurred. Not to believe a central doctrine was to offend the divine. Oh, so if you don't believe me, that means you're against it. The distinction between the two blurred. Not to believe a central doctrine was to offend the divine, and to offend the divine was to endanger the unity of the Christendom. And blasphemy thus became a sin, and religious and political. Protestantism and Catholicism stand the wars on religions. The Reformations and Counter-Reformation contributed to concerns about the blasphemy. Summa Confession accused one another of a blasphemous heresy. Protestants condemned the Mass as idolatrous. Catholics condemned Protestants' denial of the sacraments as blasphemy. During this time, the law against blasphemy were frequently called upon to stifle religious dissent and preserve a social order. As Europe gradually secularized, the basis for the blasphemy began to change. Enlightenment thinkers such as the Voltaire and Spinoza questioned the legality of the blasphemy legislations on the premise the truth was not threatened by the criticism that the religion corruption was the result of a coercion. Still, even though the modern period, blasphemy remained a crime in the majority of the nations, proof of the alliances of the church and state. Islam and doubling down on what is sacred and the prophet and the community. Islam, the third Abrahamic faith, continues. The first is Judaism, second Christians, and third Islam. Continues Judaism, monotheistic, severity, and Christianity, several aspirations. The Quran, though less explicit than the Bible in its description of worshipping God as a blasphemy, it remains adamant on honor due to God's name and dignity of the Prophet Muhammad. Several verses renounces blasphemy, blaspheming or degrading gods, and this is revelations. O believers, do not insult what they invoke besides Allah, or they will insult Allah spitefully out of ignorance. This is how we have made each people's deed appealing to them. Then to their God, then to their lords is their return, and he will inform them of what they used to do. Surely those who offend Allah and his messengers are condemned by Allah in his world and hereafter. This is a very important line. Surely those who offend Allah. It's not just Allah now, the messenger also, right? Surely those who offend Allah and his messenger are condemned by Allah in his world and hereafter, and he has prepared for them a humiliating punishment. The Quran, Surah Al-Anfal 6:56 and Surah Al-Ankabut 29:48 can be interpreted as speaking of punishment for those who mock God's signs, though the details are usually left open to interpretations. Hadith and creation of blasphemy laws. The definition of blasphemy in Islam was principally based on the Hadith, the saying, acts of the prophets, and the later Islamic jurisprudence. Fear, the denunciation of the prophet against those who had defamed him or his religions, at times insulted and capital punishments of the offenders. The four leading Sunni schools. Okay, so Sunni and Shia. Okay, majorities are Sunni. So the four leading Sunni schools: Hanafi, Maliki, Shafis, Hanbali, and Shias jurists developed detailed regulations regarding blasphemy. The most serious offense was Sab al Nabi, insulting the Prophet Muhammad, which was generally held to be a capital crime. Insulting God, the Quran on Islamic symbols was gravely punished. Though jurists debated the appropriate penalties for non-Muslims, several different Islam jurists have suggested that the Sunnah in Sahih al Bukhari and Sahil al Bukhari support the imposition of the penalty, death penalty for those who commit the crime of blasphemy. In the early Muslim community, blasphemy was inextricably connected to the apostasy, ridai, public rejections, or abandonment of Islam. Both were not only considered an act of personal deviation, but also as a danger to the integrity and unity of the Ummah, Islamic community. The climate of early Islamic Medina, with internal and external enemies, accounts for such a stringent legislation. Blasphemy was therefore not only a sin against God, but also a crime of treason, rejection of the authority of the Prophet, and the delicate oneness of the believer. As the Islamic empire expanded, the laws of the blasphemy were used as an instrument of order and repression. Islamic history is characterized by unyielding enforcements and episodes of the relative tolerance. In the rule of some poets and philosophers actively defied religious orthodoxy. In the rule of others, blasphemy and heresy were fiercely suppressed. The famous trial of Mansur al-Hallaj, for which he was put to death for uttering Anhal Haq, I am the truth, demonstrate the risk of mystical language within academic and theologian strictness. In the modern world, blasphemy statutes remains one of the books in the most, but a handful of Muslim countries usually imposing very harsh penalties. Time and again, they are employed to settle personal scores. Time and again, they are employed to settle personal scores, silence minorities, or repress political opposition, demonstrating the lingering strength and threat of idea. In the present day, the crime of blasphemy can result in death penalty in 7 nations. Oh, so these are the countries, right? Where if you speak against, or if you mock or say anything which is against the Islamic religion, God, then you will be charged under blasphemy and you will be punished to death penalty. That's a hefty punishment. In present day, the crime of blasphemy can result in death penalty in 7 nations: Nigeria, Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan, Somalia, Mauritania, and Saudi Arabia. Throughout the Abrahamic world, blasphemy is not primarily a religious crime, but a violation of a social and political order. The singularity of a monotheism, single deity, single truth, single people, leaves dissent or disrespect particularly risky. To be blasphemous is to challenge the very foundation of a law, identity, and meaning. Legalization of a blasphemy as a crime is the indicators of the blurring of religious and political power. For Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, blasphemy law serves to govern the edges of the sacred, safeguard social harmony, and legitimize religious elites' authority. The survival, even in the secularizing society, is evidence of their firm historical roots. Yet in all these traditions, there have always been dissenters and controversy. Reformers, prophets, and mystics who went against the status quo were themselves accused of blasphemy. Thus, the history of blasphemy is also a history of the struggle for freedom of speech, conscience, and mind. Okay, and just wait, the internet is not good. Okay. The rationale for blasphemy laws in Abrahamicism. The rationale for blasphemy laws in Abrahamism, the sacred as the foundation of a social order. To understand how blasphemy became a legal offense in so many societies, particularly those shaped by Abrahamic religion, we must understand the profound role played by the sacred in constituting social orders. In a pre-modern societies, the sacred was not the affair of the individual belief or individual, piety. Just wait, okay. Just piety. Piety, right? Okay, piety is a virtue characterized by deep religious devotions, reverence for the divine, and faithful obedience to spiritual principles. It goes beyond just attending services, reflecting on services. Everyone's one believe actively guides their every day. Okay, piety. Okay, piety. Okay. This one, we must understand the profound role played by the sacred in constituting social order. In a pre-modern society, the sacred was not the affair of individual belief or individual piety. Instead, it functioned as a public good. The very material from which the community of women, divine or sacred, was called upon to legitimize political authority, justify laws, and provide the foundation for the group identity. Kings governed through divine gifts, or as heaven's representative, priest, and prophet enjoyed a privileged access to truths beyond human understanding that shaped the destiny of nations. Verbal or physical assaults upon the sacred in the cosmos was an assault upon the political and social hierarchy. Blasphemy was not only an insult to a god, it was a sedation, a violation of the right of the governors, laws, and norms of the society. It, just as treason was punished because it put the state in danger, so was blasphemy punished because it threatened the cosmic and social order. Law as the guardian of the sacred. Blasphemy law thus emerged as a response to the managing periphery of the sacred. It was a way to safeguard the community from the gods or dangers, anger, to prevent the propagation of the evil notions, and to reinforce the authority of religions and political elites. Law was not a neutral referee, but rather an active participant in upholding the sacred. Law was not a neutral referee. This is important, right? Normally, what we see is that law is neutral and it's like a referee. But here, law was not a neutral referee, but rather an active participation in upholding the sacreds. Here, criminalizing speech as a blasphemous was thought wise and fair. It was employed to safeguard religious orthodoxy, public order, social harmony, whether by priest, king, or parliaments. Blasphemy laws reflected the abiding fear that uncontrolled speech threatened to tear apart the fabric of civilization. Blasphemy laws in practice. Historical examples. In medieval Europe, the integration of a church and state had backdropped against which blasphemy was considered a sin in addition to being an offense against both God and prince. The canon law of the church abhorred the blasphemy as a mortal sin punishable through excommunication or penance. Secular states and punish it more harshly, such as with the fines, dismemberments, banishments, or deaths. The logic was simple. Christendom's unity demanded the unity of the religions. Blasphemy and heresy were inseparable, not only undermining religion but destroying social harmony. The Inquisitions, for instance, punished not merely doctrinal heresy but scandalous speech against the sacraments, the saint, or the virgin. Notorious cases including the trial of the heresy sect like the Cathars or the execution of the Giordano Bruno show how the use of the blasphemy laws were employed to repress dissent and enforce conformity. During such trials, it got obscured where religious and political crime overlapped as church and state collaborated to root out challenges to authority. Okay, that's very like a prevalent, right? Even I've watched a lot of documentary or historical movies or a series, right, where the church and the political system, they go in tandem. That means they help each other in a sense that if there's any political challenge, any opponent or something, then the leader, they in cahoot with the church, the priest, they concoct some allegation that the opponent has said something against a god and penalized for the blasphemy, which he has not. So yeah, that's very common. During such trials, it got obscured where religious and political crime overlapped as church and state collaborated to root out challenges to authority. In a Muslim world, a blasphemy law evolved closely in tandem with the doctrine of apostasy, rida, and the preoccupation of the maintaining public order. Islamic law made a distinction between a secret belief, kurf, and a public offense that challenged a community that is openly insulting the Prophet or desecrating the Quran. The severity of the punishment for blasphemy differed by location and time, but it was almost always defended as a necessary evil to preserve Ummah unity. Blasphemy, for example, was punished in the Ottoman states both as a religious offense and an offense against the authority of the Sultan, which with sentence ranging from fines to death. It should be noted, however, that Islamic history is as much history of tolerance as it is one of the polemics. Sometimes in Islamic history, poets and philosophers were accorded much room for criticizing orthodox beliefs. The balance between free inquiry and a legal constraint was determined by political, social, and theological forces. In Jewish tradition, blasphemy law served somewhat differently as in Jewish tradition, blasphemy laws served somewhat differently as a frequently threatened minority. The Jewish fashioned complex system of repression for millions run by rabbinic courts. Blasphemy was not only perceived as a sin against religion, but also as one likely to enlist the hostility of a neighboring world. So rabbinic authorities distinguish between unintentional and intentional blasphemy and between Jewish and non-Jewish criminal. Education, repentance, and reconciliation within the community were emphasized over retributive revenge. However, the ethical and legal lines were drawn clearly, reflecting the priority of the holy name in the Jewish existence. Early modern Europe, the state acts. As the early modern period dawned in Europe, the state increasingly inferred with religion. In England, for instance, Protestant England enacted the Blasphemy Act 1697, which criminalizes the denial of the Trinity or the inspiration of the Bible. Offenders were liable to imprisonment, fining, or even death. The statute reflect fear regarding religious dissidents, particularly with the beginning of the Reformation and the English Civil War. Even as the secularization progressed, the state remained vigilant in monitoring the limits of the acceptance, speech, and belief. colonialism, and the export of blasphemy lost. So this is how it's exported to India, right? The expansion of the European Empire brought laws against blasphemy to new places. Colonial governors in British India, for example, tried to manage religious differences by enacting legislation against offending religious feeling. Section 295A. Right now it's 295. Okay, this one. So the Indian Penal Code, 1860, criminalized acts intended to outrage religious feeling, transporting the idea of blasphemy into culture with a little indigenous context to it. This transplanting of a law had long-term consequence, fashioning the politics of religions and freedom of speech in South Asia to present day. Blasphemy laws as a tool of social controls. So historically, blasphemy laws have proved to be effective instruments for crushing dissents and excluding minorities. Their flexibility and emotional appeal make them the best instrument for penalizing those who challenge authority in either secular or religious. In medieval and early modern Europe, Jewish, Muslim, and heretics were often charged with blasphemy as a cover for persecution. In the Islamic world, reformer Sufis, minority sects have been accused of blasphemy. In colonial and post-colonial India and Pakistan, anti-blasphemy legislation has traditionally been employed to repress political opponent or marginalized subgroups. The risk of abuse is significant. Blasphemy accusations are often heard to refute and can result in a mob of violence or judicial abuses. The accusation alone is usually sufficient to ruin reputation, careers, or lives. Laws of blasphemy also serves to regulate public morality and collective identity by defining what is an offense and against the divine. They limit the domains of acceptable speech, art, and conduct. They thus serve as a tool of ideological and cultural control. In some instances, enforcement of the blasphemy laws represents genuine popular sentiments, a typical resolve to protect the minor, protect the most precious in others. It is the result of the elite politics, a means of redirecting religious passion, towards political goal. The role of ritual and spectacles. Legal sanctions for blasphemy have often coupled with the ritual and spectacles. The role of ritual and spectacles. Legal sanctions for blasphemy have often been coupled with the rituals and spectacles. Public hanging, processions of the penance, or book burning serve to dramatize the community revulsion from the offense and reassertion of the shared values in public. Such spectacle reinforces the authority of the law and the cohesion of the faithful, and served as a warning to the serve as a warning to would-be violators. The evolution of the blasphemy laws from sacred to secular. The Enlightenment and criticism of blasphemy. In the emergence of Enlightenment principle in Europe brought a fresh direction to the history of blasphemy legislation. Scholars such as the Voltaire, Diderot, and Spinoza challenged the very foundation of this laws by believing that truth would prevail and that religious coercion tainted both the faith and society. The growing separation of the church and state, the secularizations of the courts. So the basic definition of a secularism means there's a separation of a church and there's a separation of the church, or you can say the religion and the state. The disseminations of ideas about freedom of conscience and speech all worked against the continued persecution of blasphemy in most Western societies. By the 19th and 20th century, blasphemy laws had become rare or ceremonial, reserved for the most extreme instances. The persistent adoption of blasphemy laws. Despite this transformation, blasphemy laws have persisted in most places, often in adapted forms in stone. In some states, they have been remodeled as a hate speech codes. Religious insult laws are offending public moral legislation. Others, where religious identity remains at the forefront of a national life, maintain them with a firm hand. The revival of the religious nationalisms, cultural clash in the era of globalizations, and the influence of the new media have all helped to enable new debates about the boundaries of free speech and the defense of the sacred. The specter of the blasphemy law still remains strong, conditioning modern controversies from the Danish cartoon to the Charlie Hebdo attack, from Salman Rushdie, the satanic verses, to social network prosecution in Pakistan and Indonesia. Satan. Okay. International law and human rights. The United Nations and other international organizations have struggled to reconcile respect for religious belief and protection of freedom of expressions. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights enshrines freedom of religion and freedom of speech, but not the means of reconciling them. Some states have attempted to use international law to criminalize defamation of religions, while others find that such a conduct imperils fundamental freedoms. The conflict persists, shaped by the rich past and the ferocity of the term blasphemy. The long record of blasphemy law sheds light on the profound and abiding fear of the power of the words, the fragility of the social orders, and the contested limits of the sacred, whether invoked by the priests, kings, or contemporary state. This law have made destroyed individual and group too, for good and for all. They remind us that the question of what may be spoken and what must remain unsaid is never just a legal or theological one. It is a matter of who we are, what we believe, and how we live our life in a world of differing belief and strong convictions. The dharmic approach, lack of blasphemy. The sacred and dharma. The Indian subcontinent has over the centuries nurtured one of the richest and most diverse religion landscape in the world. In such a setting, the sacred one is not the sole domain of a single god. Scriptures are community, but is distributed across thousands of god philosophies, rituals, and practices. The polyphony is not random; it is inherent. The Vedic literature, spent nearly 3 millennia back, already has a mind-boggling, pantheon of the god with their tales, characteristics, and of course, devoted believer. Then there came only more through the rise of the Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, and the numerous sects and subsects that fall under the broad label of Hinduism. In Indian philosophy, boundaries between the profane and the sacred and are more fluid than in the Abrahamic religion. Temples, ritual, and scriptures are handled with a difference, but scriptures themselves contain a long history of questioning, satire, and even disrespect. Gods are mocked in a folk literature. Saints are satirized in verse, and school of philosophy regularly engage in criticism, interpretations, and outright rejection of each other's teaching. This exercise of a critical scrutiny is not regarded as a heretical of wicked, but as a vital to religion's well-being and health. The gods are robust enough to withstand scrutiny, parity, and even doubts. Every May, thousands of hill tribes travel to the renowned Ayyappa temple to celebrate Kundi Haba, a god-abusing festival in Karnataka, Devarapura region of Titimali village in Madikere district, Virajpet Taluk. Elsewhere, the festival, also known as a Bodhu Haba in Kordaku, is celebrated by the tribal group of the regions along with its neighboring district. The story behind the ritual is about how Lord Ayyappa once took tribal to the jungle for hunting. During the journey, he encountered goddess Badrakali. Upon seeing her, he abandoned the tribals and took her from there. Angered and feeling deserted by his attitudes, the tribal began celebrating the day by abusing the Lord to commemorate the incidents. The day begins with the tribal dancing the tunes of the folk songs all day long, but by nightfall, they gather in temple and seek the Lord's pardon. Can you envision that? Can you imagine a religion approving of that? Another excellent example of a dharmic and its capacity to accept divergent opinion was narrated by the Salman Rushdie at 11th India Today conclave in New Delhi. Rushdie said, okay, just wait, Salman, I'll just search. I don't know the person. Salman, okay, Rushdie, Indian British novelist. Okay, I think I know this person. Okay, I've seen this person. Sir Ahmad Salman Rushdie is an Indian-born British and American novelist. His work often combines magical realism with historical fiction and primarily deals with the connection, disruption, and migration between Eastern and Western civilization. Satanic, verses. Okay, so yeah. But the Indian tradition is also includes from its very deepest times to very powerful defense of the free expressions. When Deepa Mehta and I were working on the film of Midnight Children, one of the things that we often discussed was a text to dear to my heart, the Natya Shastri. In the Natya Shastri, we see the gods being a little bit bored in heaven and deciding they wanted entertainment. And so a play was made about the war between Indra and Asusra, telling how Indra used his mighty power, weapons to defeat the demons. When the play was performed for the gods, the demons were offended by the portrayal. The demons felt that the work insulted them as a demon, that demoness was improperly criticized, and they attacked the actors, whereupon Indra and Brahma came to the actors' defense. Gods were positioned at all four corners of the stage. Indra declared that the stage could be a space where everything could be said and nothing could be prohibited. So in one of the most ancient of Indian texts, we find an explicit and extreme defense of freedom of expression as you can find anywhere in the world. This is not alien to India. This is our culture and our history and our traditions, which we are in danger of forgetting, and we would do well to remember it. And yeah, the thing with Hinduism is that, and not just Hinduism and is that they don't force people, or they don't say that there's only one truth. For example, Muslim in Islam, it says that there is only one God, and that is Allah, and the sacred is Allah and the messenger, the Prophet Muhammad, right? And in Christian also, they says that there is only one God, and that they're known as the Trinity. The Jesus, it's Jesus and his father. I think I forgot the name. Jesus, his father, and the Virgin Mary, right? So Trinity God are Trinity are just wait. Christian theology, okay. Three gods, okay. The Father, right? The God the Father, and the God the Son, God the Father, God the Son, and the God the Holy Spirit. So yeah, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Spirit. So that is the thing. Philosophical pluralism and epistemic humility. Philosophical pluralism and epistemic humility. Anekantavada, many-sidedness of truth. One of the central philosophical idea of informing Indian perspective on the sacredness is Antavada, the Jain philosophy of a many-sidedness. Reality in this view is seen as a complex and many-sided and impossible to apprehend in one sense. Any proposition must be valid in some way and false in another. I mean, that's very true, right? Many-sidedness. It's like a shades of grey, no black and white. Reality in this view is seen as a complex and many-sided and impossible to apprehend in one sense. Any proposition must be valid in some sense, some way, and false in another. Total certainties are out of the question. This humility of epistemology yields a cultural of tolerance, dialogue, and gratitude for others' perspective instead of this is an ek omkar, one truth. Okay, instead of claiming one truth and labeling all the rest are false and blasphemous, Indian tradition generally causes seeker to seek, question, and integrate many diverse points of view. The six darsanas institutionalized debate equals to within the Orthodox Hinduism's six great scholars. Okay, just wait. What is the exact definition of Orthodox? What is Orthodox? Okay. So, orthodox means adhering to generally accepted traditional or established belief, doctrine, or practices. The term derived from the Greek word orthodox, from the orthodox meaning right, and this one's to opinion. Outside of religion, orthodox describe methods, belief, or behavior that are conventional, traditional, or mainstream. It referred to doing by the book or in a way that is widely accepted. Okay, that is widely accepted. Okay, orthodox. Okay, understood. While within Orthodox Hinduism, the six great school of philosophy, darsana, emerge each with its metaphysics, epistemology, and soteriology. Three schools as to Nyaya, Vaisesika. I'm sorry if the pronunciation is wrong. Samkhya, Yoga, Mimamsa, and Vedanta debate one another in a spirited fashion, frequently labeling one other's teaching as absurd, self-contradictory, or pernicious. But the debates were within a shared arena that prized reasoned argument, intellectual hospitality, and cross-learning. It was the standard convention for the philosophers to set out the position of in a position of the opposition fairly and in a systematic tone. Before setting out refutations and proceeding to articulate the position, Indian philosophical composition presumes disagreement to be normal and desirable. Blasphemy, as the speaking of forbidden or unlawful speech, is not even an option. Indian philosophical traditions distinguish Astika, affirmers, people who accept Vedic authority, and Nastika, denier, people who reject Vedic authority. Buddhist, Jain, and Charvaka materialisms are Nastika schools. The critics of Vedic culture, Brahmin authority, and even the existence of a god are withering and direct. But those traditions were not prosecuted under the blasphemy charges. Although there were periods of strain and intermittent political repression, the prevailing mode of engagement was one of intellectual arguments as opposed to legal prosecutions. The Rig Veda, the earliest holy book still in practice, has hymns that directly inquire about the existence of the universe and the efficacy of the gods. The renowned Nasadiya Sukta inquires, the non-existent did not exist, okay? So he says that the non-existent did not exist, nor did the existent exist at the time. The non-existent did not exist, okay, nor did the existent exist at that time. There existed neither the airy space nor heaven beyond. What moved back and forth, from where and in whose protection did water exist, a deep depth? Number two, death did not exist nor deathlessness. Death did not exist nor deathlessness. Then there existed no sign of night nor of a day. That one breath without wind by its independent will, there existed nothing else beyond that. Number three, darkness existed, hidden by darkness in the beginning. All this was a signless ocean. What existed as a thing coming into being, concealed by emptiness, that one was born by the power of heat. Fourth, then in the beginning, from thought there evolved desire, which existed as their primal semen. Searching in their heart through inspired thoughts, poets found the connection of the existent in the non-existent. Fifth, their cord was stretched across. Did something exist below it? Did something exist above? There existed places, places of the semen, and there existed greatness. There was independent will below, offering above. Who really knows? Who shall there proclaim it? From where was it born? From where was it? Where is this creation? The gods are on the side of the creation of the world. So then who does know from where it came to? Number 7, this creation from where it came to be, if it was produced or if not, he who is the overseer of the world in the furthest heaven, he surely knows, or if he does not know. The Charvaka school materialists did not accept the authority of the Vedas. They did not believe in the soul's existence and did not believe in the ritual as the livelihoods of the fool. They are sarcastic in their verses. While life is yours, live joyously. No one can avoid death scorching eye. When this body of ours is burned, how can it ever return again? If a beast slain as an offering to the death will itself go to the heaven, why does the sacrifices not straight away offer his father? The sacrifice, the three Vedas, the ascetics, three staves, and smearing oneself with ashes. Bharashtrapati says that they are but means of livelihoods for those who have no manliness or sense. The Sant and Bhakti movement, poetic devotional streams that swept India between 6th and 18th century, are abounding with the saints who ridicule, blaspheme, or even question the gods. Saints, Ravidas, Turakams, and Kabir ridicule ritualism, caste and religiosity devoid of content, frequently employing a pungent, blasphemous terminology. Kabir, for example, composed, it's written in Hindi. Okay, I don't know. I know a little bit like how to read. Nahaye how kaya hu a che man mol na such. I don't know. The ancient Indian smritis like the Manusmriti, Yajna Valkya Smriti, etc., established codes of social conduct, ritual purity, property, marriage, and crime, despite prescribing a punishment for insulting a Brahmin, sacrilege of a temple, and enjoying the caste. They are remarkably reticent about blasphemy as a crime against God itself. The concern is to uphold ritual decorum and social order, not to protect the God's honor. If even if and when they do critique speech, it is most likely in the guise of the slander, false witness, and a provocation, not blasphemy. The Manusmriti 2:11 talks about the Vedaninda, which reads as follows, translated by Patrick Olivier. If a twice-born disparages this too, but relying on the science of logic, he ought to be ostracized by the good people as an infidel and the denigratest of the Veda. The section of the verbal assault in Yajna Valka Smriti state, translated by the Patrick O'Valley, for reviling a scholar of the triple Vedas. To the king or the god, the punishment is the highest seizure fine. For reviling a caste or association, the middle, and for reviling a village or a region, the lowest. Under the regime of the dominant Hindu dynasty, the Guptas, the Cholas, the Vijaya Nagarana, Marathas, there is barely a hint of a prosecution of the punishments of blasphemy. Disputes of a religion were settled by contest or argument council or a social boycott, not criminal laws. Even if there was support by monarch of a specific sect or tradition, they usually extended tolerance to others and welcomed scholars to belonging to a competing school to engage in debates, festivals, and court life. Not that this is to imply that Indian history was free of religions, conflict, suppressions, or violence. Sects were occasionally marginalized and properties were used to rebel in political motivated wars. But the idea of blasphemy as a largely prescribed offense against the god was relatively foreign. The question was upholding social orders and dharma, not safeguarding divine honor from profanation. In Indian culture, the karma of a speech is determined not in law but in cosmological terms. Blasphemous, false, or cruel speech generates bad karma that will affect the spiritual developments of the speaker. The cosmic order, Rata or Dharma, self-corrects those who foolishly speak, pay the price in this or the afterlife. The gods know how human interventions, the universe governed by the law, will set matters. Behind the lack of blasphemy is a single understanding of the divine. There are many gods, their forms, and the attributes to infinity reverse. Ultimate reality, Brahman, Sunyata, or the Tao is unutterable, unvisualizable, and thinkable, as the Upanishad says. Niti, niti, not this, not this. To offend one god is to confuse the multiplicity of the divine, not to be against it. Such a pluralism gives right to the tolerance. If the holy permits everything and is omnipresent, it cannot be lost to the language. If through this multidimensional there is little to be done with those who perceive it differently. Epistemological Abrahamic dharmic encounters. Epistemological Abrahamic dharmic encounters. Even okay, so dharma means, what I know about the dharma means it's like your duty. Dharma meaning the eternal and inherent nature of the reality regarded in Hinduism, cosmic law underlying. Okay, if dharma is also common in Buddhist, right? The Buddhist word. Dharma is an ancient Sanskrit concept that translates roughly to cosmic order, duty, or right. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's a duty. Duty or righteousness, it represents the natural law that governs the universe and moral guidelines individual must follow to maintain balance and live a virtuous life. Because the term is complex and deeply rooted in Eastern philosophy, the exact meaning shift depending on the context and religion. So in Hinduism, dharma means represents a cosmic order, moral duties in the path of right living. It is the foundation of ethics and encompasses both general duties like truthfulness or non-violence and specific duties based on one stage of life or occupation. Buddhism refers to the ultimate law of nature or cosmic reality, with a capital D is represents the teaching and the doctrine of the Buddha itself. So, law of nature, cosmic reality. In Jainism and Sikhism, focuses on the pursuit of the moral transformation, ethical discipline, and the duties as Even before the advent of Islam, India had not been cut off from the Abrahamic world. Jewish merchants and settlers had settled along the Malabar coast as early as 1st century CE, and Christianity found its way to India in and around a similar time frame. Its communities blended to Indian religions life with a minimal disruption. Okay, just wait, I'll see. When did Christianity came to India? Christianity arrived in India as early as 52 AD, when Saint Thomas the Apostle, one of the Jesus Christ disciples, is believed to have landed in the Malabar region, modern-day Kerala. Arrival, okay, so they arrived in 52 AD. That means arrival. The Saint Thomas arrived in Kerala in 52 AD, preaching and establishing several churches, such as the one in Palayur. First converts, he primarily, evangelized among the local Hindu communities and existing Jewish Rajpuran region. These descendants of the essential converts are known as the Saint Thomas Christians. Later waves goes to 1498, Portuguese Protestant missions, okay, 18th-19th century British, okay, understood. This community is blended in Indian religion life with a minimal disruption. The minority status and willingness to accommodate made a harmonious coexistence easy. The fundamental epoch-shaping transformation gained traction in the initial decades of the 8th century, when the arrival of the Muslim merchants, and more spectacularly with the Arab conquest of Sindh. Successive waves of Turkic, Persian, Afghan, Mughal regime had held political power over large tracts of subcontinents for centuries. Islam introduces not just of new masters and new laws, but also new ideas of the divine and its management. Islam's intolerant monotheism, prohibition against idolatry, and law concerning blasphemy and apostasy were in radical contrast to India's pluralistic and preamble tradition. The Quran emphasized on the unity of the God, the excellence of the Prophet, and the authenticity of the revealed book. Created new religions, border boundaries, and new fears about the speech, representations, and the correct worship. Though Christian groups existed in India, Indian society since early Christian days, and it was the coming of the Portuguese Goa Inquisitions and other European nation in the 16th century that made the presence of the missions more proactive. Catholic as well as the Protestant missions afterward began to challenge Hindu and Muslim faith, generally condemning them as idolatrous or superstitious. Disparities regarding religious symbols, ritual, and large language became more pronounced as methods of conversion also intensified. The medieval Indian period saw conflict and innovation negotiation between Dharmic and Abrahamic tradition. Muslim rulers of India, Sultanate court, and subsequently the Mughal courts ruled predominantly Hindu subjects, although they were invaders. Leaders like Aurangzeb, who enforced Islamic law more aggressively, that is temple destructions and prohibitions on non-Muslim ritual. Others like the Akbar tried to promote police of religious discussion and tolerance, albeit out of political compulsion. Akbar renowned house of worship at Fatehpur Sikri was the site of the Muslim, Hindu, Jain, Christian, and Zoroastrian debates. He eliminated the jizya tax on non-Muslims and married Hindu princes in the attempt to establish a new system, syncretic dispensations. But behind these gestures of unconquered fume tension, particularly about the matters of idolatry and representations and religious offense. The convergence of Hasan and Sufis. Sufis are, I think, the sects of Muslim, okay. Sufis, right? I'm searching about the Sufis, and Sufis are practitioners of a Sufism, the mystical and spiritual dimension of Islam. Rather than us focusing purely on outward ritual, they seek a deep, direct, and personal experiences of the divine. The movement emphasizes inner purification, selfless, and detachment from worldly desires, divine love, okay, simplicity, okay. So the convergence of the Saint and the Sufis, though the political arena was frequently inflammatory, the religious arena at times observed remarkable synthesis. Sufi saints inheriting Islamic mystical traditions blended heavily with the local Indian devotional streams. Saints such as Bulle Shah, Baba Farid, and Kabir articulated modes of piety that traverse divisions between Islam and Hinduism. Their verses, hymns, and orations spoke of a formless, nameless, dogmaless God. Sant and Bhakti movement too were a refusal to Brahmanical orthodoxy and Islamic legalism, both testifying to the reality of a God. Love, surrender, and the uselessness of outward rituals, persecuted by the Muslim and Hindus alike. Most of the saints lived on, and their enduring popularity is proof of lasting spiritual thirst for conversations and inclusiveness. Why is sacred? What is sacred? Temple and idol and blasphemy. The most entrenched of Abrahamic, dharmic flashpoint was the status of image and idol. To Muslim, image worship was no theological error, but a grave sin, frequently akin to blasphemy. To Hindu, image were not idols, but murtis or icons, living embodiments of the god. Temple destruction as a political, economic, or religious measures became a standard aspect of the conquest, while some patrons
patrons adopted Hindu temples and festivals. Others demolished them as a symbol of idolatry and revolt. These actions were sometimes rationalized using Islamism as a rigid, riding the land of the blasphemy, but they also served convenient political agendas, modernity, and a blasphemy challenge. It was under British colonial rule that the idea of the blasphemy was officially brought into Indian laws. The Indian Penal Code of the 1860 contained Section 295A, which made deliberate and malicious acts with the intent to outrage religious feeling. An offence, it was because of the communal unrest riotings and the British desire to enforce borders, but it was a sharp departure from native ways. After independence, blasphemy laws have remained on the books in the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, but they have colonial origins rather than Indian philosophy. The Abrahamizations of the Indian thoughts. In centuries of interaction, the Indian religions. Okay, so in podcast also, Kushal and Abhijit, especially Kushal, talks a lot about the Abrahamization of the India, right? Talks about how the ideology or how the how the ideology and the belief systems were later slowly converting into Islamic. That not just Islamic Abrahamization. That means talking about the Christianity and Islam, and Islam to be very specific. He gives an example of the gambling, where gambling the recently government of India banned Dream 11. It's a gambling, not gambling, but now the depends on the definition, right? Because some people say gambling it's a pure luck, but some people say the Dream 11 betting on a people, it's a it's a game of skill. That means you need a skill to ensure that this one. So if it's a game of skill, then it's not a gambling, because gambling means you don't know what's going to be the outcome, right? But in a game of a skill, you do know, right, what the probability is higher, because you know that this person will perform and all those things. So gambling was banned. That means the Dream 11 was banned. Okay, gambling was not banned. The Dream 11 was banned, and the government, most of the people, they don't know about the fact that in Islam the gambling is totally banned. But in Hinduism, it is not said the gambling should be banned, but it said that gambling should be restricted in a sense that they should be taxed. But it should not be, they've not explicitly said it should be banned, but even the Mahabharata, he gave an example of even the Mahabharata, entire Mahabharata was like a gambling. So I hope he will, enlighten us with the same topic later. So let's see. I don't know if it's there or not, but Abrahamization of Indian thoughts. In centuries of interaction, Indian religions and intellectual life have evolved quietly and deeply. Earlier fluid boundaries between the secular and the sacred have hardened in certain circles. The belief that God's prophets or scriptures can be insulted, and that an insult is own legal or violent retribution, is increasingly part of the public discussions. The Abrahamization of Indian religion, as it has come to be called, is the adoption of an exclusivist, legalistic, and identity-based conception of the holy. Hindu protests demanding legal prohibition on offending words and images, respect for book and gods, and the blasphemy movement bear witnesses to this. Right? Blasphemy reasoning and rhetoric, hitherto exoticized, have turned mundane. Temporary politics also further define these lines. All Hindu, Muslim, Sikhs, Christian communities have on occasion used the language of religion, offense, and blasphemy to rally members, intimidate critics of balanced accounts. The use of the sacred identity to reform formally but a single stranded within a rich cosmopolitan views in India has now come to be at the very centers of the self-definition of many communities. Though India is still largely legally secular and pluralistic, increasingly enthusiasm for prosecuting or punishing perceived religious offense legally through protest or by violence, it is a deviation from the traditions and arguments. Skepticisms and diversity increasing in some circle. Room is being squeezed out for skepticisms, mockery, or sacrilege to make up space or demand respect, protection, and conformity. Indian society in recent time is grappling with the new controversies over religious insult, offense, and boundaries of free speech. Religious identity becomes more entrenched, and political movement, coalesces on holy symbols. The urge to turn blasphemy laws increases, yet the older traditions of the pluralisms and argument and tolerance are its greatest strength for coping with such issues. Aside from these shifts, the deeper Indian tradition of pluralisms and argumentations and tolerance have not vanished. Judges, artists, writers, and public intellectuals still dispute the right to question, criticize, and reinterpret the sacred. Interfaith dialogue movement, constitutionally protected free speech, and the history of the India's long history of diversity and resources provide resources with which to resist the dogmatism. In the modern era, interfaith interactions in India is characterized by both tension and collaboration. While it makes the news when riots break out or someone gets prosecuted for blasphemy, there are also thousands of instances of daily negotiation, playfulness, and learning from one another. The reality is more nuanced than the laws of the propaganda would have us believe. The deep tension between Abrahamic and Brahmic tradition is not a conflict over group. Abrahamic and Dharmic, okay? So Abrahamic basically means Christian, Judaism, Islam, and Dharmic basically means Hindu, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism. So yeah, Abrahamic and Dharmic, okay, Abrahamic and Dharmic. The deep tension between Abrahamic and Dharmic tradition is not a conflict over God's scriptures or ritual. It is an epistemological one. Abrahamic traditions tend to view truth as a singular, exclusive, and reveal. Dharmic traditions consider truth to be plural, inclusive, and dynamic. While the former protect boundaries, the latter erases them. While the former dread blasphemy, the latter encourages arguments. In Indian experience was the lack of risk of transplanting conceptual and legal frameworks such as blasphemy into culture with the distinct sensibilities and histories. It can become a source of estrangement rather than an instrument of the preservation of a peace. What initially is outside can, over time, transform the very core of a culture. Conclusion: the ongoing conversation, the Abrahamic Dharmic encounters in India has been and continues to be a chronicle of collision and change, conflict and creativity. It has given us rise to new forms of religious existing in new law and new struggle over the sacred, the secular, and the boundaries of a speech. This continued dialogue, and sometimes sweet, sometimes bitter, continues to determine the fate of the Indian subcontinent and offer lessons for a world increasingly marked with religious diversity, migrations, and the complex politics of the sacred. The absence of a blasphemy in an ancient Indian philosophy and law is not a sign of irreverence, irreverence or unbelief. It is an expression of another conception of sacred and the community and the form of speech. Contrary to Abrahamic understanding, where the sacred is vulnerable and require protection, the Dharmic attempt is to understand it, as an infinite, plural, and undefiable. To doubt, question, or even mock the god in Indian tradition is not blasphemy, but part of the longer conversations between human beings and the gods. A dialogue that is sacred, deep, and therefore also playful and irreverent. So this is the conclusions of the first chapter. And what I believe is that, this is what I would like to see. Not necessarily it would later turn out to be, but I like an absolute free speech, like the United States, right, where you can talk about anything, right? You can mock, you can do anything. But yeah, there are a few exceptions that. I think the free speech, my definition of free speech is equal to the Anand Ranganathan says, right? For example, absolute free speech about everything, but there are some caveat. That means a few limits. You cannot incite a mob, right? No lynch, and you cannot, you cannot under the free speech, you cannot express or you cannot share, the state secret, which are national interest and all those things, state secret. And third, I think it would be that, for example, he gives an example, right, that if you're in a movie theater and you cannot say fire, fire, fire if it isn't there, right, this is against the free speech, because you're basically making people life threatened because of all those things. You cannot say that if it is not. And even in all those things. So yeah, absolute free speech, and with the three caveats, like 3-4 caveats, like the basic, the thing that should not lead to violation, a mob, and unnecessary things. So all those things. And this is my opinion. And yeah, I think I don't mind even if someone says against any religion or any of those things. And in India, I think people give a lot of importance in all of these things. And okay, people also become popular because of this. Why give, like, if you don't, just one person's opinion, right? Doesn't matter, shouldn't matter. If your belief is so strong, then obviously it shouldn't matter, right? And I think every person has a right to express whatever they want, irrespective of whether you agree or not. That's what goddamn freedom is.
Blasphemy, colonial rule, and Indian constitutional crisis. Blasphemy, colonial rule, and Indian constitutional crisis. Blasphemy, colonial rule, and Indian constitutional crisis. Blasphemy as a category of a criminal law is discomforted in a constitutional democracy that safeguards strong speech, including speech that is nasty, rude, or even horrific, as a part of a public reasons and artistic or literary inquiry. But in India, the criminal offence of a deliberate and malicious acts intended to outrage religious feelings of any class under Section 295A of the Indian Penal Code dates back to 1927, an inheritance of a late colonial fears of communal unrest and self-conscious institutional reaction to the furor evoked by the pamphlet Rangila Rasool in Lahore. The contemporary constitutional history of Section 295A is characterized by the Supreme Court decision in Ramji Lal Modi vs. State of Uttar Pradesh, which upheld the provision as a reasonable restrictions on free speech under Article 19.2 and limited to and limited to its serious kinds of religious offense that threaten public orders. In this chapters, we trace the genealogy of a Section 295 from the Rangila Rasul prosecution up to its doctrinal architectures and judicial understanding, and place it within a broader sets of provisions. 153A inciting enmity, Section 124A sedation, certain offense against speech under the Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe, Prevention of Atrocities Act, and Information Technology Act rules that collectively delimit the frontiers of speech in India. This is then compared with the Pakistan institution of blasphemy as a penal enterprise under Section 295 to 98C of the Pakistan Penal Code, illustrating how an absolute route may create systematic dangers for dissidents, minorities, and even bystanders. Rangila Rasul and the Rangila Rasul and the birth of Section 295A. Between 1910 and 1927, North India and more specifically Punjab experienced a stiffening of communal identities and a sequence of public conflict that activated print culture, street politics, and a colonial state into a volatile triangle. The Rangila Rasul incident is the pivot upon which this event turned. It was not an isolated incident, but the visible crest of a much wider wave of polemical pamphleteering, associational mobilization, and juridical innovations of following the distinctive politics of the 1910s and 1920s. The expansion of a popular politics and the press after the after effects of the war and revolution, the simultaneous Khilafat non-cooperation movements and its failures, and the resulting push towards Sudi Sangathan and Tabligh Tanzims. Cumulatively, this current created a public environment in which religious insult became a charged public issue, the one that prompted legislations in 1927 of the IPC Section 295. The Rangila Rasul controversy therefore deserves close attention for its fundamentally altered legal and political handling of speech and religion in India. The press and the street and the state after 1910, the decade began with an Indian Press Act of 1910, a reaction against nationalism and radical journalism, which introduces the regime of 4 features and securities operating across the whole ecology of print, while India led to domesticate anti-colonial nationalisms. The act has less concentrated chilling and channeling effect on the vernacular presses, influencing how editors, writers of tract, and publishers managed risk, particularly when they were engaged in a religious controversy. Although the Press Act was repealed in 1922, the habit it induced avoidance strategies recourse to pseudonymity and fast-pacing pamphleteering had taken firm roots. With the ease of restrictions in early 1920s, polemical publications circulated more freely through religious public, increasingly drawing insult and defense of religion and a mass issue rather than a sectarian seminar root topic. World War I and the Rowlatt Acts of 1919 politicized publics in radical direction. The Jallianwala Bagh massacre and the ensuing martial law regime in Punjab left indelible scars and intensified suspicions of objectivity on the part of the colonial state. At the same time, the Caliphate movement organized Muslim publics in the service of Ottoman interest and was coordinated with the Mahatma Gandhi non-cooperation campaign. It abrupts collapse left him behind organizational network and mobilized sentiments that were redirected towards Talib and Tanzims. On the Hindu side, the reformist energies of the Arya Samaj, growing old, slowly increasingly turned towards Sudhi convergence and Sangathan organizational integration. This first floored in the lively places of association, Sabhas, Anjunas occurs alongside with an equally lively arena of a small presses, tract shops, and newspaper polemics. By the early, I'll just notice the definition of it. A speech or a writing that argues very strongly or for or against somebody, something. Polemic. The practice or skill of arguing strongly or against something. What is the meaning of polemic? A polemic is a strong verbal or written attack or defense and particular opinion, ideas in and aggressively support a specific position or advance element of position. By the early 1920s, religious and moral debates began to take the form of a pamphlet wars, vernacular tracts, cheaply printed, pseudonymous and anonymous, and forcibly sold, spread accusation against the prophets, gods, and social customs of other competing communities, sometimes in sexualized or sensational style. The jargon was standardizing a combination of ascription, quotation, historical accusations, and satire or scurrility composed to provoke champions of the challenge tradition and respond to the comparative mobilization logic privilege audacity over caution. Scholars have established that this religion polemic economy was a fulcrum between publics and community organizations. In this broader terrain, Punjab was an epicenter of sorts. The Arya Samaj had profound roots in the region. Muslim reformist movements and publications were substantial and varied, and the Sikh press had active polemical vectors of its own. Population balance and the competition for the cities of Lahore, Amritsar, and Rawalpindi led to the controversy in the media that soon turned into a street mobilization. Tracked wars were thus both symptoms and causes of the communal tensions. Not only pumped up this polarization, but also indicated how close relationship had grown. The birth of Rangila Rasool. It was in this context that Rangila Rasool emerged in Lahore in 1924 as a brief pamphlet treating Prophet Muhammad. It was in this context that Rangila Rasool emerged in Lahore in 1924 as a brief pamphlet treating Prophet Muhammad's marriage and home life in satirical terms, which Muslim readers felt to be deeply insulting. Published by Mahashe Rajpal, a Lahore Hindu publisher, the pamphlet evoked immediate call for criminal prosecution, while the author did not sign his name to the booklet. Pseudonymity was typical in his type of work. Pseudonymity, okay, and most later descriptions claim authorship of by Pandit Champurdat and Arya Samaj polemicist. Rajpal declined to reveal the author when questioned by the courts. For this reason, among others, he was targeted by the prosecution as a publisher. Provision of the IPC of the 1920 did not criminalize religious insult as such. Section 153A made it criminal to incite hatred between groups, and Section 298 covered malicious intention to outrage religious feeling by words spoken in presence of the victims. But a printed pamphlets uncomfortably intruded between those two sections by a succession of prosecutions and appeals, culminating on Rajpal versus Emperor. Lahore Court, 1927. The colonial judiciary was forced to the conclusion that the existing law did not exist in its text, embrace scurrilous insult to a religion unless it could be shown as an intention to create an enmity within the strict parameters of the Section 153A. Rajpal was accordingly acquitted. The acquittal and the further to which it gave rise galvanized legislation actions. Following an acrimonious debate in the Legislative Assembly, the colonial state enacted and tested an amendment to Section 190 IPC Section 295, criminalizing deliberate and malicious acts with the intent to outrage religious feeling of any class by insulting its religions or religious belief. The bill was enacted in late 1927, and its origin in the Rangila Rasool fiasco was recognized both in the parliamentary debates and subsequently by the Supreme Court in Ramji Lal Modi versus State of UP, which applied its history without undermining the constitutionality of the section. Were they Muslim track to which Rangila Rasool responded? In collective memory, Rangila Rasool is more often portrayed as a response to previous Muslim pamphlets and purportedly insult Hindu gods or sacred figures. One did find polemic pamphleteering on both sides during the 1920s and Hindu Muslim presses in their respective towns to publish polemics offending the other community. There exists abundant scholarly writing recording this challenge and provocation to each other during the late 1910s to 1920s. There are two books title mentioned in the popular histories, namely Unisvi Sadi wa Maharishi and Sita Ka Chinala, but they do not appear in the principal contemporary historical accounts of the affairs and in the legislative discussions. Court documents are the best preserved of the contemporary newspaper and pamphlet list combed through by modern historians. They are, however, mentioned in the random social media posts like the article on the Mediums and Ope India. Scholars of the Rangila Rasool controversies and subsequent pamphlet culture, such as Niti Nair, Achara, Gupta, Kenneth Jones, Ian Talport, and many others, only list the title Unisif Sadi Ka Mahashri, while Ambedkar has mentioned Sita Ka Chinala in his work Pakistan or the Partition of India. In Indra Prakash in this book Hindu Mahasabha, its contribution to Indian politics mentions another slanderous like Krishna Teri Gita Chalane Parengi. Krishna, I will have to burn your Gita, allegedly used by the Muslim community. The more guarded historical assertion is that Hindu and Muslim religions were attacked in a polemical tract that moved through the most northern India towns during the early 1920s and provoked a counter-writing. The rationale for section 295A. The Rangila Rasool scandal coincided with the circumstances in which street struggle and pamphlet insult reinforced one another. On one instance was the 1924 Kohat disturbance in the northeast frontier provinces. This followed the circulations of the blasphemous booklets about the Prophet by the Hindu booksellers, culminating in riots, fatalities, and mass displacements. Gandhi employed the Kohat crisis as a test case of non-violence and intercommunal virtues and other such rights, such as the 1926 Calcutta rights, bred widespread presumption that the press could generate violence and that the colonial state could not act firmly until the blood has been spilled. In Punjab, Swami, Shraddhanand murder in 1926 at the hand of the Abdul Rashid sharply intensified inter-community suspicion and created a discourse of betrayal and martyrdom within both communities. The media from the time report these events in details, and then when combined with the sacrilege and insult topic, they became inseparable from a larger conflict over conversions, cow protections, and control of the public, space. That is processional routes to temples and mosques, soundscapes and festival calendar. It wasn't just the pamphlets that caused riots; rather, pamphlets built a communal reservoir of grievance and insult from which could be drawn another stimulus local attention, police actions, rumors emerged. The colonial state pretense of neutrality above all. After 1919, it was not believable in the view of the most Punjabis. Every step towards either police restraints or repression was interpreted in a communal terms. That made the legal handling of the religious offense cases more pervasive. Dismissal or acquittal might be presented as a state support for blasphemy, while prosecution could be framed as a stifling of a truth or a reasonable restriction. Criticism. Section 295A in this case did two critical things. The first was to establish a particular offense suggested or deliberate and malicious intent to outrage religious feeling by insulting religions, and the second was to make such an offense cognizable and non-bailable under the colonial code. Further, its passage was the indication that the state was prepared to enshrine the limits of the acceptable criticisms of the religion, a drastic shift from a regime which had, hitherto attempted to cloak such conflict in sweeping public order, provisions such as the Section 134 and 153A. Subsequent jurisprudence in the case of the Ram Ji Lal Modi would make Section 295 rest on the public orders, exception in the Indian Constitution. Still, even in colonial beginning, the provision was defended as being device to prevent violence. As the Rangila Rasool prosecutions and acquittal furnished the legislative case study employed by the politician to construct the case. The legal change also altered incentives for publishers and polemicists. Now, aside from the civil actions and reputational risk, there exists a definite criminal risk in offending religious content, at least where there was deliberate and malicious intent. That one danger contributed to the already substantial risk faced by the peers press in the late colonial society. It would continue to underpin a broader range of hard sentiments, complaints in public life long after the original pamphlets warfare had dissipated. Rangila Rasool and the Free Speech Perspective 1910 to 27. The public sphere expanded enormously during this period. Increased literacy, inexpensive print, and associational life took polemical writing to unprecedented audience. The pamphlets that previously had circulated only among the sectarian constituencies were now centers of the large publics. The very nature of the pamphlets, inexpensive, transportable, and sensational, propelled the political role in the mass mobilization. The collective repertoire of the contention was solidified. Counter processions, mosque and temple conflict, cow protections movements, conversion campaigns, and boycott appeals were blended with the print campaigns. The Rangila Rasool incident was occurring in tandem with such repertoire. It was a part of one facet of an integrated arena of a contention that involved book, streets, and page. The streets fluctuation between coercions and conciliation, controlled under the Press Acts and then repeal. Prosecutions for seditions punctuated by the call for reforms, forestalled determinisms in outcomes. When Rajpal was acquitted in 1927, most Muslims interpreted as a sign that the law did not provide recourse for a deep insult. When the state subsequently enacted in 295A, some Hindu interpreted this as an overaction that stifled legitimate criticism, historical polemic. This contest overline drawing dependent centrally on Rangila Rasool as its case. But most importantly, the post-Caliphate era witnesses organizational energy shifted away from the nationwide coalition politics to community solidarity. So consolidation as national unity unraveled. Polemical composition became a tool for dramatizing lines of the communities and asserting assertiveness to one's group. The Rangila Rasool controversy did not create communal tension in India; rather, it intensified some of the trend characterizing the year 1910-27, the massification of religious polemics and cheap prints to the organizations of the community identity through conflictual repertoires that needed text and street together. Okay, I want to search the definition of a knack. What is the definition of a knack? Knack means a knack is a natural talent, clever skill, or an intuitive ability to do something easily and well. It often refers to a subtle trick or method to complete a specific task that might other find difficult. Common usage goes to having a natural ability. She has a knack for baking delicious pastries.
Knack.
Okay, knack means a natural talent or sort of things. A natural talent, okay, a clever skill or intuitive ability to do something easily and well. Okay. The Indian Press Act of this one's okay. Oh, okay. The Indian Press Act of 1910 and its repeal, the shock of war and non-cooperation, the failure of Caliphate and the drift into Tablib Tanzims and Sudi Sangathans, the Kohat shock and other rights, and the new legislative
frontier opened by the Section 295A all account for any, for why a slender pamphlets could be transformed into a national legal controversies and stubborn note in communal memory. Rangila Rasool was both symptoms and a cause, a case that compelled the state to redefine the boundary between legitimate public discussions and criminalized abuse, and narrative that showed how the press in late colonial North India had become enmeshed with the politics of the community. Post-colonial India gets the freedoms, but does it bring freedom? At midnight on 15th August 1947, India awoke to the prospect of the rule of its own hands. The British Raj departed. Two dominant existed in the tricolor spread where Union Jack had fluttered. In speech and celebrations, a new country was born, an expectant republic. The world's largest mass test in democracy, a civilization taking back political control. But with the dawn over a newly mapped boundary, trains rumbled into a station with the corpses sight in a series of burning. Millions walked out. The moments of freedom was the moment of loss. The doubleness has never quite dissipated. Sovereignty came with independence, but did freedom ride with it? To pose that question is not to bicker over what was accomplished. A battered subcontinent constructed in time, reckless haste, a constitutional order of a time-defying ambitions. The Constitutional Assembly, composed of men and women of various regions and political shades, drafted a charter that ensured liberty, equality, fraternity, abolished untouchability, ensured universal adult franchise, opened the door for minority rights and cultural freedoms, and detailed social revolutions through the directive principles. Assembly women Hansa Mehta proposing gender-free rights language, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur leading public health, Durga Bai Deshmukh imagining federal finance was not mere spectators. They made demands that would be significant decades ahead. Pierre Ambedkar's stamp on fundamental rights and the state's organization irreversible. In theory, the republic was freer than any empire could permit. Okay, I just got to understand right now. Yesterday, I was having a discussion with a person and had a wonderful conversation with some people, and then we were talking about the cockroach Janata Party, right? So I am sorry, but I'm just little digressing. I want to see what are the 5 manifestos. Okay. Okay. Manifesto of Cockroach Janata Party. Manifesto of the Cockroach Janata Party. Yeah, so the Cockroach Janata Party, 5-point agenda: no post-retirement reward for judges. No chief justice shall be granted the right of a seat as a post-retirement reward. Okay. First, I'll confirm it. Does retired chief justice of India gets Rajya Sabha, gets a member, gets a seat in the Rajya Sabha? Post-retirement. Yes, a retired Chief Justice of India can get a seat in the Rajya Sabha. They can enter the upper house either by being directly nominated by the President of India under the eminent person quota or by getting elected as a representative of a political party. Okay, so yeah, it's not like they will get, right? They can get. While there is no legal bar preventing retired judges from entering politics, the post-retirement appointments and appointment of a former justice to legislate or executive post often sparks debate regarding the separation of a power and judicial. Justice Ranjan Gogoi, the 46th Chief Justice of India, was nominated in the Rajya Sabha by the President of India shortly after his retirement in 2020, and he successfully completed his 6 terms. Justice Ranganath Mishra, the former, joined the Indian National Congress after. So you can, right? But he has mentioned that no post-retirement reward for judges. No chief justice shall be granted a Rajya Sabha seat as a post-retirement reward. It's not a reward, man. They're an expert in this field, so obviously they'll get a say. And second manifesto is to protect every legit vote. If any legit vote is deleted, whether in a Congress Chanda party or opposition rule states, the HAP Election Commission shall be arrested under this one, as taking away voting rights of citizens is no less than terrorism. The main problem for me is this. First, it goes to the first one. No post-retirement. What do you mean by that? He's the most, I'm talking about the general, right? In general, the Chief Justice of India is the most successful lawyer in a country, right? Obviously. And it's not compulsory that they have to, right? If the president thinks that he is going to contribute to the society, then obviously the best way to contribute to society is to make the policy, right? The policy making. Then obviously he has to be appointed. He can be. I'm not saying he has to be. It can be and it should be.
Second, protect every alleged vote. That I agree, right? You have to protect, irrespective of the party, you have to protect every alleged votes, okay? And then the main thing that I don't disagree is because the 50% reservation for women. Women shall receive 50% reservation, not 33%, without increasing the strength of the parliament. Additional 50% of the all cabinet positions shall be reserved for the women. That I disagree with it. I don't like this kind of a mentality. Independent media, not Godi media. All media houses owned by the Ambani and Adani shall have their license cancelled to make way for truly independent media. Bank accounts of the Godi media anchor shall be investigated. I wouldn't say I disagree with it, but yeah, I mean, there has to be a separation of power because right now most of the media is owned by Adani or Ambani. I can't argue with it. But I think we should encourage more independent media but we cannot cancel the license also. 20 years ban on political defections. Any MLA or member of parliament who defects from one party to another shall be barred from contesting election and from holding any public offices for a period of 20 years. That I would say no comment because I don't know the nitty gritty of it. But I think normally, right, a party, they, one, two party, in an MLA or a member of parliament, they cannot change their party. One, two. 1 to MP, they cannot change they cannot change the party. It will be considered, and then they will be they will be buried from the both the parties and all, right? But if majority, if I'm not wrong, more than 66, 1/3, 2/3, 66% of MLA or MP from one party is going to the other party, then it is legal, stating that it is legal under constitution, because constitution says that okay, if 1 2 MLA is going to the other side, it is illegal because that MLA, right, that MLA is being elected because of that party. But if more than 66% of the the MLAs are going to the other party, then law says that it could be because the existing party is no longer efficient. So that's why they are frustrated. So they want to change the party, and then law gives them the right to do that. And that's exactly what recently Aam Aadmi Party, member of parliament, Raghav Chadda, led few a member of parliament. They joined the BJP party, which was constitutional. So okay, these are the 5 manifestos. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm back. I was here. Some of the trends, okay, the massification of religious polemic. Okay, where was I? Okay, I was here. Post-colonial India gets freedom, but does it bring freedom? Okay. To pose the question is not a breaker over what was accomplished. A battered subcontinent constructed in time, reckless haste, a constitutional order of a time-defying ambition. The Constituent Assembly, composed of men and women of various regions and political shades, drafted a charter that ensured liberty, equality, fraternity, abolished untouchability, ensured universal adult franchise, opened the door for minority rights and cultural freedoms, and detailed social revolution through the directive principle. The Assembly Women's Hansa Mehta proposing gender-free rights language. Rajkumari Amrit Kaur leading public health. Durga Bai Deshmukh imagining federal finance. Were not mere spectators. They made demands that would be significant decades ahead. B.R. Ambedkar's stamp on the fundamental rights and the state's organization is irreversible. In theory, the republic was freer than any empire could permit. Freedom in society. However, is the result of more than a flick of a switch through a constitutional announcement. It is 1,000 choices regarding institutional law power. What a state retains, what it abandons, whom it safeguards, whom it sacrifices. Here, the empire legacy was intractable. The new nation took over the old regime's steel frame. The Indian civil services under a new label, the IAS, the criminal stand, the police procedures codes, offense designed to keep a colonial state safe from insurgency and managerial vision that valued of order, file and permits. The Constitution preserved emergency power, sanctioned preventive detentions and sanctioned restraints upon speech in the interest of the public order, decency and security. Ideals to be strained and debated in the future years. In this regard, sovereignty came clothed in the discourse of that rule that preceded it. This is the simplest to acknowledge when we take a look at the initial years of free speech. Within a few months of the freedom, the original constitutional wrong wordings was interpreted by the court as firmly maintaining freedom of the press, overturning pre-censorship and blanket bans. The government's reaction was to revise the constitution in 1951, expanding the grounds for limiting speech and altering the balance between liberty and public order. It is understandable to consider this as a betrayal. It is perhaps more rational to regard it as an alternatives, possibly compelled, perhaps ill-advised, chosen by leadership, traumatized by the partition and pressed by the urgency of the social change. Whatever the motive,
The result was lasting. The state's authority to censor speech and the judicial willingness to enforce such censorship, when combined with the reasonable, has prevailed over each subsequent decades. Colonial crimes such as inciting enmity and outraging religious feeling were not scraped. Sedition lasted for decades. Secrecy laws stuck to the statute books. Independence did not naturally deserve confirmation. Jawaharlal Nehru's original sin. Okay, so I think he might now talk about the reasonable restrictions. This is the tale of how a young republic founded in an anti-colonial struggle that valued freedom and free arguments was reorganized rapidly and purposely to place expressions on a shorter leash. Tripurdaman Singh book 16 Stormy Days is insistent on this. India's first great constitutional crisis was not one of the more marginal causes, but about whether the government could silence the press and public debates when they were opposed to its agenda. Nehru answered in the affirmative. He did not just inherit colonial speech restriction, he constitutionalized them. The first spark crossroads and organizer. In 1950, the Madras and Delhi government acted against two significant weeklies. Crossroads, Bombay-based edition by the Ramesh Thapar, and organizer RSS affiliated Delhi-based Crossroads was prohibited from the circulation in Madras on the grounds of the public safety. Organizers was pre-publication censored by the Chief Commissioner of Delhi, who would not permit anything to be sent to him for approval before publication. These were the first gambits in a larger struggle. The administrations felt that a partisan, polarizing press was inciting fear and undermining governments, and it consequently sought preventive medicines. Both orders blazed in the Supreme Court in Ramesh Thapar vs. State of Madras. The court held that the then existing constitution did not permit censorship on the grounds of the border language of the public safety. Since public order was not enumerated under Article 19.2 in V. Bhushan vs. State of Delhi, it adjudicated organizers' free censorship, classifying prior restraint as incompatible with the textual protection of the free speech in the press. These were not close victories. They were a first declaration of a principle the executive could not achieve by administrative fiat, but the famous of the constitutions had not seen fit to authorize. It was this losses which embroiled and radicalized the government. This ruling did more than liberate two newspapers. They challenged the judiciary to protect, text from executive convenience. Nehru and his associates, themselves adequately sullied by the atrocities of partition, believed that untrammeled polemics would spark new conflagrations, and they reached a harsh conclusion. If the constitution stood in the way of what they saw as a necessary control, the constitution needed to be altered. This is what triggered the Prime Minister Nehru outlined the directions, broaden Article 19.2 so that the very assumption which the code had determined were deficient, public orders and beyonds, would be inscribed in the charter. The Constitution First Amendment Bill of 1951 did just that. It added public order, incitement to an offence, and friendly relation with a foreign state to the list of interests to which speech might be restricted. It also added the now iconic provision of reasonable restriction. The object and the reasons of the bill addressed themselves directly to the 1950 judgment. They asserted that the state needed delineated power to prevent abuse of freedoms. The government did not reform its policing to constitutional boundaries. It sought new constitutional boundaries to fit its policing. If public order has been deliberately left out in 1949, it was put back intentionally in 1951. If the court had criticized previous strain, the doctrine of reasonable restriction would be the instruments to validate less severe regimes of the control in the future. The First Amendment speech clauses was thus no technical fix. It was a structural wages on the importance of order over freedoms, to where the two came in the opposition. The reasonable restriction battle. The most insightful anecdotes in 16 Stormy Days for the Tripurdaman Singh is about the adjective that is presently carrying so much of the burden, reasonable. Singh says Nehru's first instinct was to approve the simple word restrictions, an open field for the state to move around in, until his colleague and lawyer convinced him to prefix it with a reasonable, so that a court would have some fun to anchor judgments about abuse and the bill could be defended better. I confess I do not like the word restrictions or reasonable added to the Nehru wrote to T.T. Krishnamachari, Congress MP from Madras and former MP of the members of the drafting committee in the Constituent Assembly. So far as I can see, the court have always had the right to consider any legislation. It is true that if this amendment is passed, they will be somewhat restricted in the interpretation, but I feel that putting in the word reasonable would be an invitation for every such case to go to the courts with the ensuing uncertainty. In the Prime Minister's own word, he did not want the restriction on the freedom of speech to need to pass any test of reasonableness. He wanted to exclude the court from adjudicating on them together. Or the word or the idea of a restriction may not have appealed to him very much, but the idea of them being reasonable appealed to him even less. It was because It was a strangely contradictory position to take, to dislike restriction but want them to be overarching and non-justifiable when written in the constitutions. Between the fundamental rights of the country citizens and Prime Minister's single-minded devotions to remaking India in its own image, the latter was the undeniable victor. The accommodations remained the caveat fell under the Article 19.2. It did not emasculate the amendment. It provided a rubber ruler to judges that the following 7 decades of speech terrain would be one upon which governments legislated and administrators issued rules and court inquired whether the restraint was reasonable in relation to enumerated interest. First among them, public order. Here's the key point Singh makes. The addiction of reasonable is not a response to the accusation that the First Amendment throttled free speech. It is how the throttling ensured trial by the court. Reasonableness, tapering, arguably self-abnegating in situation involving public order was the doctrinal solvent in which limiting legislation could be dissolved and reallotted as a constitutional legitimate. By the time the bill reached the provisional parliament, it was confronted by the principal opposition both within and outside the parliaments, but the government enjoyed a majority and also had the whip. Shama Prasad Mukherjee, who had already resigned from Nehru's ministry in 1950, presented the most vigorous denunciation. Without adequate reasons, as Shyam Prasad accused Nehru, you have sought to curtail rights and liberties, deliberately given only 16 months to go. He admonished that the amendment would strip fundamental rights of substances and reduce freedom of speech to an executive given privileges. He was critical of the government for taking the wrong lessons from the partition atrocities of acting by not moving forward with the freedoms and creating a culture of responsible debate, but by rearming agents with no more powers to gag dissent. The rhetoric was not dramatic. It was a vision. Decade later, through sedition trials, hurt sentiments, litigation, contempt threats, film censorship, broadcast courts, and most recently net blocks, successive governments have had more than enough cover in the shades by the First Amendments. Tripuraram Singh does not idealize the legal press, but he rejects the defeatisms that the freedom has to yield to any alleged misuse. The original farmers' design that had loaded the government with the responsibility of the more difficult path. If you are going to punish later, indicate a close link to an illicit harm. Don't pre-censor, don't prohibit vague terms like the public safety. Nehru believed that such a design was unrealistic and dangerous. His amendment redrafted the rules in the interest of the executive prudence as he envisioned state and judicial deference as he wished. The coup d'état. Okay, what is the coup d'état? I know the coup d'état, that's okay. Coup de grace. Coup de grace. Coup de grace.
Coup de grace.
Okay, yeah, coup de grace, not grace, grace. A coup de grace is a French phrase translating literally to blow of mercy. It refers to a death blow or decisive finishing action designed to end the suffering of a mortality, wounded person or animal, or to definitely conclude an already failing endeavors. Coup de grace, coup de grace, coup de grace, coup de grace.
Coup de grace.
A literal meaning, historically and medically, it refers to fatal shot or a strike delivered to fatally injured or suffering. That's like the last act. Figurative meaning, finishing blow. After his opponent's chess piece was decimated, the grandmaster delivered the coup de grace with a checkmate in the 3 moves. The closure of the local factory was the coup de grace to the town's struggling economy. Now the coup de grace. The constitutional amendment test is not the clause, but the life it brings into being. In Ramji Lal Modi, the Supreme Court reaffirmed Section 295A of the IPC, outraging religious feeling concerning the modified Article 19.2 and construing reasonable and public order together to maintain the criminalization of religious insult when it tended proximately to interfere with the order. The shift from Thapar Bridge Bhushan to Ramji Lal Modi is the First Amendment landmark, where the court had superseded general control for the death of the constitutional authority. It had now had the authority in the newly acquired reasons. During the succeeding decades, the same pattern was pursued. Preventive censorship persisted in being unacceptable, but previous restraint became more subtle in the forms film and censorship, television codes, offensive magazine seizures, and eventually internet blocking. Each presented as a selective, exigent response to preserve public orders, decency, or the like. On the administrative levels, the amendment realigned its incentives. Administrators knew that they brought, the broadest door openly in public orders. Legislated to it. Home Department drafted order that came close to the magic formula. Courts tested reasonableness and differential voice, particularly when communal temperatures or national security was at stake. Inciting speech, particularly in a speech regarding religion, caste, and national honor, made it into the criminal arena as a matter of the course. The initial constitution urged that the state should bear the most burden before silencing its populist fellow victim to an age where the citizens were saddled with the responsibility of being on the correct side of the thickening thicket of the reasonable balanced. Was Nehru a censorious autocrat, or was he a liberal who mistrusted the existing press and valued the claim of a stabilizing public order over the adventurous that occurs and citizen might have in the risk of liberty? In the hindsight, it is the second order effect that matters the most. The First Amendment was the opening which sanctified a limiting state in the Constitution itself. It was not an ad hoc emergency response, it was the template. The original sin lay in deciding to reinterpret the substantive right issue, the right, instead of the facing its state limitations and establishing a practice of liberty that could perhaps endure in a traumatized country. That is why the justification that the times were extraordinary does not exonerate the act. The amendment did not expire, did not contain more limited sector-specific control designed to expire when hostilities ended. It instituted a permanent tilt. The maximalisms of the court in 1950 over a speech was never permitted to take root. The Republic jurisprudence was seeded once more in a ground that would forever be predisposed to regulation if only it bore the stamp of reasonableness and kept pace with the public order. Another cringe-worthy reality that comes forward in Tripurdaram's sign work is the extent of political accommodation. The Congress party closed ranks, state governments applauded. Even most critics quibbled at details, not the underlying reasoning. On their accounts, the First Amendment was not a partisan anomaly. It was a system reassuring in itself in an inclination. Once the preference was set, each as mass politicians who assumed office from across the broad coalitions and parties discovered the convenience of the model Nehru had devised, from censorship of the press in 1950 through the high-grade censorship of the emergency in 1955 to 75 to 77 to break and resort to public orders, to prohibitions and blocking orders on in the 20th century. The story is obvious. The state did not want to rediscover constitutional weapons anew. They were already present in the armory. The counterfactual is easy to imagine. What if the state had taken Thapar and breached Bhushan as the constitutional inherent meaning and constructed its public order responses within those confines? Post facto sanctions of real incitements and violence, a high test of limitations of press culture. Why press culture more brought home to account than the head of restraints? Would the Indian culture of a speech in contemporary India be different? Less often tolerance, less criminalization prone, more convinced that sunlight and responses are more effective than exclusion? We will never know. We do know that the First Amendment made that test more difficult by intent. Why it matters now? Why it matters now? It is easy to regard the First Amendment as a quaint battle of the past. The Supreme Court of India has, at least in recent years, struck down vague offences of speech on the internet, that is Section 66A of the IT Act, narrowed the ambit of seditions, and Parliament has now repealed the codes and mandated proportionalities and shutdowns. But even those wins, tread the fine line heaven in 1951. Every time the court formulates its ruling in Article 19 terms, inquiring if the restraint is reasonable and if it serves an enumerated interest, most often public order, that is Nehru's legacy at work. The battle is never quite about whether the state can muzzle speech. It is about how much and how overtly. The assumption has long since tilted. The genetic material of Indian law of speech, crime against religions, enmity lost, contempt of prior restraint system disguised as a certification of votes, was not a colonial legacy entangled in the republic. It was domesticated, constitutionalized, and normalized right from this beginning. Nehru did not act in solitary majesty. He led, and since it was his who took the lead on the moral capital of the national movement, the settlement has attained a long-lasting legitimacy. If you are concerned about the free speech in India, you should admit that Nehru and his first cut was the deepest. By amending Article 19 first, Nehru shelved the new text-based safeguard that the farmers left in the hands of the courts to protect. What remained was the ordered freedoms, still liberal in theory, restricted in practice, controlled by the bureaucrats and adjudicated by the judges under an elastic norms that could legitimize most restrictions when formulated in the language of order. The decision, the Republic original sin for the speech, still governs all of our arguments regarding satire and blasphemy, the libel, criticisms, pre-screening, and take-downs. It started not with an otherworldly liking, but with the first Prime Minister of Free India. Okay, I want to see. Okay, in United States. Okay, in US, is there any censor board like India where movies before releasing has to be what, verified? Okay, verified or by the government of US. No, the U.S. government does not have a federal censor board like India Central, Central Board of Film Certification because of the First Amendment. The government is constitutionally barred from censoring or verifying the films before release. Instead, the U.S. relies on a voluntary non-governmental or system. The verification process in the US is handled by the Motion Pictures Association. It is entirely voluntary. Filmmakers submit their movie to the MPS classification and rating administrations to be evaluated for age appropriateness, not to be censored. The board consists of an independent group of parents who screen the movie and assign a rating as to okay. Enforcement is to while the government does not enforce this, movie theaters voluntarily do. For example, theaters will refuse entry to minors for R or NC-17 rated films without an adult guardian. Why the differences? India is goes to CBFC, a statutory government body mandated by the laws. Every movie must legally pass this board to get a certificate before it can be screened in public. The board has the power to demand cuts or edits. A trade association, USA, a studio can technically release a movie without an MPA rating, but major theaters chains typically refuse to show unrated films to avoid liability and manage age restriction at the box office. So where are we? Where was I? What remained was ordered freedoms, liberal in theory, restricted in practice, controlled by the bureaucrats and adjudicated by the judges, and elastic norms could legitimate most restriction when formulated in the language of the order. The decision, the Republic's original sin for speech, still governs all our arguments regarding satire and blasphemy, libel and criticism, pre-screening. It started where we are today, from the polemical pamphlets of the 1920s to platform battles of the 2020. India has come a long way and constructed a dense thicket of law regulating what can be spoken, written, screened, or posted. The direction is unmistakable. Rangila, Rasool, and the violent politics of religion insult showed Section 295A in 1927, planting a special speech of offense to placate religious mobs and hurt sentiments. 20 years on, in the Republic's inaugural constitutional templates, the First Amendment of 1951 stretched the grounds upon which speech could be restricted and added the words which have since bracketed every battle over expressions. Reasonable restriction between those poles, 295A and 1912, is a tale of how India's law of speech came to be what is today. A multi-level and capacious plan that promises speech in theory but gives carte blanche to the whole state regulations. The instruments of the IPC for policing the tongue, encouraging anonymity between classes, 153A, hurting religious feeling, criminal conspiracy, and public mischief, contempt of courts were written for an empire that did not care about orders. The post-independent state retrained the majority, and more important, the incorporated justification in the Constitution. First Amendment added the public orders, incitements to an offense and friendly relation to the foreign state to Article this one, leaving legislature and administration of us canvas for justification of a restriction. Court later constructed a reasonableness and proximity to the public orders to commitment to exclude the worst abuses, but also an avenue for any restriction to prevail. The framework has been solid. Section 295 was reaffirmed in 1951 and 57 by the Supreme Court, interpreting it as a reasonable public orders related restrictions on the malicious religious abuses, seditions, and diluted forms, cleared the constitutional hurdle in 1962, criminal defamation in 2016, and was shifted as compatible with the 1902. All this decision functioned within the 1951 paradigms. The state can curtail speech if limitations is reasonable and related to the least interest. Even landmark wins for free speech, overturning Section 22 of the IT Act in 2015 on a vagueness, making proportionality a requirement for internet shutdowns in 2020 and requiring an advertising and censorship decision to power. Films all employ identical language. The question is really, may the state regulate? It is how precisely, and for what purposes. The laws restricting speech keeps expanding, and every single political outfit in India is guilty. Let us look at them more systematically. Criminal law. With the exceptions of Section 153A and 295A, public mischief, obscenity, and insult to a protected class offences frequently involve speech entanglement. The historic sedition Section 124A long threatens critics and activists. It has now been replaced in the new criminal code by an offence identical in the wording, but concerning acts endangering the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. So whether the replacement strengthens or only reversed sedition is bitterly contested and debated. Seizures and provision of the Code of Criminal Procedures and procedures to enable state governments to seize and incinerate copies of the publication alleged to contain particular speech offense and to confiscate them. Such directives are adjudicable, but the initial blow typically debtors to distribution. State home and police department also have a powers under the local authority local law prohibiting procession meeting or the sale of a particular work in the interest of the public orders. Court and contempt. Criminal contempt, particularly the limp that penalizes the publication that scandalizes or bring down the court dignity, is still a keen, if not infrequently sharp of words. The Supreme Court has circumcised Circumscribed, okay, circumscribed, okay, circumscribed. Circumscribed, okay, circumcised, no, circumscribed, okay, circumscribed, okay, circumcision. I mean, I don't know, man, why do I get confused? Circumcision, okay, circumscribed. Circumscribed means restricted, confined, or limited to a specific area or boundary, derived from the Latin words for around and to right. It generally means to set clear, circumscribed, okay, circumscribed, okay, circumspect means to restrict. Circumspect means being cautious, wary, and unwilling to take risk. It describes someone who thinks carefully about all the possible consequences. Okay, circumspect. I think we have to circumspect. Okay, circumscribed means restricted. Okay, restricted. Circumscribed and circumspect. Circumscribed and circumspect, and then circumcised. Okay, circumcised means being circumcised means a male has undergone a surgical procedure to remove the foreskin, the loose skin that covers the head of the penis. It often performed for a cultural ritual. Okay, circumcised. This is known as circumcised. Okay, circumcised and circumscribed are not same. Circumscribed. Okay. Where was I? Okay, courts. Number 3, courts and contempt. Criminal contempt, particularly the limit that penalizes publication that scandalize or bring down the court's dignity, is still a keen, if not frequently sharp word. The Supreme Court has circumscribed doctrine in the Supreme Court has circumscribed doctrine in practice, but continues to enjoy the broad discretions. Secrecy and national security. The Official Secret Act criminalizes unauthorized disclosure. The Unlawful Activities Prevention Act criminalizes expression in the cause of the unlawful or terrorist objective. This national security legislation merged with Article 19(2) grounds, frequently a situation where the distinction between dissent and risk is difficult to make. Election and broadcasting. Appeals in the name of religion and inciting to enmity attract punishment under the Representative of the People's Act. There is a certification compulsory of the Cinematograph Act with the refusal or censorship of film justified on a grounds reflecting Article 19(2), public order, decency, morality, security, etc. Program codes in cable and broadcast law traces similar boundaries to for television. Equality and dignity. The Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe. Prevention of Atrocities Act criminalizes insulting or intimidating members of the scheduled caste or scheduled tribes in a public site, including by caste names. This provision captures another strand of our constitution promises group dignity, stand equal citizen, but they also control speech when it injures. Digital governance. The Information Technology Act 19, Section 1969A, direct blocking of content on the internet speech and on internet through severe directives. Intermediaries must comply. In Section 79 grants immunity to the platform if they act in due diligence, while the 2021 ID rules tend to result in amendments, broadening the takedown of the requirements, introduces a compliance officer for significant platform, imposes strict time limits, and suggests fact-checking mechanisms for the government-centric content, and contentions points how undergoing judicial scrutiny. Even after this Section 66A was struck down, the prosecution continued intermittently until the courts repeatedly reminded authorities that it is a dead letter. Shutdowns orders under the regime of the Telegraph Acts, moderated by the constitutional check, continue to find applications still in the sake of public order. We have used the old section of just where was I? Okay, digital governance. We have used the old section numbers for ease of reference. So readers should note that many laws mentioned above have been absorbed into the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhiti, which replaces the IPC, while Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sahiniti replaces the Code of Criminal Procedures. The other SC/ST Act of Official Secrets Acts and Cinematograph Act IT results continued in the respective acts with their original section numbers. Since the BNS and BNSS were renumbered on enactments, we offer example below for clarity. This list is not exhaustive, as I'm mentioning all of them would not serve the purpose of this book. BNS 2023 speech offense. Acts prejudicing the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. IPC engaging in acts. Okay, speech offenses. Engaging in act or promoting enmity between classes on grounds of religion, place of residence, language, etc., and doing acts prejudicial to the maintenance of harmony. Imputation, assertion prejudicial to the national integrity. Obscenity, sale act of this scene books, etc. to young persons. Deliberate and sinister act with intent to outrage religious belief of any class by insulting its religion or religious beliefs. Speaking words, etc. with intent to wound the religious sentiments of any persons. Intent to insult with intent to cause breach of peace. Words leading to public mischief. defamation IPC and the punishment for defamations. BNSS equals to procedures, administrative powers to restrict free speech. 4 features of publications. Petition to the High Court to cancel the declarations of the 4 features. Power to pass an order to power to pass an order in order in case of an exigency of nuances or likely danger, analogous to this one. When heard sentiments, prosecution becomes a reality. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? If someone tells that, okay, I said something about something, and the other person says that I'm heard, my sentiments are heard because of that speech, his speech. Now, can you prosecute that person because someone's sentiment got heard? India's heard sentiments cases generally follow a familiar sequence of offences. Old IPC, now BNS sections on outraging religious feeling, enmity causing, public mischief and obscenity, and the local police powers and preventive orders. The following cases, books, stand-up comedy, online post, and TV debate shows how this lack law works in practice, how court reacts, and how political and social actors influences outcomes. Sanal Edamurukku, the weeping crucifix case. In 2012, rationalist Sanal Edamurukku examined a weeping crucifix in a Mumbai crunch and openly explained the phenomena as resulting from capillary action due to a faulty drainage system. Several police complaints were lodged against him under Section 295A, outraging religious sentiments. He was summoned for questioning by the Mumbai's police when anticipatory bail did not materialize. He departed India, stating that he feared arrest. The case became a benchmark for arguing over blasphemy on the border prosecution in the secular area. Okay, just wait, what? Examine a weeping. So in a Mumbai, weeping crucifix. Okay, what is the case? Shedding tears. Okay, weeping crucifixions. Crucifix, weeping crucifix. Okay, so it's talking about this. And Salman Rushdie and the banning of these satanic verses. The government of India on October 5th, 1988 initiated an action to prohibit the import of the Salman Rushdie's the satanic verse on the grounds of a threat to public order and religious harmony under Section 11 of the Custom Act. India was the first country to ban the book. Publication within the country was discouraged and its position became risky. It preceded the Iranian fatwa and has since remained one of the most straightforward and the democratic government preemptively censoring a book on emotional rather than political grounds. Salman Rushdie was attacked on a stage at the Chautauqua Institution in New York in August 2022. He survived but was seriously wounded, losing one of his. Oh, so he lost his eye there. Survived. Okay, because if you have seen a movie, right, like the old cartoon of the pirates and all, so they have that one eye. Instead of that one eye, they have just that like a small cloth in it, right? So he has the same thing. So Salman Rushdie was attacked on a stage at the New York in this one, and he survived but was seriously wounded, losing one of his eyes and suffering a hand wound. The attacker was arrested and charged. Fareed Zakira denounced the attack publicly and voiced his defense of freedom in a free expression. Commentators remarked on the irony that his recently deceased father, Rakib Zakira, an Indian politician and intellectual, had to renounce the satanic verse bitterly in 1988 and 89, including as recent accounts remember through letters to the Illustrated Weekly denouncing Rushdie's book. On the book's legal status in India as of today, there is no ban on importation of the book since no ban order in 1988 was found to have existed. The court did not lift a ban. It ruled that there was no evidence of one, therefore there is none in law. And now there is AIB Knockout Roast FIR 2015. Okay, I've seen that, right? I've seen that it's basically a sort of a stand-up comedy. But yeah, it involves a lot of the words, I think most of the people, like conservative people, will not agree with. AIB, All India Bakchodi Knockout Roast. In late Jan 2015, a video clips of celebrity roast by the Ranveer Singh, Arjun Kapoor, Karan Johar and more became viral. Maharashtra Chief Minister asked for an investigation. Why investigation? That two chief ministers were filed in Mumbai and Pune under obscenity section IPC 294, outraging modesty section invoked in some complaints, and even 295 by a few complainants. Clips were removed from performers and organizers showed up for questioning. Controversies brewed for weeks following the popularity of All India Bakchod Knockout Roast. Video in early 2015, the show saw a flood of complaints and FIRs of obscenities and hurting sentiments. Christian communities of India Christian communities of Mumbai were among those to speak out against the fact that some of this set design and stage dialogue trivializes religious symbols and hurt community sentiments. In the days that followed, AIP made a public apology in which they apologized to anyone hurt by the content of the roast and offered a special apology to the Christians who were hurt. But why Christians were hurt? The troupe firmly stated that the performance was an adult age ticket comedy shows performed for consenting adults and never intended to mock religions, but to take the audience to the limits of the roast comedy within a pop culture. With the growing state prop launch, several police complaints lodged in Mumbai and Pune, and the videos withdrawn, AIB maintained that comedy came at no one's expense, but that of offending religious sentiments. They promised an increased care in how jokes intrude into religious sensibilities in the multicultural states, while arguing for greater leeway for edgy adult humor. The apology was a part of an even greater attempt to diffuse tension as the judicial process continued and indicated the fine line comedies in India have to walk between the freedom of art and sensitivity towards the strongly held feeling. Although the roast was ticketed and age-gated, prosecutors and complainants presented it as an act against a public decency, propping the threshold between consenting adult entertainments and a public obscenity. Eventually, like everything else in India, the process became the punishment, even without conviction, summons, incessant integrations, and outstanding FIR exact as a cost of execution. And it's not just that. Okay, I'm talking about. It's not the film stars. I think I saw an interview of Amir Khan. Right, he's saying that they shouldn't have done it because it was too above the line. So if you see this kind of an actor, right, who says that there shouldn't be this, so that's he didn't go, I didn't like it. I mean, yeah, you might not like it, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the right to say whatever they want.
Munawar Fariqui. Munawar Fariqui arrest in 2021, bail and cancellation of shows. Fariqui was arrested on 1st of Jan 2021 in Indore on a complaint by the son of a local politician. He was booked under Section 295A, 298 to 69 laws related to the pandemic. Among others, local police then informed the media that they had no video or proof of objectionable jokes from the suspected show. The complaint also mentioned the prime material. The Madhya Pradesh High Court denied granting bail in the first place with an eye to sentiments and public order. On 5th February 2021, the Supreme Court granted interim bail and stayed a warrant production in Uttar Pradesh case, highlighting procedural flaws and non-adherence to Anish Kumar guideline arrest. Subsequently, Faruqi's shows were repeatedly cancelled in different cities after protest and police advisors with the organizer citing lost and order concerns. He resumed performing once the immediate legal could lifted, but the pattern of the cancellation persisted intermittently. What the Faruqi case shows is that the heckler's veto is a real thing, leading a show being preemptively cancelled with authorities citing anticipated unrest. Nupur Sharma, 2022, TV commenced FIR, party actions, death threats, and the Supreme Court hearing. BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma made comments regarding the Prophet of Islam in response to the objectionable comment being made on Lord Shiva by Taslim Rahmani on 5th May 2022 during a TV discussions. FIR was lodged in several states under 295A, 153A, 505, this one does too, and enabling provision. The BJP suspended her on 5th June 2022. Sharma had already made a public apology. She had called upon the Supreme Court to club all the FIRs and ship them to Delhi on 1st of July. A bench made direct oral observations of the impact of her statements on the public order while rejecting temporary relief. Another bench subsequently in August 2022 permitted clubbing of the FIR and transferred the case to Delhi Police's IFSCO wing and provided her interim protection. The comments made by the Justice Suryakant during the Nupur Sharma case need a special meeting mentioned. During the hearing of a case concerning Nupur Sharma, Justice Suryakant underscored the importance of responsible speech in a diverse society. He remarked that a public figure must exercise caution and restraint in their statements to avoid communal discord. Justice Khan also blamed Sharma for being single-handedly responsible for what is happening in the country, referring to the beheading of the tailor in Udaipur over his social media posts supporting her. But the problem is that even right now the justice, the same thing, right? This happened in 2022. In 2026, recently, 2 months back, he became the Chief Justice of India, Suryakant, and then he made a statement stating that youth, right, the youth in our country are unemployed and they are like a parasite and unemployed, no educations, and they are like cockroaches. And then and he compares them to later the youth turns, because they don't have a job and all those things, they turn into activism. So
I think he has to be careful with this also. I mean, I'm not saying that he doesn't have the right to say that. Yeah, he does have the right to say that, but you have to also consider the position from which he is currently speaking. He's not just speaking as an individual, because right now he is in a position of a Chief Justice of India. That is one of the highest, the seat in the entire India. And he talking about Nupu Sharma to make, since you're a public figure and since you have a lot of influence, make responsible statement. Then what about you? What happened to you? Justice Kant also blamed Nupu Sharma for being single-handedly responsible for what is happening in a country, referring to the beheading of a tailor in Udaipur over his social media post supporting her. After on-air comments in May 2020, Nupu Sharma found herself at the center of the ferocious nationwide and global outrage that soon escalated into a personal safety issue. The mainstream media reports a burst of death threats and hate speech against her, and a police officer from various states registered case against people who made threats online and offline. Subsequently, she was provided with the security protection from the authorities. Reports indicate that she is being safeguarded by the police and is being escorted regularly by the security personnel, a step that has been maintained well beyond its initial few weeks of uproar. Life under protection changes, daily routines, travel itineraries are pre-approved, routes are altered, and public excursions are limited by or avoided. She goes out of her way to way not to show herself, not indicating her location in real time. She restricts the use of a social media to prevent exposures. Even simple action, meeting friends, even seeing family members, going around towns, come with advanced coordination with the security personnel. And on top of the administrative expenses, there is a psychological cost of perpetual awareness of the threat and perpetual legal process across borders, whether or not one agrees with what she says. The fact of being forever at risk with anonymity, threat, and spontaneity in life remote. Assume a life back to the front. Government by calculation of the risk rather than personal desire. What Nupu Sharma case demonstrates is that the high-profile speech cases can trigger a flood of the complainants nationwide, creating a multiplicity of problems. I've not seen her statements particularly, but yeah, just wait. Okay, I'll just look for it. Nupu Sharma speech. Yeah, controversial original speech.
तुम्हारे उड़ते हुए घोड़े and earned this flag जो कुरान में आके लिखा है बकायदा, उसका मजाक बनाना शुरू कर तू। 6 साल की बच्ची से प्यार करके 9 साल से you having sex with her, ये prophet मोहब्बत है। तुम्हारे
Okay, so I mean, I don't know, but that is the. Just wait. Okay, did Prophet? I think I've heard of it. Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old. Yeah, I think it is right. Yes, according to classical Islamic texts like the Shahi al-Bukhari and Shahi Muslim, the Prophet Muhammad was betrothed to Aisha when she was 6 years old. The marriage was later consummated when she was 9. Okay, so he did marry 6 years old and consummated when she was 9. The marriage was later consummated when she was 9. While this is widely accepted in traditional Islamic scholarship, it remains a subject of extensive historical and theological debate. Here are primarily perspective on this topic. Traditional view. Many traditional historians and scholars accept the narration that he was 6 at the time of engagement. They maintain that in the cultural social context of the 7th century Arabia, physiological and social maturity dictate the marriageability rather than a specific chronological age. Historical and revisionist view. Many modern historians as well as some Islamic scholars contest this timeline by crossing references other historical events and this one's okay. Contextual rational traditional sources. Okay, I'll just see the pictures. Is there any pictures? Okay, so 50 years. Oh shit, man, I didn't know that. Why Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old Aisha? Prophet Muhammad, he is 54 years old. Okay, 54 years old. Muhammad had sexual intercourse with his 9 years old called Aisha. Okay, and is this what made okay?
नुपुर के साथ हुआ आप उसके what is your नुपुर शर्मा ने तो स्टेटमेंट जब दिया उसके कितने दिन के बाद भारत के प्रधानमंत्री की सरकार रिएक्ट करती है। नुपुर शर्मा पहली मर्तबा नहीं कहा उस इंग्लिश चैनल पर, उससे पहले 2 दिन पहले उन्होंने हिंदी चैनल पर भी बात कही थी। उनको जान से मारने की जो धमकी दी जा रही है उसके खिलाफ है, मगर उन्होंने जो कहा उस पर बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है वो।
But I mean, yeah, the tone could have been better, but who cares about the tone? And second, I think it was a fact, right? If it's historically proven, and if it's proven, and if they know that it happened, then why? It's a fact.
जब उन्होंने apologize किया,
But why do you have to apologize?
कौन सा apologize किया? कहाँ उन्होंने कहा मैंने वैसा नहीं कहा था, मैंने वैसा नहीं माना था, कहाँ का apologize किया? अगर clear cut apology है तो क्या कोई clear cut apology ना वो देंगी, बल्कि उनका एक वीडियो है जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे अमित शाह ने कॉल करके हिम्मत दिलाई। उन्होंने वीडियो जारी करके कहा,
Okay, I don't think there is a problem. I don't know.
हम आपसे कुछ नहीं कह रहे कि जुर्म है मुसलमान होना, जुर्म है।
Okay, so just wait. Okay, statement was hate speech. So there was this thing.
जो नुपुर ने कहा वो कोई किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है, इतनी दहशतगर्दी है कि वो कोर्ट कह दे कि वो तो हदीस में लिखा हुआ। तो अगर जो नुपुर ने कहा हेट स्पीच है तो क्या आप हदीस को बैन करेंगे? ये किसी की हिम्मत नहीं। नंबर 2, जिन लोगों ने कहा, ये कहा भी नहीं जो नुपुर ने कहा, लेकिन ये कहा कि हम नुपुर के साथ खड़े हैं, उनको बेहेड कर दिया। तो लॉ और लीगलीज का क्या फायदा जब आप सिर्फ किसी को ये भी कहें कि मैं सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ और उसको बेहेड कर दे।
Okay, there was a beheading of that also. Okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see the real. I think this could be the real.
नुपुर और
देखिए, आई एम ग्लैड ऐश्वर्या,
हाँ जी, स्टूडियो से बाहर।
ऐश्वर्या, मैं खुश हूँ कि आपने ऑब्जेक्ट किया, क्योंकि ये बिल्कुल बेहूदगी है। जैसे मैंने शुरू किया, हमारे शिवलिंग को फवारा बता देना। अब इनको कैसा लगेगा? मैं बता रही हूँ, कौन सा वर्ड से कुरान में 20 जो मतलब कि ये विश्व जो है वो गाली की तरफ बैठा हुआ है। मैं बोली बात करके मुझे बोलने दीजिए। मैं इनके उड़ते उड़ते हुए घोड़े, मैंने इनके उड़ते हुए घोड़े का मजाक उड़ाया क्या?
What is उड़ते हुए
कुरान
घोड़े?
का मजाक उड़ाया क्या? कि कुरान कहता है कि भैया मजाक उड़ाया।
पॉइंट पे आते हैं, हाँ, टॉपिक।
मैं पर्सनल नहीं कर रही।
बिल्कुल नहीं, सबसे ऊपर है।
बोलने दीजिए।
बोलिए।
मैं बिल्कुल इसलिए हम इनकी आस्था का मजाक नहीं उड़ाते। लेकिन जिस दिन याद रखिएगा, जाली की टोपी पहन के बैठे हैं। नहीं, आपने भी उड़ाने की कोशिश करी ना, आपके साथ जो बैठे हैं।
हमारी टोपी साथ जो क्या लेना, जिन्होंने टोपी नहीं पहनी।
हमने आयशा की बात उठाई क्या? बार बारी आके आप हमारे भगवा का बनाएंगे। बात नहीं है ऐश्वर्या, आपने कभी भी दुनिया में सुना है संस्कृत नामी मस्जिद कभी सुना है? अरे जो ज्ञान का कुआं था, उस नाम की मस्जिद कैसे बन सकती है? बताइए। एक पूरी दीवार बकायदा ऐसी लगती है। आप अलाउ कर रहे हैं, आपको आपके तो घोड़े तो
और क्लियर आना चाहिए ना, नुपुर की आवाज खराब क्यों?
चलिए यहाँ से चलिए।
रिलैक्स।
उड़ते हुए घोड़े पे बैठिए।
मुफ्ती नदी मुझी।
उड़ते हुए घोड़े पे बैठिए। देखिए, ज्ञानवापी परिसर में पूरी दीवार ऐसी है। आपकी आंखों देखिए पता लगेगा कितना प्राचीन मंदिर गिरा दिया। ये अपने उठे घोड़े पे बैठेंगे, कब चुकोगे? लेकिन आपको सीरियसली पूछना चाह रही हूँ, अरे संस्कृत नामी मस्जिद, ज्ञान का कुआं, ज्ञानवापी उसकी नामी मस्जिद, नंदी माँ जिनका मुंह पलट रखा है भैया आज की काशी के मंदिर, विश्वनाथ जी के दर्शन से और मंदिर से। आप कहना चाह रहे कोई मंदिर नहीं है? आपने ये क्या कहा यहाँ पे कि कोर्ट का विषय है, कुछ किसका क्या लेना देना, त्रिशूल का क्या लेना देना, यहाँ का कलश का क्या लेना देना, कमल का क्या लेना देना, डमरू का क्या लेना देना? असलियत तो यही है कि 40,000 से ज्यादा ऐसी आज की तारीख में बाजार मस्जिदें हैं जो हिंदू मंदिरों को तोड़ के बनाई।
I don't think. I just wait. Okay, what is the exact statement? I want to know. What is the exact statement that Nupur Sharma made that led to that led to controversy? Okay, because I don't find anything during May 2000. Okay, during a May 2022 Times Now debates on Ganapi Mosque dispute. Okay, former BJP spokesperson Nubu Sharma sparked global controversy with the following remark about Prophet Muhammad marriage to Aisha. So what if I said Shivling was ridiculed? They openly talk about the 50-plus man having sex with a 9-year-old girl. When another panelist asked her to stop mocking the Prophet, she continued, I just asked them a question. The way you are consistently mocking and insulting our Hindu god or Shivling, if I do the same, then how will you feel it? I said exactly what it is in your religion scriptures, in your Hadith. Sharma later conditionally withdrew her statements and she was suspended from the BJP. The comment led to the widespread protest, numerous legal complaints, and intense diplomatic backlash from several Gulf nations. If it is a fact and if it's written in the scripture, then she's just quoting the scripture, right? Okay, I don't know. Now there comes the another version, right? The Samay Raina Ranveer Alap Yadiya India's got latent controversy. This is one I've literally followed it properly. I know, right? And for me, there's no religion as such here, right? It was just a bad joke, and not against any religion, any one to religion, just a bad joke. And did I find it funny?
No, it was not funny. Was it little weird sort of thing? Yes, it was little weird. Was it uncomfortable? Yeah, if you look, if you're watching it with your parents or families, yeah, it is little, it is little comfortable. But if you're watching with your friends and all, just a chill, right? Just having a comedy. And yeah, so let's read it. When Samir Raina Ranveer Allahabadi India's got late in a fear is a bitter example of how a viral clip has the power to snowball into multi-city FIRs, parliamentary grilling, and Supreme Court notice, subjecting creators to searing public outrage and long drawn out judicial limbo. Yeah, so Samir Raina and all, okay, this one, and the court subject creators to searing public outrage and long drawn out judicial limbo. The catalyst was a clip from the YouTube podcaster Ranveer Allahabadi on Samir Raina's YouTube show India's Got Lead. Following its viral run in early February 2025, there was a complaint aplenty with an FIR in Guwahati. First information, I think FIR, what is the full form of FIR? First information, okay, just wait. FIR full form. First information report, okay, first information report. The catalyst was clipped from this one, and following its viral run in early this one, there was a complaint aplenty with this one, okay, and Guwahati on 10 Feb at the forefront, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma declared that Allahabadi Ranai and other producers Apurva Mahikaja, Ashish Chanchalani, and Jaspreet Singh had been booked by the Guwahati Crime Branch for spreading obscenities and indulging in a sexual, explicit, and obscene speech. Why would you do that, Chief Minister of Assam? Why would you do that? FIR invoked provision 79, 795 to 294, 296 of the BNS 2023, read with section 64 of the IT Act 2000s, read with section 47 of the Cinematography Act 92, read with the section 496 of the Indecent Repression. Obscenity FIR invoked provision 79, 95 of BSN on all those things, and 2000 read with section 47 of the Cinematography. And beyond Assam, the Maharashtra Cyber Cell filed a case against 30-40 individuals associated with the show, past case included, and with other cases, failed out of Jaipur. The issues and soon landed in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court bench of this Justice Suryakant offered Allahabadi a provisional relief against arrest, but not without strict reprimand. Justice Khan described Allahabad's remark on the show as disgusting, filthy, and insulting, adding that the broadcaster had something very dirty in his mind that he vomited on the show. He criticized Allahabadia for believing that he had a free right to swear words because he was a popular, and asked rhetorically, why must the court let him? I think now I'm actually judging the character of this judge, this Supreme Court Justice Suryakant. We're in a democracy. You have a freedom to speak whatever you want. Yeah, there's a reasonable restriction, but reasonable restriction says that you have to, restriction is that unless you don't incite violence and, lead a mob and don't, not speak against some religion or something, you have every right to speak whatever you want. And it's just as funny jokes, and it's not even his joke. It's some people, other people's joke, and just quoted it. So, I don't know. In issuing protection orders, the court levied conditions and suspended Allahabadi registrations of a new FIR against him, demanded that he surrender his passports and not travel abroad without the court's leave, and demanded that he stop posting content for a duration. The National Commission for Women had summoned Allahabadi, Raina, and others, scheduling date to appear in March following previous no-shows. Maharashtra Cyber Cell refused Raina permission to file his statement by phone. He was overseas and required him to appear. Failing to do so, he stated that a new summons would be issued. The Cyber Cell also issued a call in an actor, Rakhi Sawant, who had made an appearance in some of the episodes of India's Got Lead. Allahabadi apologized publicly twice, said he was getting death threats, and accused people of going to his mother's clinic disguised as a patient. Raina, on the other hand, took down all the episodes of the show and indicated that he would assist investigators. An independent but a linked line concerns the offense of the ridicule of the disability. In July 2025, a bench of judges Suryakant and Jomalaya Bagdi scolded Samir Raina and 4 other influencers in a case where derogatory comments against individuals with disabilities, including those suffering from a spinal muscular atrophy and blindness, were made. I think it was a joke where everyone is laughing. Okay, even he himself is making joke of himself. That's the format of the comedy show, right? The court directed them to submit written responses within 2 weeks with no extension of time, and asked them to appear at the hearing in persons with a virtual one acceptable for one of the influencers for health reasons. The bench branded this behavior as damaging and demoralizing.
threatened serious remedial and punitive actions, and warned that the default in attendance at the next hearing would be taken seriously. Notably, the court also directed Attorney General R. Venkataramani to help prepare guidelines on the social media comments, balancing free expression, dignity, and other people's rights. The words of the Justice Surya Kant in the disability case captures the court's larger constitutional metrics. There are plenty of free advisors out there. Pay no attention to them. He warned the guidelines must be formulated with the utmost care, caution, and in harmony with the constitutional principle reconciling freedoms and the rights and the obligations of an individual. He insisted on dignity. Article 17 can't, articles, 19 cannot overwhelm Article 21. Suppose there is a competition between Article 19 and 21. Article 21 has to outwin Article 19. The court said it would not have an open discussion of such guidelines, inviting suggestion from the members of the bar and stakeholders, and insisted that no one should be permitted to slur anyone under the guise of the freedom of speech. What have we learned from these cases involving Samir Rana and Ranveer Alabadia? A video becomes viral, evoking public rage, political ranting, and quick police action in one state, which is typically replicated elsewhere. Several statutory regimes are invoked at once. In this case, suspected offences under the new BNS Section 67 of the IT provisions of the Cinematography Act and the Indecent Impressions. The Supreme Court steps in to regulate multiplicities and mediate temporary freedoms. It simultaneously utilizes the pulpit to reproach and impose a normative expectation of the public speech. In Alabadia's case, that involved refuge from arrest and stay on a new FIRS, but also faced condemnations of a substance and short-term restrictions such as password surrender and a posting ban. The disability case of Samir Rana prompted the court to contemplate rules with dignity as it focuses on the creator's economy with the final judicial pronouncement on the intersection between Article 19, expressions, and Article 21, life and personal liberty and dignity. For the individual at the centers of this tempest, the harassment has clear human and professional ramification. Alabadia's apologies were followed by threats of the death and harassment. An individual purportedly visiting his mother's clinic requests such as yielding one's passport and seeking approval to travel overseas, constrain employment in an environment that is premised on mobility and cross-border cooperation, being instructed not to post for a specific period destroys revenue streams earned from the schedule, regular posting cycles, and risk alienation audience, and also the loss of the brand deals, right? Raina's path has been equally restrictive, unlinking each episodes of his program. Not only removes original asserted offending material, but optimizes the back catalog, which drives subscribers' retention and advertisement loyalty. Denials of virtual collaborations augmented by in-person summons across international boundaries, maximize logistical and judicial exhaustion even before any determination of a merits. The process, summons, declarations, court hearing, and reputation churn is punishment. The atmosphere surrounding it adds to the heat. The controversy soon found itself not only in a court but also in a parliament, with agency casting a net around dozens of individuals connected to the program. In disability, the Supreme Court insistence on physical presence and its phrasing harmful, demoralizing, indicates the speed at which controversies over content can escalate into the question of constitutional dignity and demanding system-level guidance. It is simple to cast this as in another installment in an old television serial of the Indian conflict, where irresponsible words release a tidal wave of her hatred. The cycle is indeed present in the cycle of the public responses, but the legal position implied by this report is more complicated. The Supreme Court is attempting to balance two concepts simultaneously. First, then, that across the board orders or mass of what I cannot stifle freedoms of expression in the digital content economy. Second, that speech that insult protected attributes or mock disability offend the dignity of others and can legitimately demand consequence. Therefore, the concurrent publication of the interim safeguard and the elevation of the future dignity, sensitive regulations, and caustic courtroom commentary for Raina and Alabadia and the others like them. This means having their guardrails tested in real time under this intense glare of viral indignations, and through the legal process, they are necessarily deliberate. The aggregate effect is chastening. Content gets pulled, appearances are suddenly ended, production is seized to accommodate legal strategy. Order and creative decision gets second-guessed against moving standards of public tolerance and judicial signal. Even if final results are successful, so orders for consolidations to eliminate the multiplicity of a case, the months or years or a delay of catch-up. In short, Samir Raina and Ranveer Alabadia soap opera is no ordinary cycle pylon. It's a trial of patience in multiple forums of how Indian laws will regulate influence of speech, what obscenity or degrading behavior is punishable, how to avoid harassments by fire, when and how to restrict repeated content, and how to reconcile Article 19's liberty with Article 21 assurance of dignities. The responses will not only determine the fate of those two artists, but also the entire game plan of India's high-speed digital public sphere. One has to give a special mention to Anand Ranganathan, scientist, writer, and public intellectuals at JNU, who has been one of India's most tireless champions of the free speech on the digital public space. He has repeatedly started extensive evidence-based Twitter X threads detailing supposed speech crackdowns by successive governments, and which have demonstrated a principle over
partisan approach is crowdsourced, openly accessible set of freedom of expression under INC, collates incidents spanning decades with the dates, names, and sources links saved in the Internet Archive for public view. Subsequent thread have him doing the same for BJP years, as well as the Nehru's years, constructing parallel lists allowing readers to compare trends over time and cross parties. The presentation, brevity, verifiable points with reference to the reports or directives makes the threads an insightful place to begin for journalists, students, and researchers. Charting the terrain of censorship, banning FIRs, and deplatforming. Most salient of all is a methodological coherence, the identical inclusion criteria, the identical demand for citations, and the identical invitation to readers to add or to revise entries. In the following statement, action side by side with the social and institutional forces, Ranganathan bibliography is thrown into relief the systematic quality of the speech constraints, irrespective of whether a right-wing, liberal, or left government is in power. Amidst the din of all around, this energetic bibliographies provide a neat, readable repositories for anyone studying free speech in India. Pakistan, the blasphemy on steroids. Yeah, in Pakistan, the blasphemy is on steroids because I wouldn't say Pakistan, I wouldn't say it's a theocracy, but their entire constitution is based on the Muslim or Islam law, right? So, and if you go against the constitution or if you go against the religion, then obviously you're going against the entire thing, and then obviously you will be punished for the same. Pakistan, the blasphemy on steroids version. Pakistan blasphemy laws are a thick, vengeful network of criminal provision that's stifles speeches, empowers vigilantes, and routinely weaponize personal, political, or commercial conflict. The laws are contained in Section 295, 298 of the Pakistan Penal Code, PPC, and nowadays in cyberspace they are usually appended to cybercrime offences such as Section 11 of the Prevention of the Electronic Crimes Act, PECA, for hate speech, to extend the scope of a prosecution from streets and pulpits to phones and platforms. The consequences are tangible. Lynching, mass arsons, murders of the politicians and attorneys, capital punishments after long periods of solitary confinements, enforced apologies, and pervasive fears of triggering a hate tsunami within often remarks. Pakistan blasphemy framework encompasses the following provisions of the PPC with the penalties that are among the world's harshest. Section 295, malignantly defiling a place of worship with the intention to outreach the religion of some class. Punishment 2 years imprisonment or fine both. Section 295A, a deliberate and malicious acts done with the intent to outreach religious feelings of some class by insulting its religions or religious belief. Punishment in Pakistan 10 years. Imprisonment and fine. Section 295B, defiling, damaging, or desecrating a copy of a Quran and Holy Quran. Punishment lifetime imprisonment. Okay, lifetime imprisonment and fine. Defiling, damaging, or desecrating a copy of Holy Quran. Section 295C, use of derogatory expression, etc., in respect of the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, initially making death or life imprisonment feasible. This became the de facto a compulsory death penalty by 1991 federal Shariat court ruling, with the court thereafter resorting to death as the sole legitimate penalty alongside a fine. Okay, death penalty. Section 296, obstructions of a religious assembly. Punishment equals to 1 year fine or both. Obstruction of a religious assembly. Section 297, desecration of a burial sites, outraging the dead. Punishments, 1 year fine or both. Section 298, speaking words with the intent to outrage religious feeling. Punishments 1 year or fine both. 298A goes to abuse of holy personage. Punishment 3 years. Section 298, 298B and 298C goes to the anti-Ahmadi laws, makes it criminal for Ahmadis to use Muslim titles, descriptions, or epithets refer to their places of worship as mosque or assume as a Muslim attitudes, preaching or propagating their faith. Punishment 3 years and fine. Overlaying PPC is PECA, according to the Lahore police, in a very high profile matter. Section 11, hate speech, is being added more and more, where speech occurs on a social media, adding the state power to arrest, seize equipments, and block content on internet. A glimpse of present. Okay, a glimpse of present. So in the 295 perfume case and the expansion. And okay, perfume case. Okay. What is sacred? YouTuber Rajab Butt, one of the Pakistan's largest online audience, launched a perfume named 295. 295. I think this is done to in a very satirical way, because the law against the law, right? The blasphemy laws, the section is 295. Obviously, naming that fragments after the blasphemy clause of the night PPC. In now a deleted videos, he identified the name as a form of a past blasphemy case in which he had been indicted. A religio-political party, Tehreek-e-Labaik Pakistan's TLP leader, immediately filed an FIR at Lahore Nishtar Colony Police station under PPC 295, outraging religious feeling, and PECA Section 11, hate speech, stating the labeling was ridiculing the law and hurting religious sentiments. The police justified the PECA charge on the basis that the alleged offense occurred on the internet, cautioning that the individual do not use logic for religions and everything is about a feeling. But Away on Umrah, released on an apology video, denounced any intention to hurt and vowed to stop producing the perfume. Police informed him that he would be arrested when he returns. In this one case, all the dynamics of the abuse are contained. More moral panic or politically influential complainants with a street credibility grouping heaping on provisions of the committed crimes on a snap criminal charges and a cowed back down by the accused without regard to the intent or harm. The scariest part about this incident is the expansion of what is sacred. Here, the blasphemy law itself becomes holy. That means that if you oppose this law, you are a blasphemous, and that means that you are subject to execution by the mob or being persecuted by the law. So the story from across the border is a cautionary tale for us in India, where political outfit have attacked comedians like Kunal Kamra for mocking their leaders, which led to a mob attacking a comedy club, smashing the property, and the entire state machinery hounding Kunal Kamra. The Punjab state government in India is also playing with the fire. The Punjab intervention of the Offence Against Holy Scriptures Bill 2025 imposes stringent punishments to life imprisonment and rupees 10 lakh fine for indulging in any offence against religious books like the Sri Guru Granth Sahib, Bhagavad Gita, Bible, and Quran. Offence under the bill are non-compoundable, cognizable, and punishable by session courts. The police officer of DSP rank and above are the only ones who can investigate. The convicted are to be fined between rupees 5 lakh and to 10 lakh. Abatement, instigation or conspiracy of an offence of a damaging, defacing, discoloring, defiling, decomposing, burning, breaking, or otherwise ill-treating any holy book or a part of a holy book is punishable with a 3 to 5 years imprisonment along with a fine to rupees 3 lakh. The bill was read after a brief adjournment on reconvening of the House in July 2025. CM Bhagwant Mann tabled the bill. Discussions was postponed to the later dates at the behest of the leaders of opposition, Pratap Singh Bajwa, who sought additional time for reading. The bill was to be referred to a select committee to be discussed with the stakeholders. The cabinet approved the bill on the night of the third day of the special session, following increasing public and political pressures. Remarkably, protesters Gujarat Singh Khalsa has been calling for the death penalty for sacrilege from the top at BSNL Tower since 2024. This is the third successive Punjab government to try and anti-sacrilege legislation. Earlier attempts 2016 SAT BJP, life imprisonments for desecrations of the Guru Granth Sahib, rejected by the centre as not including all religions. 2018 Congress included the Gita, Quran, and Bible, all referred back. The centres informed the IPC has been substituted by the BNC, which needed synchronizations. CM Mann met with the Union Home Ministers in 2022 asking for a presidential sanction for the said bill. The state government reasons that the current provision of BSN section, this one's 298 to 299, are inadequate. The new state laws aim to make communal harmony stricter and severe as an effective deterrent against sacrilege offence. Arafat Mazar responds to the traditions. As the author of the Freedom of Expression in Islam, challenging apostasy and blasphemy laws, Arafat Mazar has tried to demonstrate that the mass absolute solution, death for any transgression, is neither the sole nor the most righteous interpretation of an Islamic tradition. The burden of this public work has been to uncover the richness of the classical jurisdictions inside the stringent historical condition imposed on a capital punishments and the prophetic model of a restraint of what's often in extended interviews like the discussing the blasphemy law. Arafat Mahfoud on the Pakistan experience with the Shehzad Gais Sheikh has his strategy has been to present an Islamic argument for reform. That modern statutory framework in Pakistan brought political treasons and individual offence and deny procedural protections in the moral trajectory of the prophetic model. The goal is not to license censor but to retune law to safeguard both life and religions, consonance with the constitutional dignities and due process. Mazhar is a practicing Muslim and supports curve on freedom of expression, but his opposition comes from his interpretations of Islamic jurisprudence and studies. While not ideal from a liberal free speech perspective, it is a welcome addition to the discourse in the Pakistan. The Pakistani blasphemy states human cost is a case after case, community after community. Asia Bibi, Asiya Norin, a Christian field worker, charged in 2009 with the disrespecting the Prophet Muhammad during the argument about drinking water, was sentenced to death in 2010 and acquitted by the Supreme Court in the 2018s. Her acquittal provoked a mass demonstrations. She remained in solitary confinements for years and eventually fled Pakistan. Salman Taseer and Shahbaz Bhatti, one Punjab governor and a federal minority minister, respectively, were both murdered in 2011 while campaigning for Asia Bibi and reform. The assassin of Taseer was lionized. The shrine became a place of pilgrimage for extremists. Junaid Jafiz, a lecturer at the university, was accused in 2013 of online blasphemy. His first lawyer, Rashid Rahman, was murdered in 2014 for accepting the case. Hazi was sentenced to death in 2019 after having spent years on the death row in a solitary confinement. Appeals are ongoing. Mashal Khan, a 23-year-old university student, was lynched on campus in 2017 based on the spurious blasphemy charges made online. Scores of the perpetrators were later tried and convicted by the courts, yet a groundless accusation was sufficient to trigger a murder. Priyanta Kumari, a Sri Lankan factory manager, was lynched in Sile court in 2021. On a rumor of a blasphemy, he was burned alive. The state threatened prosecutions, yet deterrence remains elusive. Tahir Naseem, an American citizen shot dead in a court in Peshawar in 2020, was killed during a blasphemy trial. The attacker was showered with flowers by the supporters. Shama and Shahzad Masih, a Christian couple from the court Radha Kishans, were torched and murdered in a kiln in 2014 after they were blamed for blaspheming pages that contain they left behind young children's. Rinsha Mashi, a Christian minor with a claim the intellectual disabilities, were arrested in 2012 on suspicion of burning religious scriptures. The cleric was subsequently accused of tampering with the evidence. She was finally acquitted and was resettled. Jaranwala, Faisalabad, 2023, mobs burned dozens of Christian houses and churches based on alleged Quran desecration. The incident depicted how a whole society is punished by the rumor overnights. They are not outliners, but a part of a system in which accusation equals verdict. Even when court ultimately acquits, whether years are wasted, judges and lawyers are put in harm's way, and the social death of the accused is virtually incomplete. The international community only pays attention to the Pakistan blasphemy laws when a sensational case blows up into the front page of the global media. But the more serious risk is normalization, routine self-censorship, unspoken criminalizations of minorities, and the solidifications of jurisprudence in which dignity is used to override other rights. Many countries grapple with offense and expression, but the combination of a maximal punishment lacks protections and efficient vigilantes in Pakistan's make its regime typically volatile. Pakistan blasphemy laws as a whole are as an instrument of intimidations. They have imprecise standards, excessive sanctions, and a culture conducive to vigilantism. Whether reform is possible remains uncertain. It will take legal courage, political will, and religiously informed activism in the spirit of the Arafat Mazhar and a lot more. It will now necessitate unyielding documentation and solidarity by attorney, reporters, and yes, by internet voices who persist in documenting what happens when the laws are let loose. Until that time, Pakistan blasphemy statutes will go on being abused, insane, not in disrespect, but as a diagnosis of a system which punishes expression more harshly than it safeguards life and liberty. If India is to learn anything from Pakistan experience, it is that when the state begins to police herd sentiments, the distinction between justice and revenge vanishes with alarming speed. Pakistan blasphemy regime illustrates how vague threshold, cruel punishments, and crowd vetoes convert rumors into prosecution and dissent into hazard. India still being still better placed constitutionally, institutionally, and culturally, but the urge to expand its sacred and criminalize offenses clearly increasing. The attempt in Punjab and elsewhere to enlarge the purview of the sanctity is trying to legislate increasing broader prohibitions on religions, reverence, and symbols are not local experiments, but they are a warning play. The morality is uncomplicated and brutal. Do not pass legislations you would not want to see in your adversary's hands. Today's political enemies may be tomorrow's ally, or you. Ask Amit Chakravarti, who was ordered to appear before a Kokrajhar court following a case lodged by the Deputy Commissioner Pranali Dekar. His sin was that he used a laugh emoji on a Facebook post that was mocking an IS officer. For this great crime, the man had to travel 273 kilometers from his hometown. In an age where offense is the cause of the action and reputation is proof, nobody's safe. Not creators, not critics, not official, not average citizen. The lesson right itself. If the standard for criminality is someone left felt offended, the center cannot hold. India still has protections Pakistan lacks. A Supreme Court that has repeatedly braced against speech punishing extravagance, a civil society that pays attention to the freedoms, and press still eager to debate. But when each new FIR for humor, each police notice for offensive language, each stale bill that shelters feeling with its sacrosanctity, these protections are undermines. The path to maintain what is holy is not criminalizing what is holy. It is punishment of barbarity, guarding life and property, and liberty to persuade every provocation. Learn the hard lessons now. Avoid being lured into the extremes of Pakistan. Stand up for the freedom of speech precisely when it is most inconvenient. That is how a multicultural democracy remains healthy, by exercising restraint rather than revenge. Okay, so I'll give you my opinion, right? The law shouldn't restrict anything. There should be an absolute freedom of speech with 3-4 conditions. I think I've laid around the conditions before. And other than that, everything has to be, freedom of speech. You can speak whatever you want, whatever it's your mind. If it's funny jokes, not funny jokes, the audience will decide, right? And the punishment shouldn't be constitutionally. Okay, so if you made a bad jokes, which most of the people didn't like it, So that doesn't mean that the law will punish you. The law shouldn't punish you because you have a freedom of right to speech whatever you want. If the people are hurt, then what they can do is that they can punish you socially. That means they will stop buying your tickets, right? That's how the society will punish you. People will start. I mean, it's not like the people will come and physically harm you. That's not going to happen because there are states to protect the I mean, there should be a state to protect the person, right? Each and every person. But socially people could boycott him in a sense that okay, so we can say that okay, no one is going to his show now. That is a social boycott, social punishment. Social punishment is fine, is fine as long as if people agree that he is not doing a good job or any of that thing. If he's if the people's sentiments are hurt. But if the people's sentiments are hurt doesn't mean that that person should be jailed. So this is my opinion. No, the state should not prosecute them. The state should not punish, those person. But instead, the society, if society feels like okay, this specific person has hurt our sentiments, then yeah, we will, as a society collective, we will punish him through not buying his ticket, not going to his show, and unfollowing from Instagram or any of social media. That's it. That's the punishment.
Chapter number 3, the flawed logic of blasphemy. Every time there is a controversy surrounding speech in India, there is a familiar refrain ringing out across the socio-political spectrum. Our sentiments are hurt. How dare someone say that? What if they said it about your mother, your religion, your people, your politician? Is it an emotional appeal pretending to be one of laws? This is a moral panic trying to force itself to be some absolutes, us versus them scenario, and over again, demands for arrest, FIRs, gag orders, or exemplary punishments are made against the alleged perpetrators. This is not a logical rebuttal, not because it refuses to recognize the power of the words to hurt, but because it demonstrates how laws constructed around safeguarding sentiments necessarily scale up to punish ideas, suppress dissent, and enable society's basest impulses, signs, or end abstractions. We have enough case studies within our immediate reach and from India's recent controversies to show where the emotion-first policy leads. Pakistan's blasphemy law provides us with the most outstanding examples of how emotive law metastatize sets up penal provisions. PPC 295 298 with the life imprisonment imposed for suspected desecration of the Quran in 295B and the death penalty for comments regarding the Prophet in 295C. Combined fairly regularly with the prosecution under the PECA Act Section 11 for subcrime has a chilling effect that runs from the pulpits to smartphones. Let us go back to the case of Rajab Burst, who had launched a perfume called 295, symbolic reference to the Punjab justice system that caught him earlier. Tehreek Pakistan leadership registered an FIR on grounds 295A, blasphemy of religious faith, and the hate speech clause of PECA, assuming the branding as ridiculing the law, stirring religious sentiments. Police further added the online hatred merited PECA charges and promised arrest upon his return from Umrah, but released an apology clip and withdraw the product. There was no proof of intent, no violence inciting, and no inciting of anything in particular aimed only the feeling of offense, amplified by indignations, followed by the penal process. This is a sentiment as statute in operations. मौलवी असद अस बगरारत के खिलाफ पर्चा नहीं खताता तो इंशाल्लाह हम उसके घर जाएंगे. If a complaint is not filed against the dishonorable person, then inshallah we will go to this house. And then the rest of the mob roared, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. What is the exact Allahu Akbar meaning? God. Okay, Allah is the real God. Okay, is it? Is an Abrahamic phrase that translates God is the greatest. God is greater. Okay, Allahu Akbar. So God is the greatest. Right now I am reading this and it's raining very, very heavily outside, and I like rain. Okay, so ask yourself once again, is this fair? All Rajab Bird did was mock Allah, and that led a mob to come to the streets and threaten that they would kill him if he were not jailed. He did not insult any religion figure, but just mocked the law. But such is an expanding collective psychosis in Pakistan that laws have become sacred. India hasn't come that far and shouldn't, but recent development illustrates how rapidly an argument deteriorates into the same flawed reasoning as the Pakistan mullah quoted above. Follow the Samir Raina Ranveer Arabadia's from regarding the YouTube India's got latents and the way a viral video led to several fire across jurisdiction. First, Assam's Guwahati case naming Raina Allahabad and a few other content creators for encouraging obscenities and making sexually explicit and obscene statements under section of the BNS along with the IT Act, Section 2067, Cinematography Act, and indecent representations of women prohibitions. Mumbai cyber cell followed by the case against 20, 30, 40 people connected to the show, including prior episode guest. The Supreme Court intervened to grant Ranveer Allahabadiya interim protection from arrest and pause his fresh FIRs. It requires him to surrender his passport, obtain permission to travel, and refrain from posting for a time. In an open court, Justice Surya Kant handed down a searing rebuke. He described the comment as disgusting, filthy, and insulting. He added that the podcaster must have had something dirty on his mind and questioned why the courts would rather have him. Sentiments, reasons was strident in the streets and audible even as the court polished rudely. Popular indignations at vulgarity cried out for responses, and the law responded in the guise of a sprawling multi-statute. Okay, I want to have a little investigation on this Chief Justice Surya Kant, Chief Justice of India. And okay, so here's this one, serving a 14-month tenure from November 25 till retirement in Feb 2027. Rising from the humble beginning in the rural Haryana, he has overseen key administrative reforms and landmark judicial benches in the Supreme Court. So, okay, by the looks of it, I think he was born in a village and all of these things. So, I think his views could, I'm saying, has, but yeah, could be a little conservative now. Early career, graduated with a law degree from Maharishi Dayanand University in 1984. Later became the youngest Advocate General of the Haryana in 2000. And high school appointed as a permanent judge of the Punjab and Haryana High Court in 2004, and later served as Chief Justice of the Himachal Pradesh High Court and Supreme Court, elevated to the Supreme Court of India in May 2019. Chief Justice of India, sworn in as okay. Okay. Because most of his comment, right, are who's the first? Okay, no. Who was the first Dalit Chief Minister? No, okay. Leaning, okay, political leaning. Okay, I don't know. So, but one particular incident left an indelible mark on me. A short interaction between former journalist turned podcaster Shubhankar Mishra and Dhirendra Shastri of Bageshwar Dam. A short excerpt of that interaction is reproduced below for reflection. So this is SM. I don't know what is SM. Okay, yeah, Shubhankar Mishra. Nahi Pite Bahut. Okay, I'll just directly go to this one, to English one. There is a lot of discussion about the new generation, like the one you just had with the Munna. Comment was made about Sita, and you were upset with us. Another major issue is currently underway involving Ranveer Allahabadiya and Mehra. Many people are protesting, and the other person, Dhirendra Shastri, I heard, and then the other person says, where is the English one? This is a dark comedy by many of his supporters. Just because you're not progressive doesn't mean people should stop it. However, complaints and FIR were filed in some places, and the other person. Okay, it's a long one. Where is the English part? Okay, the other person. Look, there is a world of differences between being a Sanatani and merely pretending to be one. Becoming a Baba is easy. Truly becoming one is difficult. You can comment on Bageshwar Baba, but becoming a Bageshwar Baba is difficult. Getting daughters married is difficult. Running a free food service is difficult. Speaking so openly about Hindutva may be difficult for you. It's possible you may achieve something even bigger than this, but how much we endure, you will not be able to endure. Bearing abuse is the hardest thing. The abuses you receive in the name of a Hindu, anti-Hindu, intellectuals, all the abuses that come under the label of secularism. So there are some people in this country who are not Sanatani, but ride the wave of Sanatan to gather numbers and attention. So the issue you have raised just right now, you know little about it, but it hasn't become that widespread yet. So this is the so-called comedy that goes on, which begins with a filthy behavior and filthy talk. From this, we did not expect this kind of a conduct from the people like Allahabadiya and not Allahabadiya, it's Allahabadiya, right? Okay, Allahabad. Okay, so Samir Raina. And the other person, how should the line be drawn? Should they be forgiven for one mistake? They should be wiped out. Oh shit, the other person, they should be wiped out. What do you mean? The other person, if someone like you makes a mistake that harms Sanatana Hindu Dharma, then instead of forgiveness, they should be wiped out. I'm in a favor of this. You are saying something very profound. Because of this one mistake of yours, the heart of crores of Hindus will break. The heart of crores of Sanatani will break. I should not say this, and I know if I do speak, people will feel resentment towards my ideology. But during the time of Corona, what Kim Jong did seemed very good to us. The North Korean, that man was very high-ranking. He was saying that whoever has Corona here should be given Sitaram, that it should be finished. It will not not spread further here, and that decision was also right. And what are you adding to this issue here through? Just wait. Okay, what I want to say is that if someone makes such mistake, then they should receive a response in such a manner, in such a way that in the future, before making such a mistake, before even calling themselves a Sanatani, people think 10,000 times before becoming this drama performing fake Sanatanis. After an apology is made, should one forgive? No, never. Okay, where is no, never. This is not even something that deserves an apology in our Sanatani civilization and culture. Saying such things about parents and speaking about lust, look, about sexual acts, everything has its own boundaries. What are you trying to give children so openly from such a public platform? Why are you trying to serve them? Do you want to spread nudity in the country? Are you promoting porn website in the country? Instead of making people Sanatani, you are preparing everyone to become a depraved. This reveals your mentality. Okay, so I want to know who this person is, honestly, because this person sounds like a hell of a person. Subhash Mishra. Okay, Mishra. Subhash Mishra. Okay. Okay, it is this person. And one particular incident in a short interaction between a former journalist and podcaster discussed, and there's a lot of discussion about the new generation, like the one Sita. Okay, this one's okay, I heard. And this is okay, suppose just because you are not because it doesn't mean you should this one's okay. And the other person, where is it? What are the differences between being another and merely pretending to be one? This is becoming Baba is easy, we are on this one, okay. It's impossible to achieve something bigger in this one, being a piece of hardest in the piece is this one, okay. And okay, it hasn't become the vice versa, okay. Okay, should they be forgiven for mistake? What do you mean? Okay, someone like you makes a mistake, harms nothing, then instead of forgiveness, they should be wiped out. Okay, this is DS. And who is the DS? Dhirendra Shastri. Okay, just wait. Okay, that is the person. Okay, so yeah, this is very, and okay. The irony of this entire conversation is that Dhirendra Shastri has a problem with clickbaiting YouTubers. Still, he does not see any problem with the Shubhankar Mishra, who is doing the same thing. He accuses Samir Raina and Ravina Alavi of ruining the youth of India without realizing that India's Got Latent show was behind a paywall on YouTube with the adequate age restriction. So an average Indian could not have access to the content casually, even if they wanted to. Secondly, the accusation of a porn being spread is also devoid of any factor or logic. The Indian government has banned pornographic websites and channels on multiple occasions from 2015 to 2021, and most recently in 2025. Despite the bans, the porn consumption habits in India remain unchanged. India has the third largest base of porn consumer in the world in some polls, where in others we have come close seconds. Back in 2019, about 89% of the mobile phone users consumed some form of erotica on their phones, with the vast majority consuming videos. During the lockdown, India registered a 20% jump in the consumption of pornographic content. And for some reason, if anyone assumes that it is the only men who consume some on the internet, they would be wrong. About 30% of the Indian porn consumers are women, and as per the Pornhub's internal data, this is not an argument in favor of watching a porn, okay? It is an argument in favor of a choice. It is a plea for parents not to outsource their responsibilities to religious guru. It is also a reminder to the people who hate government intervention when it affects the religion freedoms. Like in the justified case of freeing Hindu temple from government control, demanding government action against the individual for a bad joke does not augur well when they want the same government out of their life on the matters of the freedom, like running the temple. And to make a responsible statement like in case saf, okay, they should be wiped out. Make religious gurus sound very much like the Pakistan mullah-led death squads who demand gustaki. There is Gustaki Rasul ki ek hi saza, sar tan se juda. There is only one punishment for insulting the Prophet: separation of the head from the body. And Hindu dharma is far better than that. And to see a Hindu guru share such a dastardly fantasies about Kim Jong with a popular YouTuber should make every decent freedom-loving Indian ponder about the equality of a discourse in India, irrespective of their political affiliation. In the disability case regarding India's Got Latent, the Supreme Court scolded Samir Raina and four others for allegedly derogatory remarks against the people with disabilities, such as those who have spinal muscular atrophy and blindness. Justice Surya Kant and The other demanded submission of a written replies within 2 weeks without a grain of an extension, insisted on personal appearance in the next date, and characterized the behavior as a damaging and demoralizing. The comments were sought by the bench from the attorney to assist in formulating guidelines, balancing freedom of expressions and others' rights and equality, just dignity. Suryakant drew attention to the fact that dignity protected by Article 21 should prevail over Article 19 if the two races, and warned that any guideline will have to be formulated with utmost caution. There are many free advisors in the market. Ignore them. The rights of the citizen is to be ensured. There needs to be an architecture under which the dignity of anyone is not violated. There again, the justificatory framework is primarily emotive, pain and suffering of individuals with a disability, but includes constitutional architectures as well. This is significant. Fell harms are too slanderous as legal requirements. Dignity needs to be rooted in tangible harms and precise knowledge. We are replacing the very abuses we abhor in Pakistan. Satirist and columnist Kamlesh Singh summarized the irony, agony, and pain of every Indian following the Samir Raina controversy in a brilliant op-ed titled "Disease is Not a Joke." What a stand-up comic got to do with it? Kamlesh Singh. Disease is not a joke. Disease is not a joke. What's a stand-up comic got to do with it? Clearly, I am as sensitive as a rock. I am so insensitive that I spoke for an hour on a podcast to dissect the dark humor of that guy whose name I am too indignant to take now. Months ago, I had laughed at a joke he cracked in a stand-up set. I am so emotionally dead inside that I didn't shed a tear over a joke about a child with a rare disease. I am ashamed. Now I feel guilty as I wake up to my despicable existence after witnessing a hue and cry over the Ginona and Katia remark of an evil sick mind, and he is the gandagi that we must sweep under the carpet. तुम्हें गंदगी भूल जाने पड़ेंगे. This is Crazy Grass comic was talking about a 2-month-old child who had the misfortune of a rare disease that could be cured by an injection that cost rupees 16 crore. Without telling a joke around such a sensitive matter, what kind of a sick person thinks of telling this to an audience as clearly there for a laugh? कौन है ये लोग? कहाँ से आते हैं? Until yesterday, I thought comedy had a conscience and some social responsibility. Comic was supposed to be the truth teller of society. Here, this guy was talking about big pharma, daylights, robbery in a country where his parents can't afford a 16 rupees toy, let alone 16 crore injection for the boy of 2 months on the planet. The sheer absurdity of the conundrum should silence us, but no, this guy has not to extract a laugh out of the absurdity we don't even notice. He would point it out to a crowd of young, impressionable minds who are forced to think, of course, after laughing about the grave injustice it is to just exist in this fair country, the audience of that paid rupees 800 for a beer after 2,000 rupees ticket. He goes on to question the dilemma of a parent who can produce 16 kids in 16 years but could never produce the number of zeros after 16 in 16 crores in 160 years. For much less, some disgustingly poor people impose muscular atrophy on children because of visible disability helps at the red lights where people melt at the sight and give them a leftover biscuit. Only poverty is too common. The horror, he speculates about the parents' possible reaction to 16 crore in a cash in flesh. What does this comic think he is? George Carlin? How I was schooled by the eminent ones on X, formerly known as the Twitter. Comedy I learn now should be clean of diseased and poor children. Only accredited journalists are authorized to write about the cruel irony of the life-saving drug costing more than a GDP of small town. Only they should pen the tales of the crowdfunding campaign, since elected governments do not have have the resources to save a child. Anyway, why should the government save a poor child's life and citizens can crowdfund? The government makes policies and budget for children and not for a specific child with rare disease. Are Mohabbat Zindabad. I just rewatched that video and noticed that he slightly slides inflation into it. What has inflation got to do with it? Rare disease, rare price, simple economics, demand and supply, reverse psychology. Why should an injection cost rupees 16 crore? Who is he, to question it while pretending he's telling a joke? Why would he bring up a sad story in the comedy show? Ye koi samay hai? This joke has rightly offended the people who wouldn't give a second glance to a boy if he grew up to cross paths with a BMW. 5 years later, the name of this unmanned kid begging at the New Delhi railway station shouldn't be on the list of the dead in a stampede. His parents wouldn't get compensation because of the lack of proper papers. Kagzat kalam dawatla. The point is not that speech is powerless or that women, religion, minorities, or people with disabilities must merely endure abuse. It is that laws constructed to placate anger metastasize into the instrument that choke speech, converting a strategic reaction into an instigators of a crime penalty. When offense is the standard, the most offended will always prevail, and the incentives are perverted, stringing on through FIRs, recruiting dozens of peripheral associates, welcoming back guests from the previous episodes of using cyber cells to ensure content purity. procedure becomes a punishment. The reputations are destroyed, and the lessons the public takes away is simple: stay silent or face the consequence. Why are emotional appeals now? Why are emotional appeals logically, fallacious? They reserve the burden of proof. You hurt me, so you should be punished. Move from adjectives and test intent, eminence, direct incitements to subjective feeling. This is impossible in a multipolar society where offense can be lightly alleged and unsalably denied. They make private standard public. How would you feel if someone said that about your family? Makes one person standard the law for all. But liberal democracy maintain right precisely because people's sentiments can be extreme. They confuse moral disapproval with the legal prescription that a state mentality. That a statement is filthy or disgusting, as the bench told of bench held of the Allahabadi Sport, might warrant social sanction, boycotts, opprobrium, platform moderation without necessarily entailing criminal law. They incentivize the most managed outrage, constituting publics that organize along the axis of politics. Political parties, advocacy, non-profit or online fan clubs, can turn woundedness into suits quicker than diffuse. Let's organize publics. The law becomes megaphones for whoever can scream the loudest. This spiral into collective punishment has happened again and again in Pakistan. Allegation against an individual spill over into an attack on whole communities. Even in India's non-blasphemy cases, multi-city FIRs and mass summons copy the model of the collective blame. In our Indian cases, public discourse has often carried over into performative indignation. Social media handles to call for arrest, suspicions, or being deplatformed for life. Some tweet victory tales as FIR piled up. Others have uploaded doxing friendly reveals. Allahabadia himself received death threats. An individual even showed up at his mother clinic impersonating patient. This is not a duty but emotive and saturations induced harassment. The same dynamic was present when the disability case lingered. While the Supreme Court correctly emphasized dignity and guidance, the internet culture far too often stripped subtlety of its power and reduced a sophisticated constitutional argument to whether the accused should be shamed, ostracized, or jailed. First principle over emotion. An ethical model of speech would rest on good, bright line test, explicit and intentional incitement to violence or discrimination against vulnerable groups, plain threats and deliberate harassment, defamation that meets the rigorous requirement of a falsity and harm. Obscenity must be confined to the narrowest, well-defined centers and must not become a surrogate for moral censorship. This is the harm principle school of ideas. Limit speech when it is a rights violating action. The Supreme Court itself has been attuned to the pitfalls of a gagging central political speech, specifically in the bail case of Muhammad Zubair. A bench headed by Justice Surya Kant held that bulk orders imposing restriction on citizen right to express opinion would be tantamount to a gag orders with a chilling effect on the freedoms of speech. Remind that even as a court scold and advise, they have to protect liberty as well. That middle course, advising without a gagging, is hard and necessary path. That middle course, advising without gagging, is the Unfortunately, in Pakistan, emotion goes when it is enshrined in the law. The Rajab Part 295 pregnancy FIR demonstrate how sentiments coalesces into legal flex. One symbolic gesture that seems to some as sarcasm of a law, not of a prophet or a holy book, but of a statue. Number invoked PPC, this month, and PECA section this one. Police openly emphasize that religion is a sensitive issue, cautioning that individuals do not use logic in religions and everything is related to yeah. If you're talking about the religion, then please don't use logic. The statement is the thesis statements of a sentiments religion. If logic does not come into the play and sentiments rule the state will judge emotion. This lynching, mobs, and murders are not anomalies, they are downstream effect of the culture that criminalizes offense. India's progression in some states towards expanding that is deemed sacred, criminalizing and increasingly broad spectrums of offense travel to the same stop. An issue of social fabric, an issue of social fabric, the hounding effect. We must call this phenomena what it does to individuals. Samir Raina restored all his shows Pascal. Allahabad suspended content, lost his passport and faced multi-jurisdictional investigation. Yes, Allahabad travel ban got lifted after a few weeks, but at what cost? The Supreme Court ordered personal hearing in the disability cases and employed the language of damaging and demoralizing behavior regardless of what one thinks about the content. This is a cultural where spontaneous speech seems risky. The public computes jokes, satire, or severe criticism not just an opinion but as legal dangers and security risks. Indignations is proceduralized as summons to travel bans and onerous compliances. The urge to teach them a lesson is trumping the discipline of a proof harm. Why dignity should not degenerate into sentiments. Why dignity should not degenerate into sentiments. The Samir disability case records the dignity should not degenerate sentiments. Okay, the Samir disability case records a vital argument. Article 21's promise of the life and dignity can place restrictions on speech that humiliates a disabled personhood. But if dignity is equated with hours insulted, it will be replicating the same weakness as the hurt sentiments. Any such future guidelines will then target behavior that sustain discrimination, dehumanizations, or actual harm. It can potentially target patterns of abuse, not just offensive jokes, and can be part of a targeted campaign. We must make room for satire, criticisms, and art, even if they are tasteless or crass. We must avoid criminal laws where civil remedies or platform regulations will do. Otherwise, the state's protection of a dignity will disintegrate into the policing of a feeling, and dignity itself will become the very standard evoked into the sanctioned dignities. Celebrity, rhetoric, and the outrage machine. Celebrity or influencers rhetoric tends to supercharge the emotion cycle. It is less about big platforms having enormous reach and more about utility. Their errors are of a greater value to mobilize who needs attention, influencers, or political capital. The Ranveer Allahabadi incident illustrates how a comment is reinterpreted as a social offense within us. The bench's blunt words, filthy, disgusting, very dirty mind shows how easily such rhetoric can feed the public's hunger for punishment, along with the court's tendency to pander to a public sentiment. That pull between disciplining speech and protecting liberty is precisely the ground on which a mature speech regime must operate. Just as the disability case made clear the implication of a joke that punch down, so by insulting SMAs or blindness-stricken persons, and we held that serious, remedial and punitive action is justified. But what is to be, what is to be the nature of such action? If it consistently defaults to criminal process, we won't construct higher norms. We will merely push speech undergrounds and embodiment embottled those able to escalate offense most immediately. The more difficult challenge is constructing professional standard, community driven counter speech, and legitimate open platform moderations with the criminal law for overt incitements or prolonged harassment campaigns that result in a focused harm. The only standard is the American standard when it comes to freedom of expression. Everything else is a compromise. A cautionary anecdote: no one is above criticism. A cautionary anecdote: no one is above criticism. When my herd feeling justify your prosecutions is the standard in a society, the universe of the possible defendants knows no bounds. And if an influencer today, a bureaucrat, a journalist, or comedian, a professor, tomorrow, recent Indian happening, such as the order to appear in a court in Gujarat on the complaints of the former district administrators are a dry but nasty reminder that come what may, no status insulates you from the machinery of offense. Governing a state on emotion is like legislating whether every bees is inactionable. What is the legitimate interest of the interest of the state in regulating speech, and what evidence must it pass to test? How do we draw lines between offense and harm, insult and incitements, vulgarity and violence? What can Pakistan law and Pakistan's law in cases such as 295 perfume FIR teach Indian legislature deliberating on a more stringent sentiments law? How can court balance Article 19's free speech guarantee with Article 21's dignity claims without one devouring the other? What is the role of platform, civil society, and professional guilds in norm setting to decree criminal proceed dependency? We will draw upon the touchstone that are already present in the room. The aim is not to justify every joke or excuse crassness. It is to say that in liberal nations we do not construct criminal laws upon feeling. We construct them upon harm, definitive, established, proportionate. Anything else attempt the system of justice to revert to the system of oppression for whoever shouts the loudest. India is above that constitutionally and culturally, but to get better, we need to abandon the convenient pleasure of sentiment as a policy and understand the hard lessons to inscribe adjacents. If you make offense the law, it will be the final dispute you'll ever have and the final liberty you'll ever possess. Okay, there's a picture of it. Okay, and okay. When India becomes Pakistan, the Nupur Sharma case and its aftermath. In May 2022, BJP leader Nupur Sharma made a live TV remark about the Prophet Muhammad while responding to Taslim Rehma, who had allegedly made derogatory comments about the Hindu religion figures. Sharma said that she was quoting Hadith content. Her remark, okay, just wait, what is Hadith? Is it a Quran? But why is it called Hadith? Hadith is a collection of records containing saying, action, silent approval of the Prophet Muhammad. Okay, just wait. Is Hadith and Quran's difference? Quran is the verbatim word of the. Okay, so yeah, Quran is the verbatim. Quran is the verbatim word of God Allah revealed to the Prophet Muhammad, serving as a supreme unalterable text of Islam. The Hadith are the recorded saying, action, and approval of Prophet, acting as a secondary interpretive guide for the daily practices. Okay, so this one's okay. Her remark fueled intense local and global anger, with some nations issuing statements of condemnations. Multiple FIR were filed in various regions of India, and Sharma apologized on TV, saying that she never sought to offend religious sentiments. She was suspended from her party membership. After the outrage, Sharma received rape and death threats. The Supreme Court, during the July 2022 hearing, made scathing remarks against her statements on television, calling them "turned the whole country into fire." And although it later consolidated FIR to safeguard her from multiplicity of cases, she is said to be residing in a security cover after being informed of her credible threats. This was followed by some weeks of violent assaults, which made commentators attribute to the atmosphere of a heightened feeling. This included the gruesome murder of Udaipur Kanha Lal in June 2002 by a assailant who invoked the charge of revenge. The Amravati murder of Umesh Kohli and other assault intimidation cases reported in the media. These acts were condemned across the political spectrums and treated as a terrorist or organized hate crime attack, with the arrest and prosecution following. But let us not forget the reality on the ground. Nupur Sharma responded to Taslim Rehami on live television. Her life has become a living hell, and multiple people lost their life for merely supporting Nupur Sharma. While Rehma live freely without any fear, there is a asymmetry in India where it comes to criticism of religion. The cost of one has to pay for the criticizing Islam is far more lethal than the cost of criticizing any other religion. Is Nupur Sharma India's Rangila Rasool 2.0? The slogan Gustaki Rasool Ek Hi Hazar okay. Where is the English one? In simple English, a call to beheading, used wherever and whenever it straddles sentiments into prosaic promotions of lethal violence. It was popularized within Pakistan by the extreme Barelvi organization, Tehreek-e-Itlaf. Okay, this one. It was employed to defend Mumtaz Quadri, who murdered Punjab Governor Salim Tasir on charge of blasphemy. TLB spread the slogan with a mass-scale protest and online propaganda operations, often accompanied by emotive sounds and pictures. Indian Muslims, most of whom are influenced by the Barelvi schools, were exposed to Pakistani sources and clerics like the Zakir Naik, who brought extremist narrative from Pakistan. Over time, this narrative started affecting some segments of Indian society, and the slogan found its way into the demonstration. Its normalization in India is a cause for concern because of its violent connotations and its likelihood of triggering sectarian war. Footage of children reciting the slogan during the protest has also raised eyebrows over its influence in shaping society and affecting children's mind. Scholars and intellects such as the American Muslim scholar Musa Richardson have refuted the religious validity of the slogan as a fabricated hadith. Indian Islamic scholars have criticized the slogan as un-Islamic and against Indian morals. This hints at the role of the Islamic narrative across borders in fueling extremists within India. We must remain very wary against the political weaponization of the slogans and appeals, as well as the governments, media, and civil society call for caution to prevent further normalization. India must battle the rising popularity of extremist phrases such as Sat and Juda to preserve communal harmony. India promotes a balanced response to provocation without allowing extremist thought to gain traction with the nation. All these are already criminal under Indian criminal laws. The police must enforce these provisions across the board without fear of favor. In the meantime, enforcement should be due process compliant and content neutral. The reply to violent slogan is not a new law of blasphemy, but a vigorous enforcement of existing threat and incitement law. The strawman argument made using this Sat and Juda cases. Who would have thought that the defense for blasphemy laws like Section 295A would come from a section of Hindu on social media after these years? Every time someone in India demands that this laws be removed from the statute books, your X timeline is inundated with the multiple versions of essentially two strawman arguments. But what defense do poor Hindu have? The extremist Islam go on beheading us while we remain helpless, ready to be slaughtered by a random Islamist. At least by having this law, we have some defense against people who insult our deities and our Sanatan culture. You will read posts that they say, please don't get all idealist and ask for abolition of 295A. That will not have make it a level playing field, as you don't have the extrajudicial power to take livelihoods or life. Instead, there should be a 295B that specifically punishes insult to Hinduism. Or 295A abolition will only work if the law and order are so strong that you don't have to fear jihadi mobs against Buddhists.
not happening as we saw in Bengal. If not jihadi mobs, the liberal mobs will take away your lives. If so, removing 295A won't really solve anything, or 295A shouldn't be repealed. Rather, Hindus should use it more often. If allowances of criticism can't be equal, then denial of criticism should be. The rise of the ex-Muslim movement, a radical paradigm shift in the world's perceptions of Islam. The rise of ex-Muslim movement. No matter what people say, criticism of Islam is not going to stop. Over the past 2 decades, the ex-Muslim movement has developed into a parent force for reshaping public discussions about Islam. It begins as a separate, a small group of individuals leaving Islam, but has evolved into a global phenomenon with vociferous critique going viral and thriving communities on social media platforms. And it's, I think there was a quote which says that uh, most of the terrorists are Muslims, and not most of the Muslims are terrorists. Okay, so yeah, something like that. The movement has shattered decades of unspoken taboos about the criticism of Islam, changing attitudes to the religion within and outside the Muslim world. With millions consuming ex-Muslim materials online every month, the movement has become a beacon of new secularism and free thinking in a traditionally religious communities. I think it's very difficult for a Muslim country, majority country, to have a democracy, because a democracy, the basic of the basic thing of a democracy is that you have a freedom, right? You have right to elect, not just to elect, freedom of speech, freedom of all those things. And if you cannot go against, even if you want to, even if you don't, if it doesn't matter if you want or not, right? If you want to say something about the religion and all things, you cannot say something negative about it, right? That means you don't have a freedom of speech. And if there's no freedom of speech, then obviously there is no such thing as a democracy. So it's very difficult, and it's very difficult for a country to be a very progressive, liberal, very difficult for a Muslim majority country to be a democratic, liberal thing. What is the ex-Muslim movement? Ex-Muslims are those who have abandoned Islam, frequently at a great personal dangers, and who openly criticize the religions. Some are atheist, agnostic, secularist, which goes against the old Karnat, that is, it is impossible to criticize Islam. Organization like the ex-Muslims of North America, Council of Ex-Muslim of Britain, and others in Germany, the Netherlands, and so on, have given a choice to Muslim turned apologist to express themselves and to criticize the religions. The movement is distinctive in that matter. It integrates personal testimonies. So where was I? Testimonies about of abandoning Islam usually lead to reasons of religious fanaticism, gender bias, based discriminations, or violations of human rights, into general senses of Islamic theology and practice. Those are presented on blogs, books, podcasts, particularly viral YouTube and social media platforms such as X, TikTok, and Instagram. The ex-Muslim amplification role of social media. Social media has played a central role in the proliferations of the ex-Muslim movement. Sites such as YouTube and TikTok have provided ex-Muslim creators with an outlet for expressing their stories without censorship by maintaining mainstream gatekeeper. Such individual includes apostolists, prophets, Hadis Sultan and Abdullah Samir, who have garnered massive following through their channel and whose videos collectively receive millions of views monthly. Content created by ex-Muslims tends to concentrate on problems within Islamic theology, including the status of women in Islam, what apostasy is, and the death for leaving the religion, the place of Sharia law in quashing of personal freedoms, what the Quran says about the homosexualities and LGBTQ rights, how Islam is incompatible with the contemporary secular values. Such videos and articles have gone viral, sparking hot controversies and helping to produce a broader public awareness of these issues. For instance, videos analyzing contentious Qurans verses or revealing personal battles in the biographies of former Muslims have been watched by millions and are creating new benchmark for how Islam is talked about publicly. Aside from content creation, social media provided ex-Muslims with access to their support groups so that they did not have before. Online discussions, Facebook groups, and Discord servers or servers offer you refuge to individual questioning their faith or trying to abandon Islam. These groups are especially crucial for individuals who live in societies where apostasy can lead to a death or severe social exclusions. Atheism and secularism increasing in the Islamic world. One of the most significant changes that can be traced to the ex-Muslims movement is increasing secularizations in traditionally Muslim majority nations. While outright criticism of Islam is still off limit in the vast majority of the Muslim state, there is a proof that religions and atheisms are making advances. Evidence of secularization. Muslim nation polls shows a steady declining trend in religiosity. Postmodern generations, in particular, stands to reject traditional Islamists. teaching and adopt a secular principle. The Arab Barometer group of researchers doing opinion polls in the Middle East and North Africa has documented steep rise in the percentage of the non-religious individual. In Tunisia, for example, the proportion of the individual who identify themselves as not religion grew from 15 to 30% between 2013 to 19. Iran traditionally had the stronghold of Islamic theocracy has been a certain surge in atheism and irreligions. In 2020 survey conducted by the group for analyzing and measuring attitudes in Iran's government, a full half of Iranian interviewees had stopped identifying themselves as a Muslim. The vast majority of them identify themselves as an atheist, agnostic, or spiritual or not religious. And the internet has been the most significant single factors in the spread of an atheism and secularism throughout the Islamic world. Access to information and ex-Muslim material has enabled tens of thousands of people to challenge their religion in a way of not previously possible. Sites such as YouTube and X have become online battlefield for battles over Muslim within, with ex-Muslim generally being at the vanguard of a desacralizing religious dogma. A study titled "The Demonetizations of Islam Through Social Media," as a case study. Okay, it's not demonetization. I'm sorry. It's demonization. Okay, demonization. Okay, a case study of hashtag Stop Islam in Instagram shows the hashtag Stop Islam hashtag has been extremely viral with 17,300 posts up to mid 2020 and increased stream of content throughout the study period Jan 31st July 2020. Posts supporting rhetoric linking Muslim terrorism, criminalities, and cultural invasion of the West use this hashtag. Majority of the posts rely on stereotypes and perpetuate the Muslim terrorist linkage and promotes Islamophobia. Common message includes Muslims are terrorists, Muslims are rapists, women Muslims pose a threat to security, deport Muslims. This message has led to the dehumanization and stigmatizations of the Muslims. Most of the complaints associated with the European far-right political movement use the hashtag for sharing Islamophobia material. The Black Lives Matter movement and refugee crisis were used to assign the violence and instability in Muslim. The research specifies how Instagram algorithms enable hateful content to reach, gain visibility and popularity through an anti-Islam and anti-Muslim discourse despite our user complaints. The research concludes that the rapid increase of such content online corresponds with and helps strengthen broader social currents of racism, exclusions, and Muslim marginalizations. The study claims that social media hate speech, such as that found on Instagram, is associated with the online impact, including hate crime and polarization. Has violence been rising in the same proportion as the criticism of the Islam in India? India too has been seen a substantial transformation in public discourse over the past 2 decades, with mounting condemnations of religious practices, most notably Islam, increasing, taking center stage. The condemnations has made it easier to generate controversies about whether speech of this nature can precipitate violence, notably under threat from extremist forces. Other contains that law like section 295A of the IPC, which criminalizes the deliberate and malicious act intended to outrage religious feelings, are requested to curb violence. But closer examination of evidence illustrates that violence against people in India has been decreasingly consistently, even while the criticism of Islam and other religion continues to increase. Based on data from the Internal Security in India and NCRB reports, we can conclude categorically that violence in India has been decreasing sharply. This kind of trend directly contravenes the assumption that criticisms of religion, such as Islam's, necessarily results in violence, thereby revealing the argument to be excuses to stifle freedom of speech. India, as a society with a rich religions and social fabric, has experienced communal tension, insurgencies, and terrorism in the past. However, a statistic in the book Internal Security in India, Violence, Arrest, and the State indicates a consistent decline in the violence in all sectors. Fewer communal riots have occurred in India, especially since the early 2000s. Communal violence has been prevented because preemptive measures by the state and central governments, such as timely police deployment in sensitive areas, have prevented minor issues from becoming giant riots. Community integrations and interfaith dialogues programs have further suppressed tension. Gujarat, for instance, was significantly impacted by the riots in 2002 and has I remember that. I mean, not remember in a sense that I was born. Yeah, I was born in 2003, but that happened in 2002 when I've read about the story. Modi was the chief minister of the Gujarat. He experienced significant decline in such incident in the year that followed. Uttar Pradesh too has witnessed a lower major incident in the past decade, despite its long history of the communal tension. The book presents terrorism-related violence statistics in Jammu and Kashmir, the northeast, and the Maoist-affected insurgency state. There has been a considerable decline in violence in Jammu and Kashmir since the start of the 2000s, thanks to better insurgency strategies and more integration efforts. This were a drama increase in terrorism related, casualties according to the book. Violence caused by the insurgency in the states such as Assam, Nagaland, and Manipur also declined due to the peace treaties and ongoing military campaign. Maoist affected districts, the Red Corridor has seen a ongoing decline in violence, and a fewer incidents and fatalities recorded year by year. This evidence highlights the reality of India is becoming more more secure overall, as seen as religious discourse becoming a freer and more critical. Okay, there's a picture, but I'm not able to load it. Just wait. Okay, what has happened? I'm not able to load the picture. Okay, this evidence highlights the reality of India as becoming more, secure overall, as religious discourse becomes a freer and more critical. Okay, I can see there's a graph 2000. This one's total incidents. Okay, and yeah, I think it has come significantly down. Total incidents, death of a security forces, it has come down, and death of civilians, death of insurgents. Okay, and second, insurgent left wing extremist, it has come down significantly. Now it's close to 0%. Zero. Insurgency in Jammu and Kashmir, it has come down, but not very steep, so still has to work on it. 1953. Okay, insurgencies Northeast India 1999 2019. Okay, so crime statistics and broader trends. Shamika Ravi's finding corroborate the decline in violence with a broader crime statistic here. Analysis of data shows a consistent reduction in major crimes like murder and rioting. Improved governance and stronger law and order are the primary reason for this decline. Conditions have become safer in India's town and countryside. This evidence refutes the position that India is becoming more violent as a result of the increasing criticism of Islam and any other religion. Instead, it shows the patterns of the increased security and stability. To put this decline into perspective, one has to keep earlier heights of the violence in mind. The communal riots of 1990, such as the Babri Masjid demolition in 1992, and subsequent riots were a time of increased communal tensions. There have been significantly fewer such incidents since then. The Mumbai attack of 2008 fundamentally altered India's policy on counter-terrorism, increased our security measures have since decreased both the frequency and intensity of terror attack. Maoist violence reached its height during the early 2010s, but has been declining consistently since due to a sustained and intensified state reaction. Okay, so recently in a parliament, I think 1 month back, this Home Minister Amit Shah, he said that now they've completely destroyed, annihilated, decimated the entire Naxal people. That the entire the central map, if you see the map of India in the central part, Madhya Pradesh and all, it's all mostly affected by the Maoist, and so it's now Maoist and Naxalwadi and proper Marxist. So they've cleaned the entire area. So from red corridor to the red pockets, the left-wing extremist has declined sharply since 2013. Center play, center eyes wipe out by, so you could see there's a left-wing, this one. Ministry of Home Affairs, this is decline of left-wing extremist in India. It has gone significantly down. Total case registered under rights equals to 1979. This is okay. The contention that criticism of Islam should be modulated to avoid violence is groundless, as shown above. India has grown more secure over time, even as religions, religious practices has come under progressively greater criticism. The premise that criticism of Islam will lead to a large-scale violence is unfounded. While sporadic cases of violence have been documented, these are the exception, not the norms. India's enhanced security track records prove that freedom of speech does not automatically lead to issue. Statistic presented above all shows a continuous reduction in violence, ranging from communal riots and terrorism to overall criticism of crime. This kind of a trend is indicated that India can handle criticism of religions without descending into anarchy. Some groups use threats of violence to intimidate criticism of Islam and other religions. Online raving, tribes presented under the guise of regarding religious sensibilities are regularly used to muzzle dissents. However, these arguments collapses when confronted by the empire evidence indicating the violence is on the decline. So what I think is that if you're in a country as densely populated, not densely populated, but yeah, it is densely populated, but if you compare it in a world order, we do have a big area. I'm talking about as a country like India, where the population is so much, it's very, very important. And population and not all the population is the same, because they have a religion, different place, different caste, different culture, and all those things. So it's very important to have a proper very strict law and order, right? So that people will fear, they will not dare doing something against the law. So it has to be, there has to be the fear, in that, in every person's mind, that if I do something illegal, then I will be punished. If you don't have this, then there'll be anarchy, right? People will do whatever they want if the legal system is not good. So that is very important. That this is the first thing. Instead of gagging genuine criticism of religion, India must reclaim its culture of open debates and free speech. Criticizing Islam, Hinduism, so any religion, a permissible open debate is building block of our progress and democracy. Using the history of violence to gag criticism only lowers India's democratic values and secularism. Data-driven decision making and an unapologetic acceptance of free speech will turn India into a beacon of diversity, dialogue, and resistant to opposition. The unsound reasoning of herd sentiments as a test of law is full of several issues. Subjectivity. Herd sentiments are subjective. They differ across listeners, context, and belief. Criminal liability under this test compensates the most offendable and penalizes minority opinions. Simply in a slippery expansion, when herd is a legal trigger, the boundaries of the sacred get stretched. Things, people, symbols, and ideas all to become taboo. That is the way to a de facto system of blasphemy. Sometimes laws are sacred, as seen in the case of the Rajab Patt in Pakistan. Sometimes politicians or historical figures become sacred, as seen in the case of the Kunal Kamra. Just wait, some politicians of historical. Okay, so Kunal Kamra. Okay, why was he? Okay, Kunal Kamra controversy. Who? Which politician? Okay, which politician? Which politician did he criticize? I don't know. I think it was Chief Sena, if I'm not wrong. Kunal Kamra has most recently faced a major controversy for criticizing Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the ruling coalition in a viral stand-up community. Referred to Shinde as a Gaddar, traitors in a parody song alluding to his 2022 political rebellion that splits the Shiv Sena. He was the reason. He has often mocked the Prime Minister policies, public addresses, and political menus, particularly concerning his closer ties to major Indian economies. Amit Shah has been a vocal critic of Home Minister. Okay, so it's been mostly because of the Shiv Sena, that is Eknath Shinde. And where was I? Process as a punishment. Multiplicity of the FIR, travel bans, and delayed investigation can punish without conviction. Courts have observed this dangerous and in some high-profile speech cases have attempted to streamline proceeding to keep library intact. Equal treatment. If herd sentiments are valid, whose sentiments should be considered. Atheists, skeptics are equally offended by religious dogma that follows by inequality or violence. Measuring herd is an inappropriate measure that instantly resorts to discriminatory privilege. Otherwise, why should select verses from religious texts that actively promotes misogyny, bigotry, and violence not to be banned? Yeah, Islamic courts are very, 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 very misogynist. In 1985, the Kolkata High Court declined to prohibit certain verses of the Quran under Section 95 CRPC as hate promoting. The court rejected the petition as the court cannot pass judgment on religion books in such a way, and the petition was not acceptable in Islamic community. The state also challenged the plea. The result is a double standard. If the public order and sentiments of the compasses, why should religious scriptures be exempted in its entirety when other form of expressions of the courts have generally responded to the scriptures hold a special foundational place that blankets prohibitions of the scriptures would ignite order rather than prevent it, and that the cure for odious interpretation is counter speech and contextual readings are not prohibition. The deeper reality is precisely the nature of calling on herd sentiment as an incitement in law. It leaves open special pleading any unequal outcomes. What the state and the court are saying is that if you want to be heard, please organize a mob, reverse radicalizations, and the Mujahindu, reverse radicalization, and the Mujahindu issue, the Abrahamizations of the Hindu mind. India, as a pluralistic nation, has always taken pride in its long history of tolerance, dialogue, and coexistence. But recent times herald an unsettling new development, the trends of reverse radicalizations among some sections of the Hindu community. This process is an eerily reminiscence of the very extreme it aims to combat. The apt description term Mujahindu, coined by Abhijit Iyer Mitra, captures this phenomena. It refers to Hindu aping the conduct, speech, and militancy of the Islamist radical that they condemn. Mujahindu calls for censorship of material that is critical of Hinduism in the same way Islamists react to blasphemy, often extending the violent threat to often critics, including liberal Hindus and Hindutva agenda critics. Glorification of religious violence and its legitimization thereof as a reaction to the past and present grievance is becoming a norm, taking on a dogmatic Abrahamic style worldview where Hinduism is diminished to the status of the dogmatic religion based on us versus them framework. This departure from Hinduism, long-standing pluralistic and inclusive ethos, which has consistently tolerated more than one approach to this significant.
Muja Hindu targets those critics who have denounced Hindu practices or persons such as Islamist responses to blasphemy. They frame themselves as the defenders of the culture of Dharma. This has given rise to the self-styled cultural vigilantes who patrol art, literatures, and cinema for supposed offense to Hinduism. One finds military languages both online and offline, where several champions hails violence as a means of resolving ideological or religious disagreements, closely mimicking the Islamist propaganda. There are a host of reasons for reverse radicalization, the dangers of the Brahmanizations of the Hindu mind, and why this, contrary to the principle of Dharma, suppressions of the free speech has been a contributing factor in overprotecting Islam. The path ahead is dependent on a free discussions, pluralism, and giving up on a retaliatory extremism. What is Abrahamization? Abrahamization refers to the tendency for Hinduism as an originally open, pluralistic traditions to take on a dogmatic, rigid qualities of Abrahamic faith, such as Islam and Christianity. It involves seeing religion in terms of binary opposition between believer and non-believer, identifying spiritual practice in terms of a rigid sets of do's and don'ts, and encouraging exclusivity and intolerance of multiple perceptions. The emergence of the Muja Hindu is a reflection of the Abrahamization of the Hindu mind in the following way: intolerance of dissent. Just as Islamists react to blasphemy with the violence, some Hindu now respond aggressively to the criticism of Hindu or its leader. Militarizations of identity. The celebration of the violence as a tool for the defense of Hinduism is imitations of jihadist thinking. Dogmatic rhetoric. Reduction of Hinduism to a dogmatic ideology instead of celebrating its multiforms and philosophical nature. This is an alarming trend, since it is against the very core of Hinduism, which has never been an advocate of intolerable debates and diversity. The double-edged sword. The SC/ST Atrocities Act. The Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989 has been a dual impact on Indian society. While it remains a landmark legislation aimed at addressing centuries of injustice and protecting marginalized communities, its misuse has generated serious controversies. The act was implemented as a law to oppose the systematic oppressions of the downtrodden classes in India. This is intended to protect Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes case against based violence, discriminations, and economic exploitation through the establishment of the special courts and legislative provision. The act is designed to provide speedy justice and protect social equity. The primary objective of this act is the prevention and punishment of the atrocities against SC/ST and communities, and lists numerous atrocities such as the physical tortures, social injustice, and economic exploitations and denial of rights to the offense under the act are non-bailable and cognizable, thus allowing for prompt police actions. The act compels the setting of a special courts and exclusive special court for the trying and case expeditiously. The trials to be conducted within 2 months of filing the charge sheet. It also offers a financial support, medical care, legal supports, and shelter to the victims, addressing both immediate relief as well as rehabilitations over a period of time. Such researches have to be undertaken by members of the rank and file at least at the DSP levels. The victim should be given the facility to counter complaint or file defamation case in terms of actually incorrect complaint. In addition, legal protection, the act attempts to empower SC and ST by removing the structural insecurity and providing social justice. However, instances of misuse often arising from the personal vendettas have managed to damages the act's credibility. The double-edged sword characters of the act has spawned apprehensions regarding its unbiased use and social implication. This is a gross misuse of SC/ST Act. CJI, Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gawai said that while presiding over a two-judge bench, also comprising Justice A.G. Mehra, the Supreme Court granted lawyer within the anticipatory bail in July 2024, noting that prima facie we find that no specific role is attributed to the present petition in the file, and there is also a previous litigation pending between the parties. False accusations have been made by the parties to settle personal grudges or seek veranda. The act has been misused in domestic disputes, frequently with the long-standing hostilities. Others use it to obtain financial settlements or gains, despite the fear of a heavy punishment of the act. The impact of such abuse dilutes the legitimacy of all genuine cases. It weakens the genuineness of the genuine grievance and delays justice for real victims. It also creates resentment and hostility among the non-SC/ST communities. Additionally, polarizing society, false cases consumes judicial time, prolonging resolution for legitimate grievances and eroding trust in laws and other machinery and criminal aspirants. Despite these challenges, the SC/ST Atrocities Act remains a symbol of India's initiative against discriminations and violence against its weaker section. Its provisions are essential to combating caste-based violence and discrimination. However, unchecked misuse threatens to undermine the public faith in law. Fighting abuse by reforms and equitable application is vital to preserving the integrity of the act. Through guarantees of justice and fairness to all, India can still stick to its vows of social equality and foster an inclusive society. But at the same time, the act has chilling effect on the speech, just like Section 295A. By criminalizing casteist slur, we do not fight casteism. We only suppress it, and it often prejudices in the subtle forms. They say that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Allowing casteists to speak more openly enables society to challenge their bigoted views through logic and rationalities rather than through incarcerations alone. So India, decades after independence, should feel confident enough to deal with the casteism in a more mature manner.
censorship will never work. I think, yeah, censorship will never work. The end goal can never be to apologize for every joke or apologize for bad taste. It is to believe that in a free country, we do not ground criminal courts in emotion. We ground them in a harm, plain, provable, proportionate, anything more imperial than system, okay, justice system, turning it into a club for whoever can, yell the hardest. India is better than that, constitutionally and culturally. But to stay better, we must avoid this cauzy, pleasure of sentiment as a law and learn the harsh lessons which is inscribed over here. Once you put offense in the statute book, it will be the last argument you will ever be required and the last liberty you will ever really have. Blasphemy as a principle always presumes that there are specific thoughts, conviction, or religious feeling which are always reliable. Say it is a highly emotive. It is a highly emotive principle, traditionally defined as a justification for preserving the sanctity of religion or religious identity. However, the law of blasphemy and its defense are guilty of inherent flaws, since they depend upon subjective factors such as feeling rather than transcendent factors like reason, free speech, and truth. Such a law is used most frequently as an instrument of oppression designed to stifle opposition, induce terrorist, and enforce harsh conformity than inhibit human independence. In the end, the blasphemy exists not just an impractical but harmful by establishing a paradigm, of course, a governance about the emotional vulnerabilities of a particular group. So blasphemy legislation does more than harm than good, creating an atmosphere of intimidation, stifling productive criticism, and paradoxically disseminating the very schism, its purpose to avoid. Blasphemy is necessary in emotional term. It is constructed from the perception that certain statements or acts of disrespect against religions are so offensive as to be worthy of punishment. This, though, presents a fundamental view issue. The determination of what is blasphemy is purely subjective. What one group holds sacred and others may regard as irrelevant or objectionable. Such subjectivity poisons the applications of the law of blasphemy as a capricious and discriminatory and therefore vulnerable to the abuse. For example, where there are recognized crimes of blasphemy, as in the Pakistan, accusation of blasphemy are also frequently employed to vent private grudges, harass minorities, or silence political rivals. People are victimized, their lives destroyed or broken, not because they have done any real damages, but because the law themselves permit libelous abuses, libel and slander. In addition, the laws of blasphemy do not foster harmony and respect for another one, as their supporters would like us to believe. Rather, they inflame tension, since they vindicate wage and reward violence. When a society sends the message that religion's feeling cannot be challenged, it inadvertently incites radical elements to take the law into their own hands. This has been demonstrated in a horrific way in cases where blasphemy allegation resulted in mob violence, lynching, and even murder. The case of the Salman Taseer, a Pakistani politician assassinated for denouncing the country's blasphemy laws, demonstrates how such law encourages extremists in a culture where opposition is not just prohibited but deadly. Similarly, the violent wake of the Nupur Sharma controversy in India demonstrates that even without explicit blasphemy legislations, social custom based upon the same erroneous precepts can inflame violence. They demonstrate quite evidently that blasphemy legislations does not cool temperature but heats them up. Another inherent defect in the reasoning in favor of blasphemy is its basis of the my sentiments or heard paradigm, often such or is not justification for sanctions or censorship. Emotions are real and play a vital role in human existence. Still, they cannot and should not precede considerations of justice, equity, and freedom of expression. Emotions are unreliable and subjective. They differ from individual and group to group. A government guided by the emotional sympathies of the citizen is in danger of falling into anarchy because no measure of or behavior can never be acceptable to everyone. Further, making emotions the priority in public and judicial life sets a pernicious precedent. It indoctrinates individual and groups that outrage is a good way of getting what one wants. When this becomes normative states, violence and tyranny takes the place of an argument compromise. History supplies us with an ample proof of the evils of promoting emotion above intelligence. The Salman Rushdie affair after the Sanatanic verse was published is but one example. The international uproar and death threats made against Rushdie were not matter of a healthy debate of his criticism of religion, but an emotional outburst intended to muzzle him. In the same way, Charlie Hebdo attack in France, in which cartoonists were assassinated for making fun of religious leaders, demonstrates how blasphemy logic promotes violence as a response to perceived offense. These examples of demonstrates that by giving away to outrage feelings and instead of promoting resilience and frankness, societies promote a culture of intimidations and fear that strangle creativity, innovations and advancements. Blasphemy laws also hinder the progress of a society because they stop the natural flow of criticisms and reforms. History has progressed over the centuries by challenging divine notions and prevailing most. Galileo, for instance, was criticized by the church for proposing a heliocentric universe, yet his discovery provided the basis of modern science. Social reformers as B.R. Ambedkar, who condemned practices based on Hinduism, faced severe criticism but ultimately built a more equitable Indian society. Such instances prove that Indian society, the society is developed by the reversing sacrosanct practices instead of maintaining them by criminalizing criticism. The practice of blasphemy laws confined societies in the past and hindered their developments, this precluding them from eradicating unwanted practices. In addition, blasphemy arguments invalidates the religion it purpose to defend. Religious cannot endure scrutiny or criticism because it's rigid and dogmatic. Thoughts are not strengthened by being shielded from criticisms, but weakened by creating a complacency and stifling examination. Religion to survive needs to be hardy enough to exist along a criticism and opposition. Of living faith evolves to accommodate new thinking and does not stifle law against blasphemy by censoring criticism, deny religion the chance to mature and evolve, leaving them vulnerable to the threat of becoming relic in an open and dynamic world. Antidote to the fallacious reasoning behind blasphemy is not less speech, but more open debate and free speech are the pillars of the healthy and plural society. They provide a means for grievance to be expressed, misunderstanding dispelled, and respect for each other fostered. Censorship, on the other hand, pushes dissent beneath the surface of the city and fester uncontrolled. When individuals are permitted to send forward their ideas, even to offend or defy the society as a whole is enriched. The marketplace of ideas allow the truth to come out, dogma to be challenged, and communities to assemble despite differences. Blasphemy as a doctrine is not espousing calls to violence; it is an accepting that no idea, faith, or emotion is beyond criticism. I think this is my view, right? That no idea, no faith, no emotion is beyond criticisms. It is accepting that offense is an inevitable collateral of a free and open society, and it is knowing that offensive speech can be addressed not only by the censorship but by counter speech, but challenged reasons through argument instead of the repressions make societies stronger, more robust, and include them. By the path is ahead is certain. We must abandon the faulty reasoning of blasphemy and promote free expression. This is not merely about repealing blasphemy laws. It is a cultural shift towards embracing criticism as necessary. It is a teaching societies that need for a free speech and building immunity to criticism. It means taking up spaces for dialogue even when it's difficult, and understanding that progressive often comes from confronting our deepest held belief. In the following chapter, we'll examine how society can elevate themselves above the limit of censorship and establish a free speech culture. The emphasis will be on legislating more speech, not less, on establishing a culture where ideas are discussed, not banned, where progress is desired, not repressed, and where the human being flourish in the fire of open debate. Blasphemy is not the issue, censorship is. Blasphemy is not the issue, censorship it is. It is the time to turn the page on repressions and begin a new chapter of freedom, resilience, and progress. Chapter number 4. We need more blasphemy. All free societies sooner or later must grapple with the liberal Mahayakya. If speech is truly free, it will sometimes offend, it will even sometimes hurt, shock, and disturb. The instinct is to push back against offense by banning it. The instinct is to push back against offense by banning it, especially when offense. I think it's being sarcastic. We need more blasphemy. Chapter number 4. I think he's being sarcastic. Yeah, all free society sooner or later must grapple with the liberal Mahayana. If speech is truly free, it will sometimes offend. It will even sometimes hurt, shock, and disturb. The instinct is to push back against offense by banning it, especially when offending speech clashes with what human beings told most dear: religion, identity, honor, caste, and nations. But freedom has a different logic. The defense of the speech is not more crucial when offense is most likely to be taken. Otherwise, free speech is little more than a slogan, a luxury for the blameless. The ultimate test of democratic maturity is not how we handle opinion that is beyond reproach, but how we handle blasphemy, heresy, and dissent. Abolishing blasphemy laws rather than enforcing them more rigorously is the solution. Abolishing blasphemy laws, rather than enforcing them more rigorously, is the solution to the problems of blasphemy. The most effective antidote to the chilling effect of charges, the true disinfectant for zealotry and bigotry, is more speech, not less. By removing the legal cudgel of the blasphemy, we foster open dialogue, subject bad ideas to scrutiny, and culminate a cultural immune system that resists extremism. Instead of undermining social harmony, embracing blasphemy in the name of the liberal and more moral free expression can foster a richer pluralism, even more nuanced moral judgment, and more robust democratic institution. This is not an abstraction; it is a maxim based on the wisdom of a liberal and dharmic thoughts, grounded in the practical defense of the free speech by the author from the Natya Shastri to Michael Shermer in his book Giving the Devil His Dues, as well as in a constitutional jurisprudence like the United States Supreme Court ruling in Sidney versus Fell. It is also profoundly echoed in India's pluralistically diverse civilizational history, in a land where dharma has never been on one religion and where arguments
has unfolded over centuries. Blasphemy is not a disease to be cured, but a deployment of intellectual tension that hardens the muscle of reason. Indian public discourse has been persistently hijacked in the recent past by outrage at the use of the words considered religiously offensive. Artists, comedians, writers, and intellectuals have been prosecuted and threatened with physical violence in the name of the herd sentiments. The country, which prides itself on being a secular democratic republic in its constitution, is slowly turning itself into a republic, a republic of herd sentiments. The fact that there are blasphemy laws give rise to the culture of self-censorship, where people are reluctant to speak openly or ask awkward questions about religion, politics, and social practices. The fear of a police complaint, mob reaction, or something worse, saratan sijuda, deters the very debate that is necessary for a plural society to develop. More speech, not less. Free expression, more speech and less, more speech, not less. Free expressions as the antidotes. When speech injures, offends, or disturbs the democratic polity, what should it do? The universal solution of a free speech advocate is this: more speech. The antidote to evil speech can cause is not censorship, it is a counter speech, debate, criticisms, and educations. More than a century ago, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis Bandry summarized this maxim in one sentence: if there be time to expose through discussion the falsehoods and fallacies, to avert the evil by process of education, the remedy to be applied is more speech, not enforced silence. That only time repression is acceptable is during an emergency. Only when confronted with an emergency, an immediate threat where speech could immediately cause violence, did Brandeis find censorship acceptable. Otherwise, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Bad ideas must be brought into the light and subjected to the purifying power of truth. I think, that's true, right? Sunlight is the best in disinfectant. Similarly, bad ideas must be brought into the light and subjected to. This philosophy is the foundation of an American First Amendment traditions, which, despite sporadic abuses, has permitted an unusually richly variegated marketplace of ideas to thrive. An American First Amendment states, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, prohibiting the freedom, the free exercise thereof, or breaching the freedom of speech or of the press, the right of the people, peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of a grievance. It is invoked to state a deep national commitment to the principle that debated on the public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that is, that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attack on government and public official. The argument proceeds as follows: speech on matters of public concerns is the most significant tier of the free expression value. Since such a speech must be available to democratic self-governments, a few things are of a greater public concern than religion and public life: moral values and truth, claims that influence people's way of life. In the cause of the meaningful dialogue of ideas, society must be able to endure even offensive and shocking speech, as another U.S. Supreme Court case aptly put it in a public debates, must tolerate insulting and even outrage speech in order to provide adequate breathing space to the freedoms protected by the First Amendment. That is, it is when speech is inflammatory or objectionable that we need the breathing space to utter it, not silence it. Less orthodoxy and stultification ensues. Michael Shermer in the chapter of on one of his book, Giving the Devils His Due, provides an instrumental justification of free speech in terms of the epistemology of a science and the logic of liberalism. His main case is not merely that free speech is a moral right, but also that it is a means required for seeking truth and error correction. The reason we need critical feedback from others is that our brains come equipped with the set of a cognitive heuristics or rule of thumbs or shortcuts that helps us navigate through the buzzing, blurring confusion of information coming in through the buzzing, blurring confusions of this one senses. This heuristics are also known as cognitive biases because they often distort our percepts to fit preconceived concept, and they are part of a larger process called motivated reasoning, in which no matter what belief system is in place, religious, political, economic, or social, they shape how we interpret information that comes from our senses and motivate us to reason our way to finding the world to be precisely the way we should to be. A belief are formed for a variety of subjective, emotional, and psychological and social reasons, and then are reinforced through these belief, confirmation, heuristics, and justified and explained with the rational reasons. The confirmation biases, the hindsight biases, the self-justification biases, the status quo biases, the sunk cost biases, the availability biases, the representative biases, the believability biases, the authority biases, and the consistency biases are just a few of the ways cognitive psychologists have discovered that we distort the world. That process of generating new ideas and introducing them to your peers and the public, where they can be skeptically scrutinized in the bright light of another man, is the only way to find out if you have come up with something true and important, or if you have been immersed in self-deception. Responding to the evil by banning random controversial authors or YouTuber is completely irrational, but that doesn't make it inexplicable manifestation of a great evil. It provokes a desire to do something, anything, re-establish moral orders. Remember when millions of people tweeted hashtag bring back our girls after the terrorist organization Boko Haram kidnapped dozens of Nigerian students in 2014?
murderers, rapists don't give a fig about being mobbed on Twitter, but it made people feel useful for an instant, as if they had done something. We all entertain some version of this instinct in times of tragedy, a reflex satirized by the Onion in the day after 9/11, when the headline, "Not knowing what else to do, woman bakes American flag cakes." Intertwined with this instinct is the idea that there is some abstract force called evil that exists in the cosmos, a force that we are all called upon to confront and defeat. Shouldn't we protect people from speech that might be hateful and thus harmful? No. Here are the 8 reasons why. Who decides which speech? Okay, shouldn't we protect people from speech that might be hateful and harmful? Okay, no. Who decides? That's very thing, right? Because if it's a subjective, if there is a Pandora box of subjectivity, right? Subjectivity, the gray zone, right, is where the most of the thing, the discrimination or all those things happen. Because if it's a subjective, then obviously it's very difficult for anyone to prove it. And if the person in a person who have the authority, they will definitely try to exploit those advantages, right? So first is, if there are shouldn't we protect people from speech that might be hateful and harmful? Now the question is, who gets to decide? Who decides which speech is acceptable and which is unacceptable? You, me, the majority. The control of the speech is how dictatorships and autocracies rule. We must resist the urge to control what other people say and think. What criteria are used to censor certain ships? Ideas that I disagree with, thought that differ from your thoughts, anything that the majority determines is unacceptable. That's another form of tyranny of a majority. Okay, it's another form of a tyranny majority. It is not just the right of the speaker to speak, but for the listener to listen. We might be completely right, but still learn something new. We might be partially right and partially wrong, and by listening to other viewpoint, we might stand corrected and refine and improve our belief. We might be completely wrong, so hearing criticisms, a counterpoint, give us the opportunity to change our minds and improve our thinking. No one is infallible. The only way to find out if you have gone off the rail is to get feedback on your belief and opinion and even your facts. Whether right or wrong, by listening to the opinion of the others, we have the opportunity to develop stronger arguments and build better facts for our position. My freedom to speak and dissent is inextricably tied to your freedom to speak and dissent. My freedom to speak and dissent is inextricably tied to your freedom to speak and dissent. If I censor you, why shouldn't you censor me? If you silence me, why shouldn't I silence you? Once customs and laws are in place to silence someone on one topic, what's to stop people from silencing anyone on any topic that deviates from the accepted canon? These are exception to the purely civil libertarian cases of free speech. Of course, most notably, you're not free to spread lies about someone that damage their reputation. Yeah, I'm talking about this slander or defamation. Safety, reputation, safety, or income, or nor are you free to disturb national secret like the nuclear codes to your known enemies. But never in history have the people been so free to speak their minds, and from that freedom emerges the truth. For the only way to know if your idea is wrong is to allow others to critique it. Viewpoint diversity, however, is subservient to the deeper principle of free speech. Why should be applied indiscriminately across the academy as it should be across society and ideally the world? What does free speech mean? First, it does not mean that you can lie about someone. Libel laws are in place to protect people from defamations. Libel are those where someone has written something as a defamation for you persons, and if there's a slander, that means someone has spoken something about you to defame, which is not true. So yeah, defamation that causes a reputation and financial harm. Second, free speech does not mean that the government, public institutions, or private persons, businesses, or publications are required to promote or publish the opinion of others. Institution should have the freedom to restrict the speech of anyone who utilizes resources within the jurisdiction of its own institution, such as the school newspaper. The government, however, cannot restrict citizens' speech just because it finds their opinion distasteful, offensive, or critical of its policies. Exceptions have been made for treasons and passing on of national secrets to enemies, but crying fire in a crowded theater was most likely an exception that proves the rule. Holocaust denier, creationist, 9/11 truthers, for example, should have the right to publish their own journals and books, and Holocaust deniers, and to attempt to have the reviews aired in the other publication and media venues, as in a college newspaper and website, but no one is obligated to publish them. Being in favor of someone's right to freedom of speech, being in favor of someone's right to freedom of speech is quite different from enabling that speech. But we chose to write a book about their movement and arguments, quoting them extensively, because we believe in the bright light of open discussion, the truth will emerge. The broader principle at work here is the principle of interchangeability perspective. For me to expect you to listen to me, I must be willing to hear from you. That's true, right? if I expect, right, for me to expect you to listen to me, I must be willing to hear for you. If I censor you, why shouldn't you censor me? If you silence me, why shouldn't I silence you? I want to protect the speech of people whose views I disagree with, so that my speech is equally shielded from censorship by those who find my views disagree, agreeable, or offensive. In short, the free expression is the air a democracy breathes. Whenever we suffocate it, even for noble purposes such as to shield, fielding, or preserve orders, we deprive society of the opportunity to learn and evolve. The damage of the hateful or blasphemous comment is often outweighed by the blame, by the harm caused by the stifling discussion of it. In fact, evil speech can be replied to by good speech. Through truth, reason, satire, public ridicule alone, but silence gives birth to ignorance. Censoring a false or extreme opinion does not eliminate it. It only takes it out of the reach of criticism. The view can still grow in the valley, alleys, unchallenged, and therefore in a way of speaking and unreported. Thus, more speech is the cure. If, as Justice Parandes would agree, there is time to root out bad ideas through arguments, then we must do so through education and debate and not through censorship. Consider, for instance, the case of bigotry or casteist rhetoric. If someone utters an insulting, bigoted statements, the initial response might be to punish or cancel the offenders. But censoring a casteist will not eradicate casteism any more than censoring a racist will eliminate racism. Prejudice is a social disease. One can't legislate it away by just prohibiting slur or hate literatures. Indeed, overarching censorship is likely to boomerang. It could create overarching, right, censorship. If there is like too much of a censorship, then it will come back and bite, right? So it is likely to become a boomerang. It could create resentments among those gauged and make them martyrs in the eyes of certain segments of the public. As Shermer adds, censorship turns hate speech bigots into free speech martyrs, recognition that they must most surely do not deserve. Suppose society reacts to rude words by banning them. In that case, the bigot can conceivably become a victim in a twisted manner and call for sympathy or attention that they would otherwise not have received had their views freely been expressed and countered. The far superior option is to allow them to speak and then counter bad speech with their good speech. By opposing hateful views and openly, we can deny them everyone, right? We can deny them to everyone beside the public gets to witness the vulnerability of the bigots in argument. If anything, to hear the moral in a counter argument instead of merely dictates declaring that such opinions are forbidden. History is riddled with such powerful examples. South American states criminalize the Southern American. That means I think they might be talking about the South America, Brazil and all. Okay, so criminalize the distribution of abolitionist pamphlets in the 1830s, labeling as anti-slavery literature as offensive and labeling anti-slavery literature offensive and incitement to slave owners. One Southern senators argued that the abolitionist causes emotional harm to slave owners by merely stating that slavery was immoral. By today's standards, we unambiguously see that the moral reality lay with the abolitionist and the offense of the slavery apologists who had no privilege or protection. If abolitionist rhetoric had been universally prohibited as hateful or blasphemous, as many actually wish regarding it as an attack on the social order God had ordained, slavery might have continued. Similarly, during the civil rights movement, most segregationists saw demands for black equality as highly offensive, even hate speech against the Southern way of life. If there had been a sentiment law at the time, they would have attempted to silence people like Martin Luther King on charges of blasphemy against the segregated social orders. Fortunately, freedom of expression was championed by civil rights activists so that the justice of the cause could be heard. What was vilified as hate speech by one generation is usually hailed as visionary by others. This supports, Mill's argument that muzzling my opinions, no matter how erroneous it may appear, threatens to muzzle truth for a future generation, as he put it. If the opinion be right, people are deprived of the chance of substituting error with the truths. If wrong, of almost equally valuable benefit, the clearer vision of the truths produced by its contrast with honest error. That is objectionable, or erroneous thoughts are beneficial to society precisely because they compel the truth to defend itself and thus appear more clearly. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, exposing extremists through open exchange. The aphorism, sunlight is the best disinfectant, summarizes the thesis that openness and transparency are the nemesis of the corruption lying in extremism. Justice Brandes first formulated the saying in public policy vocabulary by penning, "Publicity is just condemned and commended as a remedy for social and industrial disease." Sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. Electric light, the most efficient policeman. When Brandes applied the maxim to open government and businesses, it was powerful. It became even more so when applied to words. The moment extreme or supremacist concepts are brought out in the public eye, they lose their vitality. The best way to refute a bad idea is to allow its supporters to feel free to talk about it, and so just subject to it their own weaknesses for all to consider. How
does the sun function as a disinfectant in the world of ideas? First, radical ideologies thrive by insulating their supporters from criticisms in echo chambers and gated communities where ideas are never criticized. Fans receive only the supportive, story. Censorship inadvertently supports such extremists because it gives them that insulation at a social level. If society in general tells them you can't say that because it's hateful or blasphemous, the thought does not cease to exist. It becomes undergrounds. There exist and there it exists on elements of persecution. Its followers takes the censorship as evidence that the powers that be fear or truth. A parallel in today's world is how conspiracy theorists or extremist religious ministers claim that being banned from a mainstream venues validates their claim. They become martyrs in obscurity, free to think that their thoughts unencumbered by public discussions. On the other hand, when irrational bias ideas are expressed in the public forum, they are immediately subjected to opposition and skepticism. In the court of public opinion, they will need to hold their ground or otherwise be mocked. Take how open societies deal with the blatant racism. Racists can freely speak, but only at the expense of having to be soundly, denounced and boycotted socially. The outcome is that blatant racism, although illegal, has little fertile, territory other than the extremist fringe, because society as a whole has vaccinated itself by openly, rejecting those attitudes in a public life. Okay, I just want to see. Okay, can a racist area comment made by a person in US, can a racist comment made by a person in US be convicted and sentenced to jail? I don't know. I don't think so. In the United States, you cannot be convicted and sent to jail, simply for making a racist comment, because hate speech is protected under the First Amendment. The U.S. government cannot criminalize speech mainly because it's offensive or prejudiced. Okay, true that if the racist comment constitutes a credible, directed threat of violence or bodily to harm to a specific person group, it is considered as a crime. Incitement speech that explicitly direct or incite imminent lawful. Okay, so you can be racist, but it does not lead to some incitement of a mob or so it shouldn't be. Okay, otherwise it's fine. Okay, and the outcome is blatant racism. Okay. In a very literal sense, racists have exposed themselves to the sun. Everyone knows who they are and what they believe. Their case has been analyzed and discredited openly, damaging the reputation. When you give human a voice, they reveal themselves. It's cliche. A Castius who loudly proclaimed his biases is asking to be refuted and publicly humiliated. All see the ignorance of the evil being exhibited, but if the Castius never gets to speak up, his colleague or his neighbors may never know about his attitudes, and he may work secretly, never being asked to challenge his biases. Okay, just wait. First, what is the racism? Racism, right? Okay, exact definition. Racism is the belief that certain races possess inherent trait that makes them superior or inferior to others. It manifests as prejudices, discriminations, or antagonisms directed to some different individual person. Okay. A public exposure not only sanctions the speaker socially, but it also instructs the public. There are times when people are intolerant or are dogmatic simply because they know different alternatives were ever presented. Open speeches compels them to confront the issues. A fire and brimstone church bigots mouthing accusation of blasphemy, for example, can in an open forum be confronted by a rationalist who points out contradictions or unreasoning implications in the fanatics' arguments. Voters who could be swayed by the zealot alone may, by the sunlight of argumentations, have a chance to see the fanaticism or vulnerability in such an argumentation places things in a context and side by side, allowing impartial observers or critical minds to make a wiser choice between the concept changed. Beside that, sunlight deters extremism. The threat of being forcefully refuted and possibly embarrassed in a public can temper the way individual speaks. Compare this to a censorship. If there is a law prohibiting extremist speech to begin with, then a real fanatic will be just more confident in his writings, and I must be right if they go far to shut me up. So yeah, whereas a less fanatical one will shut up but not revise what he holds. But that no so extreme members of the group will very likely be influenced by the counter arguments, or at least abstain from advancing extreme argument through a social disapproval, which, as opposed to the sanction from above, is truly reflective of society value. The principle that sunlight disinfect also justify the practice of allowing even odious groups to emerge through the street. When neo-Nazis or hate sects organizes rallies with the police protections for their their safety as well as the slogans they bear are, it is an opportunity protect protesters and civic leaders can march in numbers, overwhelm hate
overwhelm hate with a sea of solidarity. News medias in an open society seldom favor the extremist. Instead, they depict how marginal and abhorrent their creed is. The broader public observing things, this happen, find out that such outlier views are uncommon and non-popular, and that the most people oppose them, and effective inoculations against the propagations of such ideas. If those rallies were banned, the extremists would meet undergrounds. The people wouldn't hear the refraining of denial, and some nosy observers might even be led to suspect that the extremists may be onto something so compelling it has to be conceived. Lies and fanatical belief dread the fire of analysis. Really great and good ideas have nothing to be afraid of being open, right? So, okay, if it is the truth, then there has nothing to be afraid of, right? Yeah, that's the thing. They flourish under it. If an ethical or religious teaching is good, it should be able to withstand joke, criticism, even ridicule. After all, everything would say that a religion or philosophy is strengthened after going through controversies like the fire toughening steel, the doctrine that are so sensitive that they cannot stand the slightest scrutiny, that insist on being protected by the blasphemy lost in fatwas, betray an underlying weakness. What is there in your religion that cannot last for one moment of disagreements? By permitting blasphemy, we test the metal of religious concepts. The spurious and injurious ones will be reputed earlier in the minds of the public. The good and innocuous ones will survive and maybe even develop prestige for having come out of unscathed from the open criticism. Precisely, embracing blasphemy is not an appeal to encourage individuals to go out of their way to be obnoxiously offensive and cruel towards others' deeply cherished convictions. Instead, it is an instance to not giving any idea or ideology sacred, unquestionable status in the public sphere realm. It is an acknowledgement that any faith, minority, or pluralities, religious or secular, can be in error, and the only means of determining this is by energetically questioning and arguing against it. When someone complains about or mocks a religious belief, or reactions should never be a frenzy or call for licensing the blasphemous. Instead, we should black with the counter arguments or simply ignore them when they are altogether senseless. As Michael Shermer suggests, hate speech is best answered with his free speech. Okay. We simply ignore them with the response. Hate speech is best answered with the free speech, and better speech or no speech at all. Simply ignore them by not reacting. Okay, I think this is good, right? Hate speech is best answered with the free speech, better speech, or no speech at all, right? Simply ignore them. You don't have to react at all. By not reacting to it by violence or censorship, society deprived the blasphemous or unwarranted limelights or martyrdoms. Yeah, they will not get that spotlight. And then, some people, they do it for just fame. If the blasphemous perspective is not well founded, then it will surely diminish by itself or exist at the fingers of the insignificant. It is well founded that we have enriched ourselves by having listened to it and maybe by learning something from it. Let us consider a scenario from the outside world. In the last decades or so, satirical condemnations of religious and other extremist cartoons, comedy shows, etc., has caused a humongous furor. The initial reaction of offended nation is to call for censorship of the satire, but note what's ensues what we permit the dissemination of the satire. In 2015, for instance, when the French magazine Charlie Hebdo printed a cartoon of a Prophet Muhammad, extremists reacted horribly with the violence. The proper reactions of an open society was not to yield to the terrorists, call for censorship, but to uphold the values of free expression. Then millions of individuals, not to mention countless Muslims worldwide, debated the appropriate boundaries of the integrations and how to distinguish between difficult beliefs and difficult individuals. They were uncomfortable but needed sunlight. It all societies enacted no more cartoons of X. It's against the law. The underlying tension and issues would not have been solved. The extremist opinion that everyone should be subject to the divine law would not have been spurned openly as they were. For then, the liberal democracy should have suddenly been yielding to the principle that such a blasphemy should not be permitted. But by leaving the issues in the open, the world approximated the agreement with the view that while a satirical work might be opposed on grounds of the merit or taste, lethal intolerance is much worse. That wider social bargain in turn sends a message to vulnerable wannabe fanatics: your religion won't take hold there. Overall, sunlight, straightforward, stock and plain speaking, truthfulness, purify society by allowing us to meet vices and fallacies face to face, as we cure a disease by diagnosing it in the open. So we cure social disease like extremism, casteism, or sectarian bigotry by permitting them to be aired so that they can be rebutted or ridiculed properly. Suppressing speech is like applying a cover or rot over. It does not kill the rot, but conceals it until the building collapses from within. But to lay bare the corruptions and expose it to the light of day, however uncomfortable that is, it is the initial step to removing it. So if the culture is suffering from blasphemous offensive speech, then the remedy is not to enforce silence. It is to open up the public square to more voices and push superior ideas past super ones. Hate speech is free speech.
hate speech is free speech, Sinner versus Phelps and the American First Amendment. One of the most vigorous contemporary affirmation of the more speech, not less ideal is to be found in a low probability, high emotion case, Sinner versus Phelps, decided by the United States Supreme Court. 2011, the case pushed against the significance of the free speech and anti-free speech measures in the face of the plainly hateful and injurious speech, in holding that even hate speech is a free speech. Yeah, even hate speech is a free speech. Yeah. The court sends a firm message: the defense of the free expression has to reach over to the revolting peripherist, or else we begin drawing lines that close off valuable conversations. The circumstances were ghastly. Members of the Westboro Baptist Church, the Phelps family, had become infamous by protesting at funerals with obscene signs announcing disaster as acts of God punishing America for sin. They protested after the 2006 funerals of Marine Matthew Sinners, a young war casualty, as Mr. Sendin's family mourned. Westboro members stood by outside with a sign boring slogans such as "God hates fags because America allows homosexuality." Okay, faggots. Okay, God hates fags because American allows homosexuality, and thank God for dead soldiers. For few expressions are as derogatory and as inconsiderable, particularly to a mourning family. Sinner's dad brought suit against the Phelps for intentional infliction of emotional distress. Among other tort claims, a jury initially gave millions in damages against Whisperer. The Supreme Court case before it was not a criminal law case of blasphemy, but it posed the related question: is it a criminal to prosecute speech under civil law because it is highly offensive and offensive to the feeling? In an 8-1 ruling, the court replied no, if the speech pertained to issues of public concerns and was delivered in a legal context. Chief Justice John Roberts, on behalf of the court, recognized the hurtful content of the Westboro's message as well as the excruciating pain it inflicted on the Sanders family. However, he stated, as a nation, we have chosen a different course to protect even hurtful speech on the public issues, to ensure that we do not stifle public debate. That choice requires that we shield Westboro from tort liability for its picketing in scale. That is, the United States, with its First Amendment, and prefers to permit even the most odious, hateful speech in pursuit of higher goods, free discourse of matters of the public concern. That precedent is a vigorous assertion of the principle over emotion. No one can fail to sympathize with the father who was exposed to listening to men cheering, "Thank God for dead soldiers," while he was walking behind his son's funeral. However, the Supreme Court ruled that the First Amendment free speech clause can be used as a defense against a tort action for emotional distress, provided free speech addresses a matter of a public concern and is not in itself harassment and aimed at individual beyond the ideas expressed. The court ruled that Westboro's protest, no matter how offensive it is, was a general message regarding public matters, morality, national policy, and the conduct of the United States, and occurred in an open area without interfering with the funeral ceremony itself. It therefore came under the ambit of protected speech on matters of public concerns, which occupies the highest rung of the First Amendment protection. Critically, the court dismissed the contention that speech might lose protection merely because it was outrageously offensive. It pointed out that outrageousness is a very subject test. So, judge and juries would be able to punish opinions because they themselves think them too outrageous or offensive if they had this power. Free speech would then be subject to the vagaries of subjective taste and popular sentiments. This would be just what Mill and Shermer caution against. According to the emotion of the majority, superiority to squash minority, not even extremist or hateful minority opinion. Instead, the court underscored the fact that speech about public matters need room to breathe, even, or perhaps notably when it is insulting and outrageous. They also refer to prior precedents such as Booz versus Barry. In public debate, we must tolerate insulting and even outrageous speech in order to provide, adequate breathing space to the freedom protected with the First Amendment. Sinner versus Phelps therefore believes that there is no broad hate speech exception to the free speech clause. Hateful speeches are not exempt from a protection of the First Amendment. Okay, hateful speech is not exempt from the protection of the industry in America, provided that it does not incite an imminent lawless act itself and does not pose a real threat of harassment aimed at a particular individual in a specific context. This is a controversial principle. In fact, many democracies make hate speech a criminal offense, but it is not. But it is necessary implication of logical consistency. If we permit censorship of a speech based on viewpoint or content, however odious, we set a precedent that can swell and engulf legitimate discussion. One man's hate speech, Michael Shermer observed, is another serious belief of political tension. For example, as noted, slave owner regarded abolitionist rhetoric as odious slander. Segregationist call appeal for integration odious. To this day, you can spot individuals who call any criticism of religion hate. If we begin down that slope, making hate speech is justification for silencing, who sets the line and how do we determine it? It is instantly politicized. Both sides seek to characterize their opponent's opposition as outside the play. The America's Supreme Court determination to safeguard the odious, funeral protest of Westboro's Baptist Church was a historic way of saying we do not entrust judgments about which political or religious message are so effective that they
Chief Justice Robert explained, speech is powerful. It can motivate people to action. It can reduce people to tears of joy and sorrow, and it does not, as it does in this case, it can cause awful hurt on the evil evidence that is placed before us. We are not able to respond to that hurt by punishing the speaker. This is a strong support for the sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. School of thoughts on a larger scale. It acknowledges that yes, words do hurt, but once we let that hurt excuse mass repressions, we empowered something a great deal uglier: official, censorships and silencing of the public discourse. As Robert Hill, the country as a whole had determined to shield even abusive speech on issues of the public concerns, not to suppress discussion. For nations such as India, which lacks First Amendment absolutism, but do possess freedom and democratic goals, Cinder and Philip teaches us to lesson. India permits reasonable restrictions on speech, and has had its court recognize Section 295 as a model. Still, the holding of Cinder causes us to ask: are we really being reasonable in our restrictions when we prohibit speech merely because it offends feeling? Where do we place the line? Indian jurisprudence has experimented with the high standards in theory, requiring a proximate link between speech and public disturbance, often expressed through the metaphor of a spark in powder keg that can lead to violent outburst at one stroke. Even the Indian Supreme Court has declared that speech which is incitement to imminent lawless actions, a verbatim quote from the U.S. Brandenburg test, can be punished. That would imply that, at least in theory, Indian law does not criminalize offense or hurt sentiments are sufficient to muffle speech. But in reality, as we have observed, the presence of Section 295A and others, like it has resulted in discrimination, FIRs and arrest based on the weak or tenacious emotional complaints, because between principle and practice, the gap is wide. The American experience demonstrated that democracy can endure and even flourish by providing the highest protections to ugly speech. The dreaded anarchy of permitting anything to be said does not occur very often in a society with strong institutions and a culture of a counter speech. Instead, the society is made stronger. In the United States, Westboro's reprehensible sign didn't win anyone over to Western causes. Instead, this sparked national anger and cemented the social consensus for tolerance. Dozens of counter protests and attempts to protect military families from such abuse rose. Free speech puts Westboro's out there for what they were: a hate group on the fingers, and took away their ability to be victims, and embarrassing as it were for one family. The incident ultimately confirmed the American commitment to free expressions and tolerance of others. Citizens saw that the answer lay in the protecting victims with a compassionate citizen human buffer at funerals, for instance, but not by modifying the First Amendments. In short, Sinner versus Felv is the perfect illustration of the adage that complex cases make bad laws, and wisely, the court did not allow a hard case to produce a bad law under the First Amendment. Instead, it confirmed that even hate speech is a free speech. Even the hate speech is a free speech. This lesson is apparent. If despicable, extreme religious abuse is permissible in the cause of the free debate, then obviously garden variety blasphemy or religious criticism has to be acceptable too. A pluralist democracy should prefer cacophony of voices, nasty voices, to be chilling silence of a state-induced deference. Blasphemy is a virtue in a pluralistic society like India. Blasphemy is a virtue in a pluralistic society like India. It is nowhere more imperative that religion be freely debated than in a multicultural society such as India's, with innumerable religions and philosophies blended. There is a little hope that what is sacred to one will not be superstitious or even anathema to another. In a culture as overwhelmingly non-Abrahamic as India's, the blasphemy can play a beneficial role. Ironically, by challenging prevailing orthodoxy openly, we strengthen social harmony in the long term, instead of undermining it. So this is because of an open society strong enough to permit irreverence as one of that has perfected the art of settling differences without offense, violence, or coercions. India's dominant religion, Hinduism, is typically described as a endogenously plural and inclusive. Unlike the Abrahamic faiths, Islam and Christianity and Judaism, which are based on a stricter dualistic definition of a dogma: one God, one holy book, and one set of truth claims, Hindu tradition encompasses an immense variety of belief, from monotheistic to monism to atheism, and all manners of scriptures, each of which determines the religion of any individual members. Hindu philosophy has been traditionally pluralistic by nature, so old platforms such as discussion forums, such as those conducted in front of a kings or debating sessions of scholars, and open doors for heterodox scholars. Within those forums, Nastikas, heterodox scholars such as the Charvakas, who could trade blows with Astikas, orthodox scholars, on whether this is a god or the Vedas governs, without being killed or condemned forever as heretics. In fact, certain Indian philosophies rejected the Vedas per se, but continued to enrich the
subcontinent's intellectual landscape. This is far removed from the medieval Europe handling of heretics or the Islam's manners of treating apostles. Simply put, Hindu civilization, glorious as it has been, has treated blasphemy as a controversial components, not criminals. This pluralistic spirit implies that Hinduism is exceptionally well equipped to weather and even thrive, through the arrows of the modernity and free thinking. A faith that has already exceeded the depth and multiplicity of a thought stands to gain nothing from a caricatures of a challenging piece of writing. Instead, such as a faith can make a critique on occasions for reflections of rethinking. For instance, when reformers of the 19th and 20th centuries attack certain Hindu practices, child marriage, sati, and untouchability, etc., Orthodox faction shouted blasphemy and insult to our religions. But such denunciation did actually fortify Hindu society by purging it of some unjust practices. Raja Mahuman Roy's denunciation of sati was violently resisted with the priest as a blasphemy, but without his courageous blasphemy against the so-called venerable practice, an obnoxious ritual might have endured for a longer time. Likewise, B.R. Ambedkar and Vinayak Damodar Sarwarkar in a scathing denunciation of the caste systems and even of Hindu scriptures such as the Manusmriti, which Ambedkar theatrically burned in 1927, was not acceptable and was deeply insulting to many Hindus at the time. Sarwarkar said, "Whatever we find in Manusmriti to be harmful or ridiculous today should not be followed." But now, most Hindus have acknowledged that Ambedkar and Sarwarkar's criticisms of caste hypocrisy was a moral imperative that instituted reforms. Their blasphemy brought to light profound defects which had been to be rectified. Trying to suppress Ambedkar's and Sarwarkar's as some tired only underlined their contentions and that being the bigotry lay behind religious rationalization. This example supports a central hypothesis: blasphemy can be a force for intellectual and social advancement. Some of the most profound positive changes in India that have been brought about by the people who were prepared to challenge religious traditions from the inside. Swami Dayananda Saraswati rejected idolatry and many other practices commonly believed at a time to reflect the authentic Vedic spirit, and act for which more traditionalist Hindus ridicule them. But his iconoclasms, both literal and metaphorical, bred that reformist Arya Samaj movement, which revived Hindu thinking for many and emphasized education and social betterments. In South Prairie, E.V. Ramaswamy took even it further, conducting public idol breaking ceremonies and mocking mythological orthodoxy to challenge caste and gender oppressions. Periyar was ranked blasphemous to orthodox eyes. That Hindu society accepted a person like Periyar, who himself was riddled with inconsistencies, and problem is the proof that it can handle blasphemous and that we need more of it. This internal rebellion did not eradicate Hinduism as a general culture. It was, on the other hand, refashioned. In fact, the very capacity of Hindu society to transform across millennia from Vedic sacrificial religion to Puranic devotionalisms to Bhakti egalitarianisms to contemporary Hindu reformism owes much to internal criticisms and assimilations of new thinking. And yet, stricter Abrahamic religions have responded throughout history to blasphemy with the excommunication, the inquisitions of fatwas rather than arguments. When the medieval European Catholic Church responded to blasphemous thinking, that is, doubting the divinity of Christ or the authority of the Pope, the typical fix was to prosecute the blasphemous for heresy and burn the offender at the stake. That oppressions left the church nominally unchallenged for centuries, but only at the time, at the cost of keeping it static. When modernity eventually asserted itself in the form of a science, Enlightenment's thinking and secular evolutionists, the original inflexible edifice so collapsed under the weight of the pent-up imposed question. Protestant Christianity emerged by shattering the monopoly of a single text and opening up individual conscience. Basically, a controlled detonations of blasphemy against the Catholic Church dogma. Islam in certain nations today has stringent blasphemy and apostasy laws, but this have not made the cultures more devout or more peaceful in any way whatsoever. It has only immobilized discussions, produced intellectual stagnations and religious discourses. Ironically, some of the most violent and unstable society in today's world are those with the strongest blasphemy laws, supposedly for the protection of religion. In contrast, those with a strong free speech tends to have more stable religions, religious pluralism. Why? Because rigid system that can't accommodate opposition will inevitably break down, and usually violently, while flexible system flex and stretch when ultimately free speech knocks on the door of an authoritarian theocracy. Why? Social media, international debates, or international reformers, the resulting arrest can rattle the system to its foundation. Therefore, it can be claimed that Abrahamic faiths, by virtue of their more absolutist structures, are actually more likely to collapse under the weight of the free speech. That is, suppose all their beliefs are publicly challenged. In that case, the demand for one indisputable truth may be withstand pluralistic critique. We catch a glimpse of that religious fundamentalists fall behind in open societies over the long run as the generations who have been exposed to a variety of viewpoints, liberalized or apostatize from the faith. Hinduism pluralism court is not the monolith house of cards one might assume. They resemble more open sources, a domain that shapes. A person raised Hindu to believe in many gods can listen to the atheist arguments and perhaps integrate the perspective. Hindu philosophy does not have a metaphysical understanding of the divine and as a metaphor or the ultimate beyond images. Most Hindus have no problem asserting all religions are path to the same truth. A pluralist position which removes any one utterance from absolute. This is not to say Hindu society is free from fanaticism or equally deserving of a criticism. Recent evidence of indignation and rest. There are undoubtedly elements which react as many other religions fundamentalists, but it does not indicate that there is some cultural bias or stipulated narrative on which points defenses tolerance can be made. That conflict and diversity of thoughts are part of a Dharma. Hindu scriptures themselves are prone to including arguments, that is, the dialogue of the Upanishads or Arjuna's asking Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, which are suggested that questioning is not sinful. One of the most ancient scriptures, the Rig Vedas, even includes creation hymns that poses the question quite directly whether even God must have any idea how the world was created. Bold openness to doubt, the seed of doubt in the creations are allies of free speech. Therefore, rather than demanding harsher laws that deal with the people who are offending Hinduism, it should be contended that the permitting free speech regarding religion is entirely in the tradition of the best Hindus. Hinduism can endure if a partner depicts a Hindu god in a manner that offends some. Does a billion-strong religion collapse? Unlikely. There will probably be controversy surrounding it, and people remember the traditions that determine what is pertinent and what isn't. If a professor writes a critical biography of a Hindu saint, or a cynic makes a cartoon, of course some will take offense, but others will learn something, or at least learn how to answer with the reasons and not technicians. With time, society thickens and gets witter. Individuals realize that the affront to a god or a book is not personal to them, or even to gods, who presumably being omnipotent does not require human panels of law to preserve him. It is imperative in a multi-religious country today. It is maybe a Hindu communist silencing an individual for insulting the gods. To tomorrow, a Muslim community or a Sikh community of a Christian community using the same law to silence something Hindu would wish to say that, in fact, this is not an abstract example. It has offered, for instance, most Hindu activists have all discovered the convenience of a blasphemy law to prohibit books of film they dislike, and find that the president is empowering others to do the same. The banning of the satanic verses, a novel Muslim took to the blasphemous, was done by a regime trying to appease part of the population. Still, it opened up a precedent that has had Hindu extremists calling for bans on the things they detest, such as academic criticisms of Hindu mythology by Wendy Donighurst on the movie Water, which exposed abuse of Windows. Everyone ends up losing in this tit for tat regarding offense. On the other hand, if all the groups can accept speech, including speech which it perceives to be blasphemous, everyone benefits. How? Because no one can monopolize the dialogue by demanding special exemption from denunciation. A Muslim in India can satirize or criticize a Hindu belief. A Hindu can criticize or satirize a Muslim belief. Both of them can argue with the Christians, an atheist, or communist, or feminist, or power. The outcome is not anarchy but a bazaar in which ideas and beliefs are tried out. Respect within the bazaar is not forced. If Hinduism has its strengths, let them be revealed in persuasion and the Hindu way of life, and not in stifling in critics. If any religion or ideology has fallacies or logical errors, let them be pointed out by the critics so that they can be corrected by the followers or abandoned if they were so desirous. Such free competition might look intimidating to those who are accustomed to obedience, but it actually creates a peaceful coexistence. Once people are aware that they have the right to complain and question freely, they will be less likely to fall back on the use of force. Challenge are met with the words, not swords. Extremists lose followers because their absolute ideology is punctured in the public discourse, and most importantly, people have intellectual individual belief. Is the characteristics of a free society. Lastly, accepting blasphemy means accepting our civilizational resilience, our ability to observe and talk about differences, to repeal the blasphemy laws, to trust our citizens and our ancient culture, to manage words like grown up. It is to amputate the legal limb upon which both religious extremists and sensitive politicians to keep quiet. No longer could someone cry, "I'm heard," to win an argument automatically. They would have to make their case for why the speaker is wrong, or tolerate the fact that in a free country, not everyone agrees with you. This would encourage a moral, level playing field among ideas. Yes, some feeling will be hurt in the process, but feeling can heal or be countered with some free speech, or a worse in the pervasive norm that undermines democracy by stifling speech. Freedom in a free speech, the free speech, the engine for reform and critical thinking. Free speech. Okay, so now we're talking about the free speech. Free speech, the engine for reform and critical thinking. Imagine a world where Galileo never dared to whisper that the earth revolves around the sun for fear of being chastised. Imagine a world. Okay, I just want to go a little bit about the Galileo. Okay, he's a
I've heard him multiple times, great people and all those things, right? But I actually don't know much about him. And what I know is that he's an astronomer. That's it. Galileo Galilei, okay? Galileo Galilei. Galileo Galilei, okay, born as is commonly referred to as Galileo Galilei, was an Italian astronomer, physicist, and engineer, and sometimes described as a polymath. He was born in the city of Pisa, then part of the Duchy of Florence. 77 years died. So he was born in 1564. He was born is equals to 1564, Pisa, Italy, and he died is equals to in RC3, and so he is most famous for being the father of modern observational astronomy and experimental physics. He revolutionized our understanding of the universe by improvising the telescope to observe the skies and by facing the Roman Inquisition for defending the theory that the Earth revolves around the sun. Yeah, so I think previously it was said that the sun revolves around the Earth, but this one, and facing the Roman Inquisition for defending the theory that Earth revolves around the sun. His crowning achievement and legacy: telescopic discoveries. He was the first to report astronomical observation using a telescope. His finding included the rugged crafted crater surface on the moon. The four largest moons of Jupiter, now called the Galilean moons, sunspots on the face of Venus. The heliocentric model. By observing the phases of Venus, he pivoted vital empirical proof that planet Earth orbit the sun rather than Earth. Nicolaus Copernicus, the theory that contradicted prevailing church teaching, physics of motions. He pioneered the experimental methods in physics. He discovered the laws of pendulums, established the object to follow the same rate of acceleration regardless of their masses. From the scientific martyrdoms, because of this strong advocacy for heliocentrism, he was tried by Roman this one in August and forced to vacate. He spent the remainders the house arrest. So HELIOS. So Helios is the ancient Greek word and personification of the sun. In Greek mythology, he is the Titan sun god who drives a fiery horse-drawn chariots across the sky each day. The name itself literally translates to sun. Yesel. Helios. That's okay. I want to see the pronunciation of it. That's so Helios. Can I see the pronunciation of it? No, I don't think I can. Helios, right? Okay. What is Vese meaning? What is the Vese meaning? Vese, often referred to as a Tenzin Searing Vese or just Ozer, is a prominent Tibetan writer. No. Okay. Tibetan language, the name Vese translates to light or a ray of light. This was one has I'm not talking this one's okay. Imagine a world. I'm back. Free speech, the engine for reform and critical thinking. Imagine a world where Galileo never dared to whisper that the earth revolves around the sun for fear of being chastised. Imagine a world where reformers like Galileo, Copernicus, and Darwin, or in Indian context, rational intellect minds, or remain silent for the fear that their ideas would be deemed heresy or blasphemy. That would be a less acknowledgeable world, and a world of static protest and a morally and intellectually challenged world. One of the most important arguments for maximal free speech is that it's fundamentally necessary condition for human progress, scientific, social, and moral. Censorship kills it all, because if you muffle people's speech, they are reluctant to express themselves, and then that reluctance starves innovations and understanding. Galileo's affair is an example. In 1610, gazing through its telescope, Galileo proved that Jupiter, it's 17th century, 17th century, Galileo proved that Jupiter had moons circling it, proved that not everything revolved around the Earth. He advocated that the Copernican hypothesis that the Earth itself rotates on its axis and it revolves around the sun. The church hierarchy did not just consider this concept to be false, but blasphemous, dangerous, and as it negated their interpretation of the Holy Scriptures and reversed the heavenly arrangement with the man at the center. In 1633, Galileo, faced with the torture by the Inquisitions, renounced his opinion publicly. He lived out the remainder of his life under the house arrest. His revolutionary writing censored had been, had that been the end of it, he might still be working under a plotonic illusion. Galileo observations were correct, is per se movie, yet it moves, as he is said to have a complaint about the Earth. Finally, through the bravery of the subsequent scientists and the decline in church censorship, heliocentrism, reality surface. Okay. But look at the price of delay. Decades, centuries, even in which European society struggled to keep pace with information that might have been embraced sooner. To now apply the hypothetical at large. If all unorthodox thoughts are stamped out in the fancy, how many revolutions do we lose? Every act of censorship means robbing the future of a discovery or an awakening.
It is not only science, social progress operates on the same principle. The ideas we regard as morally enlightened now becomes as a blasphemous against the then existing moral orders. The idea that kings are not divine right monarchs, that slavery is wicked, that women are as good as men, that lower caste are as dignified as higher. All these ideas were originally profoundly offensive to the powers that can that be useful. Usually dressed up in a religious wrapping. To contradict them was often perceived as rejecting God's will or nature's. That is heresy. If those who originally articulated this revolutionary concept had all been muzzled for life, we wouldn't have a democracy, abolition, women's right, or many other freedom fought so hard for it. In reality, the chance of trying out new ideas at all, whether in theory or in practice, it depends on freedoms of speech and thoughts. When Galileo promoted a new cosmology, he was testing an intellectual experiment, defying present dogma to determine if it's superior explanation, if this one fits the data. When Ambedkar publicly scorned Hindu scriptures and even disaffiliated him from Hinduism in order to become a neo-Buddhist, he was performing a social experiment, illustrates an alternative for oppressed classes and challenging Hindu society to justice. This test may be challenging or even insulting to those who are emotionally invested in the old paradigms, but that they are physically required for growth. Censorship though creates a culture of fear which is poisonous to critical thoughts. When the punishment is not merely for being in error but for even daring to ask questions, the message that comes through is don't question at all. This is lethal to any intellectual civilization. Progress relies on the ability to say maybe the way we have always done or thought about X is incorrect. Let's examine it. This is that is as true for the that is as true for theology and cultural norms as it is for physics. If an astrophysicist today were told that questioning a popular theory could end their career, few would take the risk. Science would ossify. If a student in a faith community is informed that questioning a dogma would send them into jail, few will come near. Their mind will lose avenues of inquiry. A culture of demanding good thinking progressively yield what John Stuart Mill described as a red dogma. Thoughts individual keep on the surface without life or meaning, since they never had an opportunity to hear them debated. Learning turns into indoctrinations, imaginations, atrophies because inventive minds fear violating unstated boundaries of an acceptability. Free speech provokes the mind instead. When individuals are aware that they can pose sacrilegious questions or advances for advanced far out hypothesis without disastrous consequence, they are inclined to investigate the unknown. This is evidenced in the course of the scientific revolution and enlightenment. The moment the censorship relaxes the impulsions of the church, index of prohibited books, the waning of blasphemous statues, etc., there was an immediate explosion of the intellectual activity. The same is true today. The nation that lead in innovations and knowledge creation are those that offer robust protection for free expression and intellectual freedoms. This is not an accident. Even on an individual scale, the freedom to express ideas is closely tied to the power to build upon them. So we are only truly discover what we know after attempting to articulate or argue. Some ideas are unspeakable. They can persist, have formed, festering within the mind as insisting suspicions or repressed belief. Because speaking sharpens, either the speaker becomes aware that the ideas was untrue because others invalidated, or the device means to validate. Galileo debating with other astronomers in a public, some of them opposed him, honed his arguments on behalf of the heliocentrism. So less mundane illustrations. A student might have a hunch in the gut that an old tradition is unfair, but only by articulating it out loud during class discussions and receiving counter argument can they refine their thinking and perhaps persuade others. Every censored topic is a lost opportunity in the classrooms, a learning experience lost for society to learn about itself. The Galileo example is also helpful in highlighting an irony. It is not truth that requires to be shielded from questioning, but untrue. The church was afraid that Galileo views would destroy faith, but if one worldview or faith is such that conclusions of a single scientist can reduce it to rubble, this issue may be with the faith itself. By refuting Galileo, ultimately the church was forced to change its theology to include a heliocentric solar system. The result, science was advanced, and religion was liberated from an incorrect cosmology that it had held on to. This could have been achieved sooner and with the less heartache had censorship not been practiced. Similarly, in my thought system, religious or secular opening to criticism guarantees that the system will be improved. Suppressing critic merely postpones the day of reckoning and usually makes the adjustment harder when the time comes. You can object, but what of imposter Galileos, individuals who are merely cranks spreading misinformation? Free speech takes care of that too. They may freely say it, but they are also free to be disproved. Not all critics are Galileo. Certainly, if we suppress all the unorthodox critics, we may be suppressing the genuine Galileos along with the cranks. Better to let them all have their say and hope that the rational analysis will separate the wheat from the chaff. In science, that's precisely what we do.
Competing theories are permitted, but they have to be peer-reviewed and experimentally substantiated. In the religious and social fields, evidence and argument serves the same purposes. Weak thoughts will fold if they cannot accord with the reasons or reality, given they are allowed to be debated in the first place. And if sometimes the truth takes a while to conquer, well, so be it. That fight is how society becomes aware that what is perilous is not the existence of misinformation, but the lack of marketplace where it can be subjected to challenges to the accurate information. When individuals are given the freedom to think out loud, as in the as in the case raised by the users' question, society stands to gain return that are impossible to quantify. Who could we have anticipated, for example, how much human civilization would gain from Einstein's unconventional thought experiments concerning time and space if those had been considered too heretical compared to Newtonian physics and suppressed? 20th century physics would not have made the quantum leap or take moral philosophers. If a precursor had professed war is not a glorious, it had it's hell, and maybe we should reorganize society to reduce it, that would have been unpatriotic or rude to the martial ethos of the day. But to express those sentiments planted seeds for contemporary peace movement and a global law. All human endeavors progress through a dialectic of thoughts through which today's religious and question can become tomorrow's sacred knowledge. In India, we look to old examples. The Buddha himself, more than 2,500 years ago, moved from town to town arguing with Brahmins, effectively challenging the authority of the Vedas to orthodox ears. This was absolute blasphemy. The Buddha rejected their sacrifice and even the idea of an eternal soul. But because he was permitted to entertain such opinion, axial age, India was very tolerant of wandering philosophers. Along came Buddhism and radically reformed Indian society by balancing it with new metaphysics and ethics. Many elements of Buddhism's thoughts were later adopted by a larger Hindu society and vice versa, and syncretism was only made possible due to the blasphemous ideas being argued and not repressed. Flash forward to today, if the reformers and organizations like Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Ishwar Chandra, Vidyasagar, the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangst, or Savitribai Phule had been legally muzzled for insulting religious tradition, that is in window remarriage, equality of a caste, intercaste marriage, girls' education, social reforms in India would have moved even slower. All four of these trailblazers encountered brutal resistance from different elements who charged them with the profaning divine laws. But because they could issue pamphlets, operate schools, and mobilize supports in a context of increasing free speech, they eventually won out. When we advocate for blasphemy, we are advocating for the voices of early reformists and discovery. Not all blasphemists or reformists. Of course, some are simply provocateurs and free riders. And in the age of internet, we will come across multiple free riders and shock jocks. But free society never tries to elect and select at the borders, because today's agitators may unwittingly trigger tomorrow's reform. But free society never tries to elect and select at the border, because today's agitator may unwittingly trigger tomorrow's reform. Let us speak more. Let us speak more, not less. It is to celebrate freedom itself with all its disorder, awkwardness, and let us speak more, not less, and openness and potential for change. It is believed that no creed, no matter how sacred, is immune from questioning, skepticisms, or even the ridicule of doubt. It is to profess faith that a truth needs no guns or jails bars to defend it. Truth provokes, meanwhile, injustices and lies often cloak themselves in a sanctity to avoid scrutiny, and that is why we must not grant them unquestioned sanctity by undoing blasphemy laws and resisting the urge to suppress offending speech. By saying that we believe in a free speech as the lifeblood of democracy, we observe, as George Orwell observed, that if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people things they do not want to hear. Yeah, that is true, right? Is that liberty means telling the right to tell the people things that they do not necessarily want to hear, telling the truth. If liberty means anything at all, it means that a right to tell people things they do not want to hear. Then, what kind of society we might wish to construct in the 21st century in the face of unparalleled pluralisms and instantaneous current of an era? An anxious society always ready to take offense and use the power of a state's machinery of a coercion to muzzle neighborhoods will cleave along with every possible fault lines, religious, ethnic, and ideological. In such a society, extremists set the agenda for the simplest means of controlling the debate is to inform you that you offend them and thereby muffle your opponents. A confident, liberal, and dharmic society equips its citizens with arguments, not with the bans. It shows then that under democracy you will hear things you don't like, and your option is to ignore or argue against them, but not the jail speaker. It shows by example that mutual respect is a two-way street. If I demand that other individual tolerate my religions or belief, then I have to accept the same being attacked. Yeah, I mean, I remember the Harvey Specter's definition of a loyalty. Loyalty is a two-way street. If I'm giving it to you, that means you're getting it from me. If I demand that other individual tolerates my religion or belief, then I have to accept the same being attacked. With time,
This mutual tolerance hardens. Every community, every ideology is aware that it will get through some criticisms, indeed benefit from it, and learns that appeal to violence or law against words is both unjust and unnecessary. Most importantly, the lack of blasphemy laws implies that responses move from the realm of coercion to the realm of persuasion and just applied law. If the speech is obnoxious but steers violence or is a plain threat, then the inciting or intimidating statutes can be used to penalize it, as they should. Free speech absolutism is not a license for chaos. It is an order in which real harms are penalized: harassment, incitements, and defamation, but not offense per se. The moment individual understands the differences, they will realize that society can manage perfectly well without banning every slight against religion. Society manages better, in fact. Police and judges have not have enough to do with genuine crime, not wounded egos. Citizens no longer tremble at the threat of crossing over to into unseen lines in the public discourse. Comedian can joke and even think without fear. Writers can discuss painful issues, maybe generating tolerance between communities without the threat of a mob. Educators can respond to students' queries on religion or history without fear. Journalists can expose excesses of religion's authority that without being brought up on charges of hurting sentiments. Knowledge, in short, flows more freely. In for India, aspiring for global leadership and acknowledged knowledge society, throwing off the colonial era blasphemy laws and their attendant minds and could unlock colossal creative and intellectual energies. Consider visions of India where criticisms of all religions, both majority and minority, would be fostered in universities and media rather than tearing at the social fabric. It can cause religion to remade for a new era, making them younger, more human rights consonants, and less likely to create a fanaticisms to visualized an India where communal rights do not break out over and offending comments because people have learned to fight with words or peaceful protests, not rights. That's a healthier democracy, one that has a faith in its people, armed with the explosive combinations of freedom and accountability. In summary, let us remember the wisdom that has resonated from philosophers researched around the centuries. The antidotes of speech that we find offensive are not a less speech, but more speech. Michael Shermer captured it by challenging liberals to own, the First Amendments and understand their censorship by the left or right is worst, disease and the elements. Justice Douglas in the Terminio case reminded us that speech is often trickier and inciting. It may need, indeed best serve its high purposes when it's induced a condition of unrest or even steers people to anger. People together to angers. Okay, that intellectual unrest is where progress starts. Democracy, human rights, and scientific truths all were conceived from uncomfortable question and challenging orthodoxy. Yes, free speech is not unlimited, but the obligation must always be placed on those seeking to limit to prove excellence is actually needed. The obligation must be very stringent or one indeed. Only certain and immediate dangers, not professionals or dogmatic offense, as Justice Brandeis advised. Only an emergency can justify repressions and bruised feeling, no matter how genuine or no emergency. But rejecting blasphemy, we're finally accepting a society as a battle star, a republic not of tender feeling but of strong minds. We wrest powers from the grip of censors and hecklers, and we have faith in the ability of the common and men to judge, to debate, and to commiserate. We admit that in a free market of ideas, superior ideas have a good chance of out competing inferior ones, but the triumphs will not be won by default through stifling, but through excellence in arguments. When experience shows us that left alone and with freedom, mankind does towards enlightenment, abandoning many of its old prejudices and fallacies. Let us therefore not afraid of blasphemy, but rather look at it as one part of the process. Occasionally a rough one, yes, a coarse one, but very often a necessary catalyst which lights the path to truth. There is a saying in Hindi, Satyameva Jayati. Truth alone triumphs. Satyameva Jayati. Truth alone triumphs. Okay, truth alone triumphs. It is the national motto of India. Okay, yeah, this is national. Okay, national motto of India. Satyameva Jayate. Okay, Satyameva Jayate. Okay, Satyame Jeet. But then what is Satyame Jeet? Okay, truth alone triumph. Truth alone triumphs. It is the national motto of India, embezzled on the Republic's emblems. If we truly believe that, then we cannot be discouraged by the expressions of baseless, offensive, or blasphemous thoughts. With equal opportunities, truth will prevail in an even playing field of ideas. But for such a debate to occur, we must give the devil his due, the right to be heard. Every time we provide a devil, contrarian, blasphemous dissenters to a voice, we are actually playing with our angels. If the devil is wrong, our angels, in the guise of the superior arguments and facts, will prevail, and it will be better for having seen it. Suppose at least part of this devilish concept is genuine. In that case, we have done ourselves a favor by listening, perhaps mending our ways. At least society is enriched when speech is unfettered, and so twisted as it might appear. The way to more tolerant, enlightened, and unified society is to end blasphemy laws and encourage more speech, not less. Let there be light of open discussion in every corner. For sunlight needed is the best For sunlight, indeed, is the best disinfectant. And I agree, right? And I completely agree with his statement that there has to be this free speech is the cornerstone for a democracy and an open society. So now, I've always been interested. So here he has mentioned that in a society there shouldn't be any law which would restrict his or her. I mean, the things that he or she wanted to say, but because of the fact that there's a blasphemous and all those things, that he's not able to open up. So that's why he said that there should be a debate, open conversations about it, and you have to be. And this has been, in my mind from a very long time, that I've always wanted to be a good communicator, always wanted to be a very persuasive person, always wanted to, have the not just the courage, but the ability to convince people, right? And always wanted to be an eloquent speaker. And in terms of speaking skill, I think I would definitely say that I've always admired Dr. Shashi Tharoor. He's an eloquent speaker, but what I would not agree, or what I don't like about, not like as such, but little disconnect that I feel with him is that he has studied literature, English literature, and I haven't, right? But that's not the problem. And most of the time, whenever he makes a joke in between while having a conversation or a speech, right? So in the middle, I mean, sometimes you do need us, to make the audience little laugh, intrigued, and all those things. In the middle, he does add some jokes, funny clips or funny, words, and those most of the time funny references, and most of those references are, ancient William Shakespeare's play. So I find it difficult to understand it, and I don't think not just me, those people who have not studied English, in literature, and who are not passionate about it. But yeah, I'm just saying, all in all, I really admire the way he speaks, and then for that, I like his accent and his humor, and but in terms of the words, the vocabulary also is good. But in terms of vocabulary, I would rather have the vocabulary of the mixture of Sai Deepak. He's a lawyer, and most of his the words are related to law, and yeah. So Sai Deepak in between. So what I liked about him is that sometimes he gives a reference of the. Okay, so I mean, I have to be very clear here. The side, Ram is a little much younger than Dr. Shashi Tharoor. So that's why Dr. Shashi Tharoor, when he was studying, he was reading all those things. He was reading all of these things, William Shakespeare, the sonnet, all the plays, right? So, but right now, the Sai Deepak, he is quite younger as compared to Shashi Tharoor. So he has watched most of the movies, most of the series. So he gives the reference while talking, the communications, conversations, speech. He gives the reference of those movies. The movie and the conversation. The one that I remember is that he says that I don't exactly remember what topic he was speaking about. He was speaking about some Hindu civilizations and all, and he was arguing with the point that he was trying to convince the other person, but he's not able to understand it. So he was giving a reference, quoting a Game of Thrones quote, stating that in a Game of Thrones there is a quote which I don't exactly remember the name of the girl, but right now they both are married in real life, but in a movie she was a wildling, and Jon Snow, he was from the north, he later becomes a king. So the girl says that you know nothing, Jon Snow, or something like that. Okay, just wait. Okay, I'll just search. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Yeah, I might not be the king in the north, but I can entirely keep up with the best of blisters. Okay, Pentos. Okay, feel free to test my knowledge. Okay, just wait. So this is the code, right? What is it? What did she mean when she said you know nothing, Jon Snow?
Yeah, I think her name is Yigitri. Okay, Yigriti. Okay, when the Valing Fitri says, nothing Jon Snow in the Game of Thrones, it is initially a playful jab at Jon's altered, sheltered, high-born upbringing. It means he's naive, but the harsh realities of the real world, the true nature of the violence, and how the life works after the walls of the castle. Okay, yeah, and he just quotes the John, the lady, nothing Jon Snow. And here the Jon Snow means the other party, right? So he was just trying to be a funny little banter, right? So what I'm getting into is that if you want to have a good grip on speaking, if you want to make sure that audience are always very active and passionate while you are speaking, and it has to be, if you are an eloquent speaker, then obviously you have to grab the attention of the attention of the entire audience, right? So in between, so since right now I'm 20, in my early 20s, later when I in 30 40s, when I have to speak in front of a lot of people, then obviously I'm assuming, or I have to make an assumption here that I'll be speaking with the people of my same age, around 30 40 or even younger. So they might be related to the they might be they might, because I have a connection with them with respect to the movies, series and all. So if I know about the quotes of the movies that they have seen, which are like quite famous, if I quote them, I think this might interest them, right? So that's why I'll just take a quick detour from the Blasphemy book, and then I'll just see what are the the famous quote from, or saying from, different TV stores. And I'll give it an example, right? The best, I mean, if you ask me which the TV series that I like Game of Thrones and The Last Kingdom and all those things. But if you ask me in terms of the speech, in terms of the quotes, right, which TV series would you rate the highest? I would definitely rate Suits by a mile. The first will be Suit by a mile, and Harvey Specter, always admired him. He's not perfect, but I like him. He's a cocky and arrogant and very, very, very confident person, and Mike Ross and all those. So I'll give it an example of a quote, right? Life is this. I like this, right? And then this is the initial one when he says the Mike Ross, and then later at the end of, in the middle or last the ending, he says to Mike Ross that, do you know, Mike Ross, life is this. We like this. I like this, not because of the risk we take, but because of who we are. That means we'll not settle for less than this. We'll always, the mentality is that always strive for the excellence, right? This is the one beautiful quote. And second is that loyalty is a two-way street. Loyalty is a two-way street. And if I'm giving it to you, that means you're getting it from me. This is the second quote. And third quote is that I don't play the odds, I play the man, right? So in a poker and all those things, so he says that I don't play the odds. Odds means he doesn't play the probability. That's okay. So sometimes, so Mike Ross is good at maths and all those things, calculation and all. So most of the time when he play poker and all those things, he calculates a lot, right? So when he calculates, the probability is always there. The probability is higher. But Harvey Specter says that I don't play the odds, I play the man. So he basically means that, okay, he will just try to understand the the psychology of that man, and then he bets and plays and make moves based on the man's psychology. Right? I don't play the odds, I play the man. So this is the third one. And yeah, there are lots and lots of I would remember. I remember. I don't remember exactly now, but loads and loads of things. If I get like a first one or two words, I would definitely I would be able to recall it. But let's go and search for some of the best quotes or saying in a movies or TV series. Best sayings or quotes from Suits. It's here. Suits, Harvey, Suits, startups and Specters. And Harvey Specter's 10 Harvey quote, every entrepreneur should live by. So first is one, that's the differences between you and me. You want to lose small, I want to win big. Okay, I remember this, right? He says that the differences between you, well, I mean, while I'm speaking, I'll just try to memorize it because I have to use it later. You know the differences between you and me. You want to lose big. I want to, okay, no, you want to lose small, I want to win big. That's the differences between you and me. You want to lose small, I want to win big. I'm here, you're here. Okay, entrepreneurship isn't about playing it safe. It's about bringing your boldest ideas to table, even if you're the only one who believes they can work. Right? So, okay, I'll repeat it. I'm closing my eyes. I'm repeating it. You know what is the difference between you and me? I have to build this. Okay, you know what is the differences between you and me? You wanna win. You wanna lose small. I wanna win big. I repeat. You know what is the differences between you and me? You wanna lose small, but I wanna win big. Third, and the second is never give up on something that you can't go on without thinking about it. If it keeps you up at night in a good way, it's worth chasing. Fuel your passion into project and see what it takes you. Never give up on something that you can't go a day without thinking about it. Third, it's what you do in the dark that puts you in the light. I don't remember it, but yeah. It's what you do in the dark that puts you in the light. Even this one is beautiful, right? It's what you do in the dark. It's what you do in the dark that puts you in a light. I don't get lucky. I make. Oh yeah, even I remember this. I don't get lucky. It says that you don't understand. I don't get lucky. I make my own luck. I don't get lucky. I make my own luck. Want a breakthrough? Take action. Build skills. Show up. Create your own opportunities. Luck favors the proactive. Luck favors the prepared. That was my quote that I used to live by. Luck favors the prepared. So it says that I don't get lucky. You know what you don't understand? I don't get lucky. I build my own luck. Now fifth, the only thing you need is an unshakable belief in yourself. The only thing you need is an unshakable belief in yourself. Confidence is the launch pad. Okay, believe yourself. Okay, and sixth, you will live a dull and a boring life if you do what you do not take risk. Okay, I know this. I don't know the part is when you're backed against the wall, break the goddamn thing down. Every challenge is a chance to get creative. Don't just wait for a door to open. Build your own. Okay, I remember this. When you're backed against the wall, I'm like back against the wall. That means you are facing a difficulty. When you're backed against a wall, break the goddamn thing down. I repeat, when you're backed against a door, then goddamn thing, break this, and break the goddamn things down. Okay, when you're back against the wall, break the goddamn things down. Every challenge. Okay, it's not bragging if it's true, and he says that it's not bragging if it's true. Don't shy away from your own pains. Own them. Celebrate your progress. Let your strength inspire others. It's not bragging if it's true. Okay, I remember. I think he tells this to Donna. Everybody was a nobody before they were somebody. Everybody was a nobody when they were before they were somebody. Every journey starts. Okay, anyone can do my job, but no one can be me. Okay, I still remember this. Okay, everybody can do my job, but no one can be me. I mean, there are still a lots, but that is not okay. I'm not about caring. I'm about winning. I don't play the odds. I play the man. Or you always have a choice. If you want to change your life, change the way you think. This is my cross. Loyalty is a two-way street. If I'm asking it from you, then you're getting it from me. Okay, loyalty is a two-way street. If I'm asking it from you, then you're getting it from me. If I'm asking it from you, then you're getting it from me. Anyone can do my job, but no one can be me. Okay, so it's not just about this one. Okay, so 20. Okay. What are your choice when somebody puts your gun to your head? Okay, so this is Harvey Specter, right? What are your choices when somebody puts a gun to your hand? What are you talking about? You do what they say or they shoot you. Wrong. You take the gun or pull out the bigger one, or you call the bluff, or you do any one of 146 other things. What is that 146 other things? So he says that when someone puts a gun under your head, not gun under, puts a gun to your head. Okay, if someone puts a gun to your head, okay, what would you do? He says that what would you do if someone puts a gun to your head? Micro says that you do what they say, or they'll shoot you. No, you're wrong. Harvey Specter says you take the gun and pull out you take out the gun, or first equals to you take the gun. First equals to you take the gun or pull out even a bigger one. take the gun or pull out even a bigger one, or you call the bluff, or you do one, anything, okay, or you do any 146 other things, or you do any one, okay, or you do any one of 146 other things. The big bankers of the world who practices terrorism only are important, okay. Suit quotes, okay. There's 25 more. Let's go. I think that says it all, don't you? Trick over trade, okay. Episode 1, season 6. Harvey Specter. In Harvey is loved by the suit fans as the effortlessly cool and ever composed, quick talking lawyer that he is. Certain, okay. It is sharp, okay. Never answers the phone in front of a client. Never answer the phone in front of a client. Why? Never answer the phone in front of a client. Many of Harvey's best and most memorable cases have come around due to his in-depth knowledge of how to work in a way that pleases his client and keeps him communicating with their needs. Often in this one, particularly the trait of his best exemplified through his mentorship of Mike Rost and his desire to make the cunning young fraud a sharp and capable Roy. Some of this lesson come in a furniture's bouquet. He calls Mike when he knows he is meeting with a client, and he calls Mike when he knows he is meeting with a client, and upon Mike's answering of his phone, immediately berates him for it. The moment he has plenty of comic levity, okay? I know you're not married, still funny. What are your choices when somebody puts a gun to your head? What are your choices when somebody puts a gun to your head? I didn't ask you to explain the problem to me. I asked you to fix it for me. Identity crisis. I would say the ball's in your court, but the truth is that your balls are in my fist. I'd say the ball is in your court, but the truth is your balls are in my fist. I don't get lucky. I make my own luck. I remember this. I don't see any Toms or Harrys here. That wasn't his cat. Okay, I don't know. Let me give you the ABCs of me. Let me give you the ABCs of me. You don't send a puppy to clean up his own mess. Okay, you don't send, okay? You don't send a puppy to clean up its own mess. You don't send a puppy to clean up, You don't send a puppy to clean up its own mess. I don't have dreams. Yeah, this is also beautiful. I don't have dreams, I have goals. I don't have dreams, I have goals other times, okay? You tell me everything. That's what goddamn loyalty is. I remember. I actually hate this scene. I mean, not hate in the sense that the season is good, but I felt very sad when they were having a difficulties trusting each other because Mike Ross. I mean, I understand his position also, but yeah, he says that you tell me everything. You goddamn tell me everything. That's what goddamn loyalty is. I don't care if a queen of in England comes to you and something this one's you tell me everything. So yeah, this is a situation where Harvey just lashed out to Mike Ross. It says that I don't care even if it's. I think Jessica Pearson makes him do something which Harvey doesn't like it, and Mike Ross does it. Does it right? Does it because he doesn't have any other choice because Jessica threatens him that he will sack him. So says that I don't care even. Okay, so here is saying that Jessica came, right? So he's saying that Harvey says that I don't care even if the Queen of England comes to you and says something like this one, right? You answer to me. You tell me everything. That's what goddamn loyalty is. See, Mike Ross confides that he was threatened by the Jessica. Gina Rodriguez to lose the case on a purpose. A disgruntled heavy reaffirms his loyalty to Mike after Albert was with the director. Okay, I'm emotionally attached to me. So first it goes to, if you tell me everything, what's goddamn loyalty is. I don't have dreams, I have goals, okay? I didn't doubt her for a second, I doubted for days, okay? Life is this, I like this, yeah. I refuse to answer that on the grounds that I don't want to answer. I refuse to answer on the ground that I don't want to answer. I refuse to answer that on the ground. If someone asks you a question and if you don't want to answer, I refuse to answer on the ground that I don't want to answer. Harvey has an audacious approach to most situations, but he is also generous and would do anything for his loved ones. Both of these sentiments shows how he drivers is involved in a civil suit. Harvey chooses to represent his driver's friends. Despite the odds stacked against him, he wins the lawsuit for his friend. When Jessica questions him if he thinks a huge Manhattan law firm such as the Pearson Hardman should look good involved in a civil suits and if he thinks it enhances their marriage. I don't want to answer on the ground that I don't... Okay. I don't want to answer on the ground that I don't want to answer. No. What is it? I refuse to answer. Okay. I refuse to answer on the ground that I don't want to answer. I'm against having emotion, I'm not against having emotion. I'm against having emotion, not using them. Not using them. Sometimes the good guys gotta do bad things to make the bad guys pay. Sometimes the good guys have to be bad guys to... No, sometimes the good guys gotta do bad things. Sometimes good guys gotta be, sometimes good guys gotta do bad things to, ensure that, no, not ensure, there's no ensure. Sometimes the good guys gotta do bad things to make the bad guys pay. Okay, sometimes the good guys have to do bad things so that the bad guys can pay. No, sometimes the good guys gotta do bad things to make the bad guys pay. Sometimes the good guys gotta do bad things to make the guy, to make the bad guys pay. Okay, dog fight. Win and win or no win situation by rewriting the rules. So win or no win. Okay, win or no win situation. Okay, win or no win situation by rewriting the rules. They think you care. They'll all walk over you. Okay, I still remember. This is it's a in-house in-house council depositions. Sucker punch. Okay, they think you care. They'll walk all over you. They think you care. They'll walk over you. There's a difference between you and me. You want to lose small. I want to win big. Winners don't make excuses when the other side plays the game. Yeah, winners don't make excuses when the winners don't make excuses when the other side plays the game. When you're back against the wall, you break the goddamn things down. I don't play the odds, I play the man. So that's it. So this is right. Okay, now quotes from Jon Snow. Okay, Game of Thrones, and it's mostly from Tyrion Lannister. I know. Okay, the thing, the one very popular thing that I remember is by Lord Baelish, Littlefinger. He says that chaos is a ladder. He says the chaos is a ladder. Chaos is a ladder. Wit and wisdom. From political wisdom to fatal threats, Game of Thrones delivers some of the most iconic one-liners in television history. Whether you are looking for life advice, or witty comebacks, or grim reminders. I mean, I think I would like. So if you're having a conversation or a debate about the people, and if you want to make it funny, then obviously if someone says something to you, then sometimes the best thing is that just be a little funny and then give a one-liner, right? Just give a witty comeback or a grim reminder or witty comebacks, right? So Tyrion Lannister, that's what I do. I drink and I know things. Tyrion Lannister, that's what I do. If someone says something this one, okay, I'll just say, that's what I do. I drink and I know things. But I don't drink. I drink water. That's what I do. I drink and I know things. Tyrion Lannister, a mind needs book as a sword needs a whetstone. If it isn't, if it is to keep its edge. Lord Baelish, power resides where men. Okay, yeah. So he says that power does not reside in king or this one. Power resides where men believe it resides. Okay, I'll repeat it in this one. So, okay, power resides where men believe it resides. It's a trick, a shadow on the wall, and a very small man can cast a very large shadow. Yeah, that's very small. It's like a shadow. A small man can cast a very large shadow. Power resides where men believe it resides. It's a trick. Power resides where men believe it resides. It's a trick, a shadow on the wall. And a very small can make a cast a very large shadow. Tyrion Lannister, any man who must say I am a king is not true king. Yeah, this is Tywin Lannister. I remember. Any man who must say I am a king is no true king. Any man who he says this to a Joffrey Baratheon, or I should say Lannister. Any man who says, any man who must say I'm a king is no true king. Rules of the game. Cersei Lannister. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There's no middle ground. I remember this. When you play Game of Thrones, you either win or you lose. There's no middle ground. Peter Baelish, chaos isn't a pet, it's a ladder. Chaos isn't a pet, it's a ladder. Pit. A pit is primarily a noun referring to a large, deep hole or indentations in the ground. So this one's a hole in the ground. So excavations, natural fruit stone, a botanical word. Okay, so what is a pit? Pit is an informal expression used to describe the absolute worst, highly depressing, or an extremely unpleasant situation. A pit of a stomach, a large hole that is made in the ground. They dug a large pit to bury a treasure. Okay, the last one. Okay, so it says that chaos isn't a pit; it's a ladder. Chaos isn't a pit; it's chaos ladder. Daenerys Targaryen, I will answer injustice with the justice. Daenerys Targaryen, I will answer injustice with the justice. Olenna title, you'll be death. You will be the death of me. Family and duty. Sansa Stark. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Okay, and Sansa Stark. I think this one. I know I'm a slow learner, but I'll learn. Ned Stark, the man who was okay. So it's not here, right? Otherwise, yeah, Sansa Stark, her famous quote is that, "I know I'm a slow learner, but I learn." The lone wolf dies. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. Ned Stark, yeah, it's the first episode. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. The man who the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. And a side of Forel, there is only one God and his name is death, and there is only one thing that we say to death, not today. There is only one God, and that is death, and the only thing we say is that death is not today. There is only one thing. There's only one God, and his name is death, and there is only one thing we say to death, not today. Tywin Lannister. A lion does not concern himself with the opinion of his ships. Yeah, I remember this. Tywin Lannister. Lion does not concern himself with the opinion of a ship. A lion does not concern himself with the opinion of a ship. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Sandro the Hound lineage. The greatest swordsman who ever lived didn't have a sword. The greatest swordman who ever lived. A Game of Thrones, okay, the favorite quotes. Death is the enemy. By George R.R. Martin. A mind needs a book as a sword, okay? This one's okay. Never forget what you are, for surely your world will not be. Make it a strength, okay? Brian thought about it. Can a man still be brave if he's afraid? That is the only time a man can be brave, his father told him. Yeah. Brian thought about it. Can a man still be brave if he's afraid? Can a man still be brave? Can a man be brave? Can a man still be brave if he's afraid? That is the only time a man can be brave. Fear cuts deeper than swords. Some old wounds never truly heal and bleed again the slightest. Winter is common. When you play a Game of Thrones, you win or you die. The snow falls and the white winds blow. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. When the snow falls and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. If you would take a man's life, you owe it to him to look into his eyes and hear his final words. And not if you cannot bear to do that, then perhaps the man doesn't deserve it. Most men would rather deny a heart with than phrase it. Death is so terribly final, okay? The thing we love, okay. And I think there is a line from Jaime Lannister. He says that things that I do for my love. So love is referring to Cersei Lannister. Okay, the best skating quotes from the Game of Thrones. On leadership, okay, a lion doesn't concern himself with this one. A man who must say, "I'm a king." Okay, when you play the Game of Thrones, power decides, okay, leave one will alive and the sheep are never saved. The world we need won't be built by men loyal to the words. Okay, if I give everyone what they deserve, I'll never know one left roll. I've only trust people in. Okay, you give us a common contest. Okay, there's no justice. We are cut deeper on death. The world is overflowing. There is only one thing we can say that not today. There is so finally yet of this. This what's death is okay. It's on life good. As long as I'm better and I feel good. Okay. I try to know as many people I can. You know which one you need. I wondered if you're the worst person. I believe in a second chances. I don't believe in a third chances. You're not interesting enough to be offensive. Everything before the word, but because the winter is coming, nothing fails. Okay. Okay. So now last. Best quotes from TV shows or movies. So there are movies, okay. Godfather, I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. I'm gonna quote Godfather, and I'm gonna make an offer he can't refuse. I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Rings, you shall not pass. Dead Poet Society, okay, I've seen this. Dead Poet Society, Carpe Diem, seize the day, boys, make your lives extraordinary. Carpe Diem, Dead Poet Society, Carpe Diem, seize the day, boys, make your lives count. Star Wars, try not, do or do not, there's no try. Jaws goes to, you're gonna need a bigger board. Breaking Bad, I'm not in a danger, okay? I'm not in danger, Skylar, I'm a danger. I'm not in danger, Skylar. I'm the danger. A guy opened his door and gets shot, and you think of that of me. I'm not okay. The US office, the office US. I wish there was a way to know you are in the good old days before you have actually left them. Game of Thrones, winter is coming. Parks and recreations. How will you do when there is no disadvantage? Okay, I don't think. There is a Reddit. Okay, what is your bet conversations? Jogger from the block. Okay. Bojack Horseman is your social worker in that horse. Okay, no. My name is this, and you can go fuck yourself. You mean I've got 4 kidneys? Okay, no. I'm okay. I saw a similar post on this one. Okay, stop stitching. Okay. There's 7 TV shows of all time. No, talking about the quotes, man. Please.
Do you think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he created? The very things that hold you down are going to lift you up. Ah, do you ever think you lost your mind, Thomas? Let's go. Okay, yeah. Best quotes. Quotes from Peaky Blinder. Peaky Blinder. Ah. Piggy. Is famous with pretty philosophical and razor sharp. This one's everyone's horror grace. We just sell different parts of ourselves. Okay, I remember this one, right? When Tommy Shelby talks with the grace, is that everyone's a horror grace. We just sell different parts of ourselves. Everyone is a horror grace. We just sell different parts of ourselves. I don't pay for suits. May you be in a heaven full of horror. You have to choose who you are more afraid of. The Piggy Blinders of Section D. We shake hands with devils and we walk past them. There's only one thing that can blind a man as smart as you, Tommy Love. When you're dead, already dead, you're free. Arthur Sharp, quotes from the Reflected. Okay, so I think that's it. Now I'll go back to the book. Chapter number 5. Let me speak, you hypocrites. I mean, he's being both very blunt. Let me speak, you hypocrites. In our area, in our era of instant indignations, to the same view can happen opposite effects based on their holder and point of origin. A character in a film or cartoon expressing a crass or revolting comment can be denounced, censored, or banned cold. Still, the same feeling in a revered book usually glides unopposed. This phenomena is a profoundly hypocrisy. Power players and religious can openly spew bigotry, sexism, and violence, but anyone else uttering a similarly sensitive language incites public outcry or persecution. This is a double standard, and we should challenge the holier than thou indignations that parade some vices while silencing others. Holy books of powerful faiths have verses that, spoken today by an individual, would constitute hate speech or calls to violence. Scriptures, condones or even bless violence, sexism, racism, casteism, and misogyny, but such language is enveloped in holiness. To question them or make jokes about them is to invite accusations of blasphemy. Meanwhile, if a comedian, artist, or ordinary citizen utters an equivalent statement, even in the form of a satire or criticisms, the reaction is instant and often involves satire directed against a prophet or God can result in a riots and persecution. At the same time, scriptures demeaning infidels or women are permitted as a context or metaphors. Religions thus more or less get away with saying virtually anything, but any insult against religions triggers mob outrage. The disparity is extreme. Just think about how Indian officials and politicians parade privilege impunity in statements. They use outrageous statements, sometimes brutal words daily, against groups, political rivals, or whole communities, and usually get away with it. If ministers have spoken openly of violence or used dehumanizing terminology to refer to certain groups and are still in office, sometimes even cheered by sections of the public, judges and police rarely hold the powerful accountable, often invoking freedom of speech or labeling it as rhetoric. But as ordinary citizens utters the exact words on social media or in public, they would be greeted with FIR, arrest, and jail time for hate speech or sedition. This blatant inequality between powerful and multitude in permitted speech highlights how free speech is in practice a one-way strike. Right? Let me expose this hypocrisy by providing a specific examples. We will start initially by listing several verses from religious texts, the Quran, Hadiths, Bible, Torah, Hindu Smritis, that promote intolerance, caste prejudices, misogyny, or violence. They shout for themselves. They are seldom assaulted with the same hostility as any contemporary remark about a religious person. Then we shall quote Indian politicians' rhetoric such as Udhayanidhi, Stalin, Sanatan Dharma, and Anurag Thakur, notorious Goli Maro sloganry, which had only yielded new cycles, despite being inflammatory. Alongside this, we'll quote similar speeches by ordinary citizens who were severely punished for far less inflammatory rhetoric. The contrast is stark. What may be tolerated or even admired in a VIP is a criminal offense when expressed by an ordinary citizen. Last but not least, we will expand the terrain with the Pakistani examples, the nations where protesting poets are imprisoned on charges of blasphemy. To demonstrate that this is not just an internal issues of hypocrisy about speech, we will publish the entire versions of such daredevil poems like Man Me Bhi Kafir, I Too Am an Infidel by Salman Haider, and Ise Uthalo, Pick Him Up by Ahmad Farad, which renounces religious fanaticisms and state repression. These pieces landed their authors in jail or placed them in a peril, while hate-mongering mullahs were free to let loose their poisons without fear. The question is, why are some punished for offensive speech and others not? The trend will be unavoidable. Concepts are protected by society and legal framework, not based on the content, but on the sources. If the source is a holy text or an influential leaders, almost by any concept, however crazy or inhuman, has an open ticket. Suppose the critic happens to be a painter or an ordinary citizen. In that case, even civilized opposition is tripled in the case of civility, security, or hurt sentiments. Enough of the hypocrisy. It is our goal is an equal society, free speech, and must be for all, else we are only maintaining a system where might makes right. In arguments, let us examine this proof of double standards and consider why we silence some vices and suppress others. Venom in holy versus silence of critics. Holy books revered by billions contain texts that in modern language are horrifyingly intolerant or violent, but these passages cannot be questioned, whereas intolerance of religious dogma can land one in a hot water. The following are some quotes from a sacred books inciting bigotry, violence, and misogyny. Quran Surah at Tawab 9, verse 9:5. But once the sacred months have passed, kill the polytheists who violated the treaties wherever you find them, capture them, besiege them, and lie in wait for them on every way. But if they repent, perform prayer, and pay alms tax, then set them free. Indeed, Allah is all forgiving, most merciful. This verse, also known as the sword verse, specifically calls for violence against unbelievers. In one other verse, the Quran gives superiority to the men over the women and even sanctions by beating. Quran An-Nisa 4.34 verse, men are in charge of women. So yeah, I don't know. It's out right there in Quran. Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the others and what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So righteous women are devotedly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, advise them. And if they persist, forsake them in bed, and finally strike them if they obey you once more. Seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted and kind. If someone today were to utter beat your recalcitrate wife or kill members of other religions, they would be repudiated. But in the scripture, these commands are in the words of the God, so they cannot be questioned. Riyad as Salihin 1820 in book 18 Hadith 13 Sahih Muslim. Abu Hurayha, may Allah be pleased with him, said, the messenger of Allah said, the last hour will not come until the Muslim fight against the Jewish, until a Jew will hide himself behind a stone or a tree, and the stone or the tree will say, O Muslim, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him. But Al-Gharak tree will not say so, for it is the tree of a Jew. This canonical hadith unequivocally supports violence against the Jewish simply for being Jewish. Another hadith in Sahih Bukhari illustrates uncontrolled misogyny. Sahih al-Bukhari 307 in book 4 Hadith 9 narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Once Allah's messenger went out to the Musalla to offer the prayer of Ila Ada or Fil Idar prayer. Then he passed by the women and said, O women, give alms. And as I've seen that the majority of the dwellers of the hellfire were you women, they asked, why is it so? O Allah messenger, he replied, you curse frequently and are ungrateful to your husband. I have not seen anyone more deficient in intelligence and religion than you. A cautious, sensible man could be led astray by someone of you. The women asked, O Allah messengers, what is deficient in our intelligence and religions? He said, it's not the evidence of two women equal to witness of one man. They replied in affirmative. He said, this is the deficiency in her intelligence. It is, isn't it true that a woman can neither pray nor fast during her menses? The women replied in the affirmative. He said, that is the deficiency in a religion. Here, a religious text ranks women as spiritually and mentally low below men, something that would now be rightly called out as widely sexist. But since it is in sacred books, to doubt it is a blasphemous. The Old Testament of the Bible is full of violence sanctioned by the God. For example, in 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands King Saul, now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have and spare them not, but kill both man and women, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. This holy mandate is genocide, like the genocide of women, children, and even babies. A deed no decent society would tolerate from any living authority. Then in the Torah, Pentateuch, in Numbers 31:17, 18, we have Moses instructing his army after battle. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourself. In short, the soldiers are commanded to kill non-virgin boys and girls and enslave virgin girls in the prostitution, basically approving slavery and rape. If anyone today would recommend keeping captive girls for your slaves, it would be a war crime. The New Testament also contains sexism. 1 Timothy 2:1-12 says, "Let the women learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not of women to teach, not to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence." Churches usually evade this prohibition that excludes women from speaking or exercising authority, but what an uproar there would be if one day a politician were to utter, "Women should never teach or exercise authority." Ancient Hindu law books, the Manusmriti and Yajna Smriti are laced with a caste prejudice and patriarchal diktats. Manusmriti 9:3 explicitly asserts that women must never be independent. Her father guards her in her childhood, her husband guards her in her youth, and her son guards her in the older age. A woman is not qualified to act independently. Manusmriti 2.213 says, "It is the very nature of women here to corrupt men. On that account, prudent men are never off guard in the presence of alluring young women." The text is laced with a horrible statement against the Shudras. The Yavna, Valka Smritis, and other writings share similar sentiments. For example, Upanishad ascribed to Yajna graphically demonstrate demonize women. Women are verily the flame of the fire of a sin, and they burn men as though they were straw. Women are the fuel for the hell fires. The silly women are the nets spread by the hunter called the Cupid to entangle men. Woman is the bait to catch man in the pond of the wonderful life. This sexist poetic allegory really depicts women as an evil trap that bring men to predations. Devotees read such words without complaint, but if one were to label a particular community as a termites or snakes, is it my dream or termites meaning?
Termites.
Okay, termites. What is the differences between termite and the bigots? Okay. Maggots. Okay, it's not bigots, it's maggots. Okay. Okay, so this is the differences. Okay, what do termites? Okay. Recognizing the sign of a termites. Okay, just wait. Larvas and maggots. Termites. King, soldier, queen. Okay, termites. Okay, so where was I? Or snakes, as in these books, in public discourse, it would provoke indignations. These instances, and there are many, many more, and they cut across every religion, reveal the sacred sanctions of bigotry. Scriptured bigotry cannot be criticized. Clerics typically claim such passages are out of the context or employ metaphor, something rarely given to the secular. The irony is, students, religion openly offends a non-believer, demean women, or advocate violence in the sacred scriptures, but return abuse is condemned as insensitivity of blasphemy. Licensed hate speech by politicians. Licensed hate speech by politicians. Powerful politicians and celebrities are equally guilty of using the same impunity when it comes to hate or violent speech. Indian politicians have spoken outrageously, with pejorative, weakly strangling the lines of the incitements, but somehow never really face any consequence due to where this sits. Compare this with the experience of ordinary people who speak a lot less and are often relegated to jail. Udaya Nashi, Stalin, the Tamil Nadu chief minister. Okay, I know the Stalin. Udhayanidhi, the son of the chief minister, stoked controversies in 2023 by comparing the Hindu practice of Sanatana Dharma to disease that need to be eradicated. Few things cannot be opposed. That should be abolished only. We can't oppose dengue, mosquitoes, malaria, or corona. We have to eradicate this. That's how we have to eradicate Sanatana. News agency, and I quote him as saying, effectively, he equated prehistoric religious practices with a lethal epidemic that needs to be eradicated from society. The statement fueled controversy, but interestingly, soon enough, didn't lead to any illegal action against him. Some members of the ruling party even came to his defense as an expression against caste oppression, as he interprets Sanatana Dharma as a code for hierarchy of caste. Now, think of one ordinary citizen has said in the public, we need to wipe out any religion like a malaria. They would almost certainly be prosecuted for hate speech or instigating enmity. But Udayanidhi, as a minister, enjoyed virtual immunity. Political rival cried, and the media fumed, but he did not back down. He did not end up in a jail or face court cases for hurting religious sentiments. Anurag Thakur, Union Minister in Jan 2020, during an election campaign for Delhi, Anurag Thakur was filmed egging on an implemented slogan. He cited a crowd of BJP supporters with a Desh ka Gadaro ko, to which the crowd responded by chanting back at him with the Goli Maro Saloko, or shoot down the
and nation traitors. The Goli Marus shoot them with a generalized invective directed against protesters and dissidents who were referred to as traitors. This is the sitting union minister effectively calling for a mob violence against his own fellow citizens, an appeal to kill people people based on their opinion. The election commission suspended him from campaigning for a while, and he received an election EC notice, but no criminal charges were filed. He is still a minister now. Traitors will deal with in every society, but only after due process, and only this one traitors is killing him. And we can say that India has boatload of them. But if an ordinary person had written on Facebook, people who betray our country should be shot, so they would probably be summoned by the police to account for incitement. Yet no one was arrested for the slogans in the incident. It was largely written off as election time rhetoric. The trend is evident. Political privilege extend to speech. Politicians can speak freely about what would be ruinous for private citizens' life. When indignations trust rise, they will often claim they are being misinterpreted or invoke their right to free speech. As elected officials, in some cases, courts have even stayed investigations against politicians for incidentary speech, citing technicalities or lack of malicious intent. The very same establishments that swiftly jails a Facebook users for a meme, as we'll see later, hesitates when it comes to prosecuting politicians. It's a two-tier system, one set of rule for the infringer, another for the rest of us. Punishing the little people for lesser offense. To make the double standards clear, punishing the little people. Punishing the little people for a lesser offense. To make the double standard clear, it's let's juxtapose. Juxtapose. I think I've heard of it, right? It's a juxtapose. That means, I think it juxtapose means, if I'm not wrong, right? I'll just give it a go. It's a political term which says that dividing the electoral votes in favor of the current elections. This one, just wait. Juxtapose. No, it's not. I forgot what is that word then. Juxtapose is a verb that means to place two or more things side by side, often contrasting objects, concepts, or ideas. In order to highlight the differences, compare them or calculate. Juxtapose. Juxtapose. The goal to emphasize contrast, they reveal the hidden meaning. From the Latin word juxta, next to, and French poster equals to place equals to. Juxtapose. To put two people, things, etc., very close together, especially in order to show how they are different. Juxtapose. The artist achieves a special effect by juxtaposing light and dark. I know. What is it, what is it called what is it called in political term, right? The political term when ruling party election commission party during election, in order to take advantage of the take advantage of the electoral vote, distribute the population in such a way to get maximum benefit. I think there is a word, I forgot about it. Juxtapose. No, proportional representation of electoral this term for what is a political term. I don't think it's here. There is a term, man. Gerrymandering. It's the political term. It's a gerrymandering. Gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is the political term for manipulating electoral district boundaries to give the ruling party an unfair advantage. Gerrymandering. So what is it exactly? Gerrymandering. Juxtaposed. Juxtapose means placing 2-3 things together and just telling the differences. And juxtapose. This is known as juxtaposed. And oxymoron means completely, which are not in favor of each other, something like that. Gerrymandering is the deliberate manipulation of electoral district boundaries to give one political party or group an unfair advantage over another. By redrawing lines, politicians can effectively choose the voters rather than being chosen by them. So cracking, map drawing, cracking, spreading out supporters of the opposition and across many different districts, making it difficult for them to win a majority in any single district. Packing, concentrating as many opposing party voters as possible in a single specific district. This waste their votes by ensuring the opposition easily wins this few district while ruling party secures the rest. The two main types goes to partisan gerrymandering, the most common form where the political party in power withdraws line to maximize the numbers of elected representatives. Racial gerrymandering, drawing or altering, gerrymandering, and then juxtapose. Gerrymandering. Juxtapose refers to a verb that places two more things. Contrasting. So where was I? To make the double standard clearer, let's juxtapose the above with the cases where average citizens have been taken to court or harassed for far less harsh speech in comparison. In India, parts of the IPC such as Section 153A and 295 A for offending religious sensibilities, as well as the now struck down IT Act 66A and colonial laws such as the seditions have been used against students, activists, and even minors for tweets made on social media slogans have been chose. Shaheen Dada and Renu Srinivasan, two Palkar women of the Maharashtra, were arrested in November 2012 for a mere Facebook status message. Shaheen had posted out a surprise as to why the city of Mumbai ground to halt for a funeral of politicians Bal Thackeray and her friend Renu liked it. Her observation was that the people like Thackeray are born and die every day, and somebody should not call a pund for that, the police official stated. To quell this view, when a local political thugs affiliated with the Shiv Sena assaulted one girl's family clinic and bullied the police into taking actions. Miraculously, the police did act. They arrested the girl on Section 295A charges of offending religious feeling and 266 of the IT Act. Both were arrested and briefly jailed before public outcry led to the release. The charges were later dropped, but not before they issued a blood-freezing threat, and ordinary citizens can't even comment on the political pomp without being locked up when Congress politicians insult one another in a communist rally on a TV. In February 2020, a Bangalore student activist, Amulya Leona, then just 19, screamed out an unpopular slogan at a rally, Pakistan Zindabad, long live Pakistan, and then Hindustan Zindabad, long live India. She claimed she hoped to call out for peace between states, but it was interpreted the wrong way. She was arrested on sedition charges immediately, clarification on notwithstanding. Amulya was denied bail on repeated occasions. She was held for 110 days for uttering Pakistan Zindabad before a default bail was finally granted. The ferocity of the retaliation, the imposition of a charge of seditions under colonial law on one slogan by a minor is alarming to see, alongside impunity over outright call to shoot traitors. By establishment bigwigs, the government argued that her slogan endangered public order. Paradoxically, an elected MP rejoicing in gun violence, as in Thakur cases, was not deemed to equal the threats. Furthermore, a cartoonist such as Asim Trivedi were indicted for sedition in 2012 over a cartoon lampooning corruptions, and he was held in custody for a brief period. A young BJP worker, Priyanka Sharma, was arrested in West Bengal in 2019 for posting a relatively harmless meme of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee face superimposed onto an actress' photos, an act considered defamatory. She was held in custody for days until the Supreme Court intervened. Shamita Panoli, a 22-year-old influencer who was arrested in connection with the operation. Oh yeah, I think I've seen this. Was arrested in connection with Operation Sindoor Post. The Kolkata arrested Sharmistar Panoli from Gurugram after she failed to respond to repeated summons regarding her communally charged videos. Several FIR was filed against her. This example demonstrates that ordinary people bear the brunt of the law for the slightest satirical or critical statements. In contrast, politicians can get away with outright defamatory or aggressive sentiments. If one quotes real insulting verses of the scriptures, the very act of quoting them already constitutes an insult to religions. The scriptures can insult whole group, women, infidels, idolaters, with impunity. Yet, if any rationalist were to poke fun at the verses, they would be labeled as engaging in hate speech or blasphemy. Says everything about an asymmetry that is institutionalized. The net outcome is a culture in which free speech is the privilege of the powerful and the devout. And an ordinary citizen learns the habit of self-censoring not only for the sake of politeness, but also to avoid prosecutions and threat of a mob lynching. Extremists in the guise of the religion or nationalism use such freedoms with impunity. Such double-speak chokes a genuine conversation. It instructs citizens that norms and truths take a backseat to identity and status. If we genuinely care about justice, then we must apply the same standards to all. Either everyone is allowed to offend or no one is. Otherwise, freedom of speech is a hello, catchphrase cynically invoked to shield power and silence critique. I mean, I absolutely agree with him with this. The crackdown on dissent in Pakistan. Okay, just wait. The crackdown. The crackdown on dissents in Pakistan. Poem as crime. Pakistan gives a bleak example of how states arm religious sentiments to intimidate voice. And again, how established voices get protected and dissent suppressed. Pakistani anti-state blasphemy laws have been present poets and activists, but hate speeches and clear sites openly incite violence. Below are some examples contrasting the same. Salman Haider is a Pakistani poet and academic who wrote the poem titled Maybe Kafir, Tu Bhi Kafir. This poem is a satirical pun that exposes how religious hardliners label every harmless thing as a kafir, impure, infidel. In it, Haider writes like this: मैं भी काफिर तू भी काफिर फूलों की खुशबू भी काफिर लफ्ज़ों का जादू भी काफिर नूर जहां की गना काफिर ओके नूर जहां की गाना काफिर मैकडॉनल्ड्स का खाना काफिर हंसना बेदा जोक भी काफिर. Okay, so I'll just, based on my understanding of it, I know there is a little translation, but first I'll just want to try my own Urdu or Hindi. Maybe kafir, tu bhi kafir. So saying that you are infidel, or kafir means non-believer or something. Okay, you are unbeliever or infidel. I am unbeliever or infidel. Phulo bhi, phulo, that means the flowers smell is also unbeliever and kafir. Lafzo ka jadoo bhi kafir. That means lafzo means words. Magic of words are also kafir. Noor Jahan ki gana bhi kafir. Even the songs are kafir. Even the McDonald's food are kafir. Even the laughing is kafir. Or even the smile or the joke is also kafir. So something like that. The line translates to I am an infidel. You are an infidel. The fragrance of flower is infidel. The magic of words is infidel. Noor Jahan's song is infidel. McDonald's food is infidel. Laughing is heresy, and even jokes are infidels. It humorously lists music, art, joy, science, pretty much everything as labeled un-Islamic by fanatics, including जो ये माने वो भी काफिर, जो ना माने वो भी काफिर. Whoever accept this is an infidel, and whoever doesn't is also an infidel. Whoever accept this is an infidel. Okay, this one. The poem struck a chord with liberal but enraged extremists. In 2017, Salman Haider was abducted by unknown forces, widely believed to be state agencies. He went missing for weeks, was presumably tortured, and was released with a warning. His crime was writing such a fearless poetry and speaking up for the missing and oppressed. Notably, while he was disappeared, hardline cleric Abdul Aziz, who openly praised terrorists and incites sectarian hatred, roam free. As another blogger quipped, we had to switch from hashtag arrest Abdul Aziz to hashtag recover Salman Haider. The state already this cleric's dangerous sentiments, but not the point satirist. Ise utalo. That means, pick him up. A biting critic of enforced disappearance by the Ahmad Farid narrates the authorities' point of view mockingly. The whole shairi is given to understand this forcelessness. Okay, so this is in Hindi, but I had translation. He thinks with his own free will, pick him up. He's a bit different from the lifters. Pick him up. Bad tamiz, wo bhi adab. Okay, I don't know. He is insolent about those who were picked up early. He asks questions. Pick him up. He was even told what to say or not to say, but he speaks only his mind. Pick him up. Those whom he picked up were rewarded with the rank and ropes. Yet he laughs at the wise ones. Pick him up. He asks, why is this a public order issue? This is a public order issue. Pick him up. Each couplet or terminates with the haunting refrain, pick him up, reminding one of an autocratic injunctions to kidnap and opposing citizens. The poem points out how merely thinking for oneself, inquiring about formerly disappeared people, refusing to parrot the state's founding discourse, mocking state co-opt men of wisdoms, or even refuting the logic of a public order, all constitutes grounds to pick him up. It is earnestly satirical and perilous. In Pakistan, it is too close to reality. Some activists and journalists have literally been picked up for less. The poem once went viral on social media and sounded a bell, but of course the perpetrators of such kidnapping are secure. It is the poet or the one distributing the poem who would be likely to be published. Ahmad Fardad was indeed picked up and harassed because of these lines. The question really answered itself: why are the people who commission illegal kidnapping not in jail, while those who protest against them in a poetry are? And there is a line of Punjabi mystic poet Babar Abu Zarid, who is renowned for his plain, earthly lines. He declared in an outrageously blasphemous language, "Bund which le ye khana ka dana." In rough translation, shove a grain of weed up your ass. I don't want to be in heaven. This blasphemy sounding song lyric basically telling the guardians of the heavens where they can shove it. And as a disrespectful as possible language, it rejects the very idea of a religious reward in a raw terms. Incidentally, Baba Abzur received no jail time or a fatwa or for this. Why not him? When others are jailed for such a lesser harasses, the probable reasons either his verses flew under the radar of the authorities or his reputation as a religious figure protected him. So it is to highlight arbitrariness or indeed selectivity of this so-called morality laws, as junior secular writers would be jailed for blasphemy if he were the author of the above line. In Pakistan case, it is a matter of life and death. Individuals have been lynched on blasphemy charges for simply questioning religious history. Meanwhile, groups openly advocating violence and sectarian groups are active. The hypocrisy of the state regarding whom prosecute is even greater. As the laws themselves are repressive, it reminds us that if you leave the door open to exceptions, free speech for me, but not for you, it will be used to enshrine the strong and suppress the weak. From book to state leaders, from prophetic literatures to speeches in parliament, we have witnessed the ubiquity of hypocrisy with regard to speech. Religious texts can call for blood and be referred as a sacred. Politicians can toy with the genocide talk and dismiss it. But the ordinary citizen, the dissent, the artist, the tiptoe, the rulers have defensively outfitted themselves with offense, blasphemy, seditions, and defamation acts. These are arrow shot downwards but never upward. This creates a chilling effect on the imaginations in the pursuit of truth. It is a double standard society where ridiculing of religious leaders gets you sentenced to prisons and inciting violence under the name of religion gets you power. It's an unjust polity where a minister abuses the freedom of speech, but a student slogan is a sedition. If we actually lose our collective temper only about the lesser transgressions and not the greater ones, what does they say about us? A big question mark. The title chapter, Let Me Speak, You Hypocrites, is a call to actions and accusation that the disempowered rage as outrageously as the empowered do, cease to stifle the very criticisms and satire that keeps power in check, and those who quick to shut up others when they themselves spew hate so freely and with such abandon. It's an accusation you steer. It's an accusation, you sirs and madams. Okay, it's an accusation. Okay, it's an accusation, you sirs and madams are the hypocrites strangling our public discourse. Society can't have its cake and eat it too. Either we are going to put up all speeches across the board, the foul, the insulting, or we censor it across the board, including scriptures and ministers. The present state of affairs, where the trash from the pulpit of the podium is acceptable, but sense from the street is of subservice, is intolerable for in any society. It's time to leave. It's time to level the playing field for speech. Let a cartoon mock a god, a prophet without rights. Let a citizen speak ill of a leaders without handcuffs. And if objectionable lines or somewhere incites hurts, counter them with your own lines, regardless of where it originates. Ordinary sensibilities need not be so delicate that they shatter only downwards. Finally, reflect on this irony. The most vociferous wails of outrage are typically from a people most foul-mouthed themselves. Perhaps they are afraid of nothing more than others enjoying as much freedom as they misuse. Be that as it may. Be that as it may. Be that as it may. Let us speak and let us hold the mirror. The emperor has no clothes, and neither does the priest have a moral high grounds. Offense, must be universal, not unilateral. If speaking the truth is offensive, then so be it. Only then can we honestly claim to have a freedoms and justice and high regards in our society. And if any of you have a problem with these thoughts of mine, I do not care. And all of you can go to hell. Yeah. However, I think hell is not real, so you don't need to worry about it. Oh, it seems that I've completed the entire book because I thought I still have like 33 pages left, and I thought like it could still have to continue for a 30 something pages, 30-40 minutes, but it seems that the last 33 pages are all the reference, all the introduction, quotes by the Christopher Hitchens, good weight. Okay, all of those things are given. Everything is properly given. All the references, citations. If someone tells me that I've heard their feeling, I say I'm still waiting for you. I'm still waiting to hear what is your point. What is in this country? I've been told that's offensive as if those two words constitute an argument. Okay, so Christopher Hitchens. So okay, everything is given. All the references are properly given, and okay, so there's a last about the author. Should have been at the first, but yeah, no problem. Kushal Mehra is a former textile entrepreneur turned podcaster based in Mumbai. He is a dharmic skeptic and believer that skepticism is elevated. His principal interest lies in articulating Indian skepticism using Indian epistemological framework. Kushal is the host of the hugely popular Charvaka podcast, where he discusses sports, philosophy, public policy, current affairs, history, economics, etc. with his guest. Kushal holds a master's degree in philosophy, and and draws heavily from its from his podcast, where he engages in an eclectic list of guests with a wide range of topics. Today, when society is deeply polarized and discussion cantankerous, Kushal brings a breath of fresh air by conducting debates in a civilized manner. His podcast on writing, Kushal attempts to answer some of the most vexing contemporary topic in the freeing chat. Now I think I've reached an end. So what is my the ending note of this poem, this book? I think, if you ask me to be honest, I will be very honest with the review. Is there anything new that he has invented? That's something which I found it like okay, it's very unique. To be honest, no, it's nothing unique. What I like about this book is that he has curated everything with respect to the freedom of speech and all the case studies and all thing in together, and all of this is put in a proper structure, and then he gave his opinion and he's making his argument, right, about based on the case studies, I think it is this, and I think it is this, and I think there is that, and based on this one's okay, so everything's written. I like it. It's a very good read. It's a very good place where you can find lots and lots of essays or articles of different people, the quotes, where he has quoted most of the I think more than 60-70% of the the books are from the other people's quoting or the thing. And but still it's a very good book. And if I were to go individually from reading different this one people's code and all those things, I think it would have taken a very very long time. So this book, it's basically like a place where you can come and then everything is present. And yeah, he tried his best to make an argument to convince the readers, and I would definitely say I'm convinced. I mean, I've been listening, I've been following this guy from a very long time. Have like almost 50% of the same mindset. But now after reading this, I think, yeah, he did has, convinced me further that freedom of speech is very important, and shouldn't be any there shouldn't be any subjectivity, because if there's a subjectivity, then obviously the people who are superior right now, who is in a power, they will misuse those, the powers. So I think it's a very good read book. And yeah, Kushal Mehra, thank you for this beautiful book, and Tenzin West is signing off.